Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Master of Elements? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why are you being so mean? You're making him cry Kakin. A young boy with curly green hair sobbed as he stood in front of a sobbing boy his age. His hands tightened around the hem of his shirt for a moment before coming up to form small fists. He took a shaky stance to prepare to fight. I can't let you hurt him anymore. A small boy with blonde messy hair stared at the boy before him. His lips quirked up into a sinister smirk. Heh, you want to pretend to be a hero? He smashed a fist into his open palm, a small explosion going off. You don't stand a chance without a quirk, Deku. The two boys behind him smirked evilly as they activated their powers. One with dragon wings and the other with long fingers. The long-fingered male grabbed the small sobbing boy to hold him down. The blonde grabbed his shirt and punched him in the face. The boy with wings cheered as he looked around, making sure no adults came by. Nobody had noticed how the earth cracked and slightly trembled under their feet when the helpless boy fell to the ground. Not all men are created equal. This is a sad truth. A reality that Izuku Midoriya had come to realize at the age of 4. An older Izuku ran through the streets, a large smile on his face as he ran, weaving expertly through people walking by, a small gust of wind following behind him as he passed by. The moment he'd arrived at his destination, his smile only grew as he looked up, his hands tightening on the straps of his yellow bag. A few yards away from him, a giant, monstrous-looking man with distorted features stood atop the Tatooine station fighting off a man made of wood. Around him, people either talked happily about the fight or were in the middle of phone calls with their bosses informing them that they would be late. A hero in a facsimile of a firefighter's outfit manipulated water to keep the citizens from getting closer to the ongoing battle. Another hero, tall and sturdy, caught falling debris to keep the people safe. The green-haired teen gently weaved his way through the crowd until he arrived at the front. Looking up, he smiled brightly. "Why, it's Kamui Woods." He cheered in awe, watching the action intently. The man next to him snickered heartedly at his obvious excitement. "I see you're a fanboy," he remarked. The boy blushed slightly as he looked away, a small smile on his face. "Yeah, you can say that," he responded, turning back up at the battle. He watched the two exchange blows and a few words before a rush of excitement filled him in seeing the hero prepare his finishing move. Before Kami even had a chance to finish, however, a Vaunt woman appeared out of nowhere, kicking the villain off the top of the station. With long platinum hair, horns that hit her out the top of her head, and a skin-tight bodysuit, she flamboyantly introduced herself to the crowd as MT Lady. Izuku brought his bag around to quickly fish out a notebook as the hero wrapped things up with the police. The media was quick to take pictures of the debuting hero, fishing for more information about her. The teen started muttering softly to himself as he quickly wrote into his journal. A new hero making their debt was always an exciting event for him since he has someone new to analyze. "What's that, fanboy? Are you taking notes over there? You want to be a hero too, huh? Well, good luck, kid," the man said encouragingly as he held a thumbs up. Izuku stopped and turned to look at the man with a wide smile on his face. "Yes, thank you, sir. I'll do my best," he grinned widely. Once he had wrapped it up, he quickly made his way to his school, bidding the man a farewell. "Come on, class. You're middle school seniors. It's time to start thinking seriously about your futures," Izuku's teacher shouted as he waved around a pile of papers in his hand. "I could pass the career aptitude test out, but why bother?" He throws the papers up, scattering them around. "Ha! I know you all want to become heroes." The students cheered in response, each and every one of them showing off their quirks. Izuku watched as he was slumped down on his desk, a hand holding his pencil for when he wrote things down on his notebook. He slumped down further to protect his things as his classmates showed off their quirks proudly, neglectful of those around them. Yes, you all have very impressive quirks, but remember there is no power usage at school, so get a hold of yourselves," the teacher chided half-heartedly as he picked the papers back up. A scoff was heard that made the class fall silent and turn to the source. Don't lump me in with these bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, they'll be lucky to even become sidekicks to some poor sap. A blonde with messy hair smirked as his legs relaxed on his table and he leaned back into his seat. The class became angry at this and began to yell in response. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, Katsuki? You sure have a big mouth, Bakugo. Why are you such an a-hole, dude? Don't be rude. Let's go. I'll take you all on. Katsuki Bakugo shouted with a mock grin. Well, you do have impressive test results. The teacher began as he looked at his clipboard, setting the papers down on the podium. Maybe you will get into UE High. The students gasped and began chattering in shock. What? He's going to try for the national school? That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get into UE. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me. Katsuki stated before jumping on top of his desk proudly. I've aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one who stands a chance. I'll be even more powerful than All Might himself. I'll be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am, and it all starts with UE High. Oh yeah, now that it's mentioned, Midoriya, didn't you want to go to UE too? The teacher asks with a mock grin as he stares down at the clipboard in his hand. Everyone fell completely silent at this information and turned to look at the boy who flinched under their stares. A brief moment of stunned silence passes before everyone laughed loudly. Midoriya? There's no way. What wishful thinking. You don't even have a quirk. That's so sad. They won't accept you. You're quirkless. Izuku sat up straight at the last comment. Well, actually they got rid of that rule. I can be the first one. He tried to protest but nobody listened. Their laughter and insults practically drowning out his voice. Katsuki let out an angered shout as he slammed his hand onto the table with an explosion going off on his palms. Listen up, Deku, you're even worse than these rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'll take someone like you when they can have me? Katsuki insulted as he backed the boy onto a wall. Huh? And no, wait. You've got it all wrong. I wouldn't compete with you. I would never. It's just that, he curled into himself slightly looking at anything but the boy before him. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little and you never know till you try. His voice drifted off. You never know till you try. You'll never be able to hang with the best of the best. You die in the exams. Izuku frowned at Katsuki's words and looked down to stare at his shoes as everyone continued to insult him. Eventually, the teacher finally had the class settle down and the day continued. Once class had ended, Izuku pulled out his phone to look at the news. His mood came back a little brighter again as he scrolled through the articles. Man, the event from this morning is all over the news. He happily put his phone away and picked up his notebook. I better get home if I want to write down my notes before I forget. He went to put the book away only for it to be taken from his hand. Looking up, he flinched back at seeing Katsuki. We're not done yet, Deku. He spoke coolly. What you got there? His diary. A male with medium-length brown hair asked as he walked over with another male. Katsuki showed them the notebook. Hero analysis for the future? Haha, for real. Demon Midoriya. Another male with an undercut laughed. Give that back. It's mine, Kachin. Izuku nervously said as he turned to Katsuki only for him to slam it in between his open palms and set off a small explosion. That's so mean. Izuku frowned as he looked at the booklet now covered in scorch marks and slightly ripped up. Katsuki paid the boy no mind as he tossed the notebook out an open window. Izuku watched it drop with wide, disappointed eyes. Most first-string heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know that they're destined for greatness. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UE, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. Katsuki smirked before placing a smoking hand on Izuku's shaking shoulder, his hand flinching in anticipation for another explosion. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Katsuki flashes him an ominous smile. Don't even think about applying or else. Izuku attempts to say something, anything, but he can't find the words. Feeling pleased with himself, Katsuki lets go of him and makes his way for the door, the two lackeys following close behind him. "That's just sad, I'd thought you'd at least have some fight in you," the male with the undercut commented as they walked off. "I'm sure he finally gets it." The brunette with the long hair added, "He'll never be a hero, better to find out now instead of later, I guess. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might actually be another way." Katsuki chimes as he stops at the door, "Just pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building." Izuku flinched at the words and clenched his jaw in anger. Turning around, he was quickly stopped by the sound of multiple explosions going off in Katsuki's hand. "Something wrong?" he asked. Izuku stood silently as they walked out of the class. Once they were gone, he stood there for a few minutes before grabbing his bag and walking out, the opposite direction, quickly making his way down to the courtyard. "You can't go around telling people to kill themselves," Izuku thought to himself angrily as he walked around looking for his notebook. What if I really jumped? What would he do then? Think before you speak. He came to a stop as his eyes landed on the small pond that held koi fish. He watched as the fish nibbled on his notebook. "My dreams have turned into fish food." He let out a small sigh. "That's not food, you dumb fish," he spoke as he reached and grabbed his notebook, causing the fish to quickly swim away. "Damn it," he frowned as he looked down at the notebook. Turning on his heels, he let out an angry huff. He heard the water from the pond splash angrily as he did so. Assuming it's just the fish, he quickly walked away as his anger continued to build up. "Mom, hurry!" A small Izuku shouted as he ran out of his mother's bedroom. Running up to her, he held an All Might figure in his hands as he jumped around excitedly at his mother's feet. "It's computer time." "Already?" she asked with a smile. She let out a small chuckle as she turned off the sink, the water suddenly flowing heavier than it was before. All right, common." She began to walk for her room, only for the excited child to rush past her and climb into the chair. He happily rushed his mother as she turned the computer on and made her way to YouTube. "Geez, I'm sure the only reason this video has 1,000 views is that you keep refreshing the page, Izuku." His mother joked as she pressed play on the video. Izuku leaned forward excitedly as the footage began to play. It was an old one of a disaster that took place a very long time ago. The death of the greatest hero the world had ever known. The small boy watched as a man emerged from the rubble. His large smile grew wider as the large man carrying many people emerged and laughed. With every word he spoke, Izuku's eyes sparkled brighter. "For I am here," the boy practically squealed with excitement at the words. "He's the coolest in the universe. When I get my quirk, I'm gonna be just like him. Ah!" He began laughing in imitation of All Might. His mother watched him with a small smile before looking away worried. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but we don't understand why Izuku has yet to show his quirk." Izuku froze at the doctor's words. The All Might toy he carries around falling to the floor. "Oh dear. So you really think there's something wrong then?" Inko asked as she placed a reassuring hand on her son's back. "Most of the other kindergartners have begun to show signs already. My records say you are a 4th-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have?" the doctor asked as he leaned back into his seat. "Nothing too special. I can float small objects towards me," she explained as she gently waved her hand to pick up her son's toy. "And my husband breathes fire. They're useful enough, I suppose." Izuku should have already manifested a quirk or a combination of both, and after viewing his X-rays he truly should have, I believe. He turns to the light board holding the child's X-rays along with another. When superpowers first began appearing, there were many research studies conducted to try and understand them, and doctors found a link between a person's foot and the likelihood of them developing a quirk. He got to his feet and tapped at Izuku's X-ray. People with a quirk have only one joint in their pinky toes. Their bodies have evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. He directed their attention to the other X-ray for comparison. You can see here this person has 2 joints in their pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. He turned and frowned at Inko. "Based on the research we have, he should develop a quirk or at least show signs. It is quite possible that he has an invisible quirk. However, there are people who never find out what theirs is because of that. We have already run all the tests we have available and have turned up with nothing. I apologize, Mrs. Midoriya, but there isn't anything we can do. Young Izuku could hear the pitter-patter of the rain as it fell outside his window. He glared determinedly at the spoon he'd set across the table, his hands resting under his chin as he did his best to concentrate. Inko watched her son worryingly as she went to wash her hands to start dinner. Izuku has been trying to figure out his quirk since they got home from the doctors. He reached his hand out towards the utensil as she turned on the sink. A rush of water startled Inko, causing her to turn off the sink with a small sigh. Maybe she should call the manager. The sink, along with the stove, had started acting up a few days ago. As Inko cooked, she noticed her son had given up on the spoon and was now trying to breathe fire like his father. He took a deep breath and blew, only for nothing to happen. He continued to do this time and time again. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled again, only to stop midway as he seemed to choke on his own spit and start coughing. Inko was quick to be at her son's side, rubbing soothing circles on his back. "It burns, the small boy complained. His mother frowned and got him a cup of water to cool off his sore throat. Once he finally stopped coughing, she turned back to the stove, only to see the fire lit high and the miso beginning to boil. She was quick to rush over and completely turn off the stove and let out a sigh of relief when she saw the soup was fine. Tomorrow, she'll call the landlord tomorrow morning. Her son was silent during dinner. He mindlessly moved his food about with downcast eyes. Inko lightly lectured him and encouraged him to eat. When he finished, he silently left the table and went to his room. The moment Inko had finished washing the dishes, she felt a light tug of her shirt. "Mom, can you turn on the video?" he asked, his voice just above a whisper. Reluctantly, his mother agreed, and they made their way to her bedroom. He didn't rush her this time as she turned on the computer. He didn't excitedly dance in his seat as she searched up the video and pressed play. She made her way for the door to leave her son, but stopped to turn back, casting worried eyes towards her son's direction. "You see that, Mom?" the small boy asked suddenly. There's always a smile on his face, no matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up. He turned the chair so he could look at his mother. Tears threatened to fall as a weak and forced smile graced his lips. He pointed at the screen. Tears began to form in his mother's eyes as her heart broke. "Do you think I can be a hero too?" His mother stumbled over quickly to her son, wrapping her arms around his small form, tears falling from her eyes. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different," she sobbed out. Tears began falling from Izuku's eyes as he silently began to cry. That wasn't what he needed to hear, especially since his world was crumbling before him. Izuku let out a sigh at the memory as he came to a stop at the entrance of the underpass. He never did learn what his quirk could be, leaving him no choice but to register as quirkless. He and his parents slowly had drifted apart, no longer as close as before. That day, he made a silent promise, a promise to keep smiling like his hero did and to believe in himself even when others didn't. The boy clenched his fists in anger. Not even Kakin can bring him down. He won't let him. His mind wandered back to what the explosive blonde had said to him not too long ago, making him clench his jaw in anger. "That a-hole!" he shouted as he began stomping through the underpass. "He's seriously instigating suicide now?" He waved his hands around in anger as he ranted, eyes focused on the concrete floor ahead of him. "What the hell, Kakin?" he asked as he stomped his foot in anger, not noticing the crack and slight shift it created on the ground below him. Walking over the sewer, he waved his arms. "You want to be a hero, don't you? Then what makes you think that's something you should ever say to anybody?" The faint sounds of the water furiously splash about softly echoed through the underpass. He hardly took notice as the wind around him picked up from a gentle breeze to more of a small, weak push. Like, seriously, Kakin? Think before you speak. Crackles of fire sparked after his hands as he waved them up and about over his head. He was so caught up in his anger, he didn't notice the sludge that crawled out of the small holes of the sewer lid. "Hey, kid!" the slimy creature called. Caught up in his anger, Izuku waved his hand behind him in the sludge direction, a gust of wind waving past his fingertips, quickly followed by the sound of water splashing, and turned around with an angry, "What?" only to find he was alone in the underpass. That's strange, hadn't someone just called him? Oh God, he hopes not. His response was incredibly rude. Taking a few deep breaths, he attempts to calm his anger. The sound of the sewer lid flying off and hitting the roof of the underpass made him jump in surprise. Fear not. I am here. The figure that crawled out states. Izuku's eyes grew wide in shock as he stares at the one and only All Might. The most amazing man in the world, the one and only, is standing before him. He watches in awe as the hero looks around in confusion before settling his gaze on Izuku, making him jump. Excuse me, young man, but have you seen a large slime villain anywhere around here? He asks as he walks over to the boy. Izuku quickly shakes his head. You'd think he'd notice a giant slime. It must have gotten away then. All Might states to himself as he places his hands on his hips. Finally snapping out of his shock, Izuku held out his notebook to the hero. CC, can you sign this? He asked. All Might looked down and smiled wider. But of course. He replied as he took the notebook and pulled a pen of his own from his cargo pants. Handing the notebook back to Izuku, he couldn't help but stare at it in awe. He actually got a signature. From All Might. The greatest hero ever. He looked up to say something only to see the hero make his way to the end of the underpass to leave. W8. Izuku called out, rushing after him. He still has lots of questions. He needs to ask him. Sorry, young man, but I must find that villain before it can cause any more chaos. All Might replied as he looked around the area outside the underpass. Realizing that it's not there, he crouched down to leave. Now stand back, I'm taking off, he warned before he took a giant leap forward, eyes trained on the ground before realizing the boy had gripped onto his pants and was now screaming in fear and shock. Hey! I love my fans, but this is too much. Let go! All Might frowned. No way! We're flying, if I let go I'll die. Izuku responded, his voice distorted as the air blew on his face aggressively. A good point. All Might respond. Please. I still have so many questions to ask you personally. You're my all-time favorite hero. Izuku begged. Okay, just close your eyes and mouth. All Might instructed so that the boy doesn't get dry eyes or hurt himself. He follows the instructions without question. The blonde hero let out a sigh as he placed a gentle hand on the boy's head and looked around for a place to land, letting out a few coughs. Once they landed, Izuku took long, deep breaths to calm his nerves. His tongue moved around his mouth wildly, desperately trying to bring back saliva, and blinked his eyes aggressively to keep them wet. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. He mumbles. That wasn't very smart of you. Knock on the door. If it's locked, they'll eventually let you in. Now I really must be going. Catch you on the flip side. All Might said as he turned on his heel and began making his way to the rails. No, wait, I have to ask you something. He reaches out his hand desperately. I'm sorry, kid, but I need to capture this villain. But I have to know. He brings his outstretched hand down to his side as the hurtful words said to him flow through his head. He's silent for a moment, his hands clenched into fists. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? All Might stops. I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Without a quirk? Izuku responded to the question by going off on a small tangent. He began trying to explain himself as he looked at anything but the hero before him. When he turned to look at him again, he was met with clearing smoke and a skeleton of a man. As the man attempted to speak, blood flooded out of his mouth, making the boy scream in shock. What's happening? Why is All Might suddenly a skeleton? Izuku tried his best to make sense of what the man was telling him. He flinched as he saw the wound when he lifted his shirt. Gruesome and painful just looking at it, he felt his side sting in phantom pain just staring at it, and even more so as All Might began to explain. Only 3 hours? Wait, 5 years ago? Was it Toxic Chainsaw? An unknown villain fight? To go to such lengths to keep a fight like that under wraps. Izuku wondered just how strong they were to have hurt All Might so much. The thought sent shivers down his spine. So I honestly don't think you can become a hero. Izuku flinched at those words. I see. He responded plainly as he tried to ignore the pain in his chest. If you want to help people, there are plenty of other ways to do it. You could be a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. He spoke as he walked for the door. He stopped as he opened it. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure those dreams are attainable. Realistic. Understand? He finished as he walked through and closed the door behind him, leaving a broken boy behind. The sound of an explosion far off brought the boy back to reality. A villain? I wonder what hero will dash. He stopped in his tracks. The words All Might had told him floating through his head. He frowned and began his slow walk home. As he walked, he stared down at his charred notebook, idly flipping through the pages, reading through the information he'd long since memorized. Reaching the last page with the signature, he slammed the notebook shut. Even All Might had said it. A hero needs a quirk. Damn it, don't cry. You already knew this deep down. You've just been avoiding reality. That's why you were trying so desperately to prove yourself wrong. He sniffled as he did his best to keep his eyes dry. An explosion is heard once again, but closer this time. He looks at the direction of the smoke and frowns. The fight is still happening? Did his feet seriously carry him here subconsciously? Izuku let out a shaky breath as he crossed the street numbly to get a closer look. He might as well one last time, for old time's sake. Izuku could see a giant sludge monster running rampant. Isn't that the villain All Might was looking for? Izuku frowned. How did it even get all the way out here? Shouldn't it be closer to the location of the underpass? Why aren't the heroes doing anything? The boy turned to the two men conversing. I guess the heroes met their match, plus the villain captured a kid. A hostage situation? He wondered how long the kid had been in there. Hopefully not long. Just looking at the scene from afar, it must be a terrifying experience. Izuku frowned as he turned to try and get a better look. He could make out a figure that the slime is holding someone, but he can't quite make out who it is. Wait, isn't that the villain All Might was chasing down earlier? Someone asked. What, All Might? No way, he lost. Where is he? Can't someone call him? Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help the heroes? Izuku frowned at this as he hugs himself. This is his fault. If he hadn't distracted All Might from looking for the villain, they would have been captured by now. How could he be so reckless and selfish? Izuku continued to chastise himself as he watched the battle before him. The kid turned their face and looked towards the crowd with pleading eyes. Izuku felt his heart stop at the pleading, helpless look in their eyes. He felt his breath hitch once he realized who the child in danger was. His limbs started moving suddenly, weaving around the crowd, leaving a soft gust of wind behind him as he charged forward. Ignoring the calls of the heroes, he ran as fast as he could, and somehow, he felt like he was running on air. You! The villain called out angrily. Izuku doesn't understand why the villain is all the angrier to see him. He doesn't understand why it seems to recognize him. He just knew that his body was moving on its own, that he wanted to save Kaken. Thinking back to page 25 of his notebook, obscure the villain's vision and quickly use the opportunity to bind them, he grabbed the straps of his bag. Quickly he shrugged it off his shoulders. Turning on his feet, he used the momentum of the spin to throw his bag at the monster's eyes. As he let go, he felt a gush of wind follow, and the bag hit the monster's eyes with more force Izuku thought possible, making it recoil. Katsuki gasped for air once the villain let go, color returning to his face. He questioned Izuku as the boy desperately tried to claw the slime off of him. Izuku smiled in response. It wavered and trembled in fear, but he forced himself to keep it. Kaken, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Once the slime villain recovered, he turned angrily to the green-haired boy. As it prepared to attack, a large gush of wind, followed by an explosion, made Izuku close his eyes. Once he opened them, he could see All Might standing before him, blocking the attack. He spoke, but Izuku could barely hear him as he watched on in awe. The hero grabbed both his and Kaken's arm and threw a powerful punch forward. Izuku shut his eyes as he and the blonde were practically being thrown about in the air like ragdolls, only held down by the hero's hold on them. At some point, the teens found themselves unconscious. When they came to, the police were already putting trash bags filled with slime into a van. Izuku found himself getting lectured by heroes while Kaken got praised for his bravery. Once he was let go, Izuku found himself speed walking home. He didn't feel like taking his time on the walk. He felt dirty, and the day had taken a lot of energy out of him. His head hurt from landing on the concrete after the air had stopped. Once he was a few streets away from home, he found himself running. Izuku didn't see Kaken as he turned the corner and saw him. The blonde prepared to run after him but stopped himself when he realized he was too far. He decided it wasn't worth the chase. He didn't see All Might as he rushed past an intersection. The hero speed walked down the sidewalk, his eyes wandering around in search of the green-haired boy. No, he focused on getting home as fast as possible. His eyes were focused on the path before him as he blinked back tears. He wanted a bath. He wanted to eat his mother's cooking. He wanted to cry over his broken and shattered dream alone in his room. To sleep for as long as he could before he had to get up and wonder where to go from here. So he ran. Izuku did his best to catch his breath as he staggered up the last step of his apartment. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to run up the first few sets of stairs, especially when he's already tired. Once he got to the door, he took a moment to lean his forehead on the wood to ground himself. Taking in a few deep breaths to calm his breathing, he stood upright and opened the door. "I'm home," he calls out as he closes the door behind him. "Izuku?" He hears his mother call from down the hall, quickly followed by footsteps. "Oh my, Izuku!" She cries out as she comes into view, seeing her son removing his shoes. The teen gave a tired smile as he set his shoes to the side. "Hey Mom." He greets only to be enveloped in a tight hug from his mother. "Oh my baby. I saw the news. I felt so scared when they showed footage of you running to save Katsuki." She pulled back and began to look over her son. "You're not hurt, are you? They had the doctors look over you already, right? Oh, please tell me you're not hurt. Mom, I'm okay." "It's okay." Izuku did his best to reassure her with a smile as his mom brushed stray strands of his hair out of his face. The paramedics that were there already checked over Kaken and I. "We're both fine." "I'm fine." He rested a hand on hers. Inko let out a shaky breath in relief, smiling softly up at her son. "I'm glad you and Katsuki are both all right." She gently let go of her son. "But Izuku, please. I don't know what I would do if you got hurt. What you did today was very brave, but please, be more careful." The young man stared at his mother for a moment in disbelief. "Be brave?" "Well, yes, it was brave but also a bit reckless. I know Katsuki was suffocating, but my God, my heart stopped when I saw you run in. I felt so scared. If All Might hadn't..." She looked away, cupping a hand over her mouth, trying to rid herself of the thought, tears spilling down her cheek unwillingly. She need not say it, the implication was there. She seemed to contemplate her next words for a moment. Looking back at her son, she seemed to solidify her thoughts and spoke. "I know you want to be a hero, but please, think of a plan before you take action." Izuku didn't know how to feel at his mother's words. On one hand, she'd called him brave, and on the other, she said he was reckless. None of the heroes or the media called him brave. They called him a reckless idiot with a death wish trying to play hero. His mother said he was reckless for not thinking of a proper plan but brave for taking action. What the hell is he supposed to say to that? It's as if no matter what he'll never get a proper compliment, not even from his own mother. Izuku bit his lower lip. Why does everyone feel the need to give me backhanded compliments? He hadn't even realized he spoke till he saw his mother flinch at his words. He tried to stop himself, but his lips kept moving. "I just wanted to save my friend. My body moved on its own." But isn't that what a lot of heroes say? That during the most serious moment their body moves on its own? So why? Everyone said I was a reckless idiot while Kaken was praised. For what? If it weren't for all of his explosions, all those fires wouldn't have started. Nobody could get close enough to help because of his quirk. Does he get reprimanded? No, he was told how proud they were of him, praised him for having an awesome quirk, and for being so brave. Brave? What about me? I mean, I know I just rushed in, but what about me? Why does nobody ever believe in me when I say I want to be a hero? Why can't anyone be proud of me? His voice cracked at the last bit from all the yelling. Izuku doesn't yell very often. It was a very rare occurrence for him. It was rare for him to even get upset. Sure, he's gotten into arguments and disagreements with his parents here and there, but he never raised his voice. He was never this intense. Sure, he ranted earlier, but that was because Kakin told him to jump off a roof. Who wouldn't get mad? He was so angry, so frustrated, so tired. His body trembled as angry tears fell down his cheeks. He was already regretting yelling at his mother. The soreness of his throat throbbed. The boy flinched back at the sight of his mother's hand coming up to touch his cheek. Guilt filled him when the hurt in his mother's face grew. He looked away. He hadn't meant to snap at her, to make her feel like this is her fault somehow. Izuku never regretted anything so much as he did now. I believe in you, Inko choked out. Izuku's eyes landed on his mother as her shaky lips fell into a sincere smile. I'm sorry if I've made you think otherwise. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Even if you don't tell me, I know you go through so much hardship and yet you still remain this humble, kind person. And no matter what you choose to do in the future, I will always, always do my best to support you, and I know your father would too. We will always be cheering you on. Izuku gripped the fabric of his uniform, more tears falling from his eyes. God, he's so blind. So stupid. He took a shaky step forward with a hand outstretched. I'm sorry, Mom, I dash. He tried to find the words to say, but his mother gathered him into a hug. He doesn't deserve her. It's okay, Izuku, it's all right, sweetie. His breath hitched for a moment before he choked out a sob. At this point, he just allowed himself to cry away his frustrations and heartache. The whole day had been one negative after another. Humiliated in front of his class, his childhood friend tells him to kill himself. His idol tells him he couldn't be a hero. He gets told off by other heroes and even the media. He'd even snapped at his mother, all because he was frustrated. She's too sweet and understanding, while her son is quirkless and an emotional mess. Izuku found himself continuously mumbling apologies to his mother as he sobbed. Inko simply rubbed comforting circles on his back as she whispered reassuring words. They both cried in one another's arms for what felt like forever until Izuku finally pulled away to dry his tired eyes. I'm sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have yelled at you, Izuku chokes out finally as he rubbed his sore eyes, his voice hoarse. I've had a bad day, but that's no excuse for snapping at you. Inko smiled softly at her son. It's all right, sweetie, we all have a breaking point. She wipes her cheeks. Want to talk about it? Izuku felt guilty at how cautious she was when asking that question. They'd grown apart over the years. He didn't bother talking to her about his problems. He would usually just dodge the question, say he's fine now and lock himself in his room until dinner or to bathe. Realization settled in. The reason he and his mother grew apart was because of him. Izuku is a horrible person. He's driving one of the few people who care about him away. Anger began to bubble up when he realized it was all because she apologized back then. He'd been upset and started distancing himself from her. Izuku felt so childish. He's basically been keeping a grudge since he needs to fix this. He needs to try to mend their relationship. He nodded in response to her, relief washing over Inko. Gently she guided him to the living room and sat him on the couch. She already had what smelled like peppermint tea on the counter. I'll be right back. Grabbing the teapot, she walked back into the kitchen to reheat it before coming back a few minutes later. Izuku watched her with tired eyes as she handed him a cup to drink along with a warm wet towel to clean his face. He softly thanked her. Inko sat next to him silently and patiently waited for him to speak. The silence between them felt heavy on his shoulders and he hated it. So, school was pretty bad today. Izuku attempted to break the silence. He doesn't want to keep things from her anymore. Should he just tell her everything? Just lay everything bare on the table? Rip it off like a bandage? He glanced over to his mother to see a reassuring smile graced her lips. Just like a bandage. Taking a deep breath, he continued, eyes on his tea. Why, you know how I told you a few months after the doctor's appointment that the bullying stopped? He could see his mother's smile slip and her face filled with worry in his peripheral vision. He continued, it never did stop. I get made fun of all the time because of my, disability, as people call it. Today was especially bad. People from class found out I wanted to go to UA and laughed at me. They said some pretty hurtful things. Someone threw my notebook out the window too. He doesn't want to out-Kanchan. He truly would make a great hero someday, and with time he's sure he'll mellow out. On my way home I met All Might and I even got his autograph. I even had the chance to ask him if I can become a hero without a quirk. He said I had a better chance at being a police officer or something and told me to be realistic. Well, you know the rest since it was on TV. He kept bits of details out, but nevertheless, he was telling her the truth. Before you say anything, I don't want to transfer schools or anything. I want to finish my school year here. And even if we went to the principal or a teacher about all this, they wouldn't care. I don't know, but I don't want to transfer. Inko was silent as she took in everything her son had told her. What was she supposed to say to this? How was she supposed to respond? She wants to yell at the faculty of the school for letting this happen. To protect her child and make him never go back, but he doesn't want that. She doesn't want to go against what her son wants, but she doesn't want him to suffer anymore. Even his favorite hero had disregarded his dream and told him to give up. What kind of hero does that? Inko wondered how other mothers would have handled this kind of situation, what they would say or do. She bit her lower lip as she stared down at her reflection in the tea. The most she could possibly do is show him he has support, right? Izuku, he hummed in response as he drank some tea, do you still want to be a hero? Even after what the heroes and All Might said? She suddenly asked. The boy slowly lowered the cup from his lips. Yeah, I do. There was a brief moment of silence between the two. You need to work really hard then, she said softly as she set her cup down on the coffee table. The boy froze at her words. Don't listen to the people who try to get you down. It's your dream, not theirs. They have no right to tell you it's useless. I know you'll become a wonderful hero, Izuku. Izuku's sight blurred at her words. He wanted to cry again, but his body just felt so exhausted at this point he wasn't sure he'd have the energy to. He gave his mother a large smile. Carefully putting his cup down, he hugged her tightly. Thank you, Mom. After sitting there for a few minutes, Inko encouraged her son to take a relaxing bath while she prepared dinner. Reluctantly, he agreed and made his way to the bathroom. He quickly began filling the tub as he went over to wash off all the dirt, sweat, and grime. Once he was done, he turned off the water of the tub when he realized it had filled and sank himself into the hot water, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. Leaning back on the tub, Izuku let his mind wander. Today has truly been a whirlwind of emotions. He closed his eyes as he thought back to both of his angry outbursts. If only he had the confidence to stand up for himself like that. Izuku let out a sigh as he sank further into the water, his chin just under. Silently he looked up at the ceiling, his mind thinking of the slime villain. All Might said it was supposed to be around the underpass, and yet, there was nothing there. He clenched and unclenched his hands into fists as his mind continued to wonder. When he rushed in, he felt as if he was almost running on air. When he threw his bag at the villain's eyes, there was a gust of wind and the bag flew at a faster speed than he'd anticipated too. Now that he really stopped to think about it, he realized how his hands felt warm all of a sudden during his tangent. When he walked through it, felt like the earth under him was moving. Was that him? Looking down at his hands, Izuku stared silently as his mind began going over all the random strange occurrences he's come to ignore while growing up. When he was small, he tried breathing fire like his father. He felt heat build up in his throat only to leave him coughing. The feeling scared him so much, he didn't attempt it again. When he ran to get to villain fights, he always felt like he was lighter than usual. There was a time when he was at a water park in the wave pool. He'd wanted the wave to be bigger and started imitating the motion only for a large wave to crash on himself and his parents. His mom's been having problems with the sink and the stove at random times for years. Izuku felt a sudden rush of adrenaline as a thought began to form. Quickly he sat up and stared blankly at the water. Did all of that happen because of him? Rising a hand up to hover above the water, he stared. Is that his? No, there's no need to bring his hopes up. If he's wrong, then nothing changes, but what if he's right? Then what? His hand began to tremble at the thought. If he's right and this is his quirk, he's definitely an oblivious idiot, that's for sure. But then what? Will anything change? Well, obviously things will change. He has a quirk. But would that change anything? He's way behind compared to his classmates, compared to Kakin. He bit his lip as he slowly lowered his hand. Is it even worth finding out? No matter what you choose to do in the future, I will always do my best to support you, and I know your father would too. We will always be cheering you on. That's right. He'll always have his parents by his side. A quirk won't change that. Don't listen to the people who try to get you down. It's your dream, not theirs. They have no right to tell you it's useless. He knows that. It's his dream, a dream he's latched onto for so many years, and he wasn't about to let it go so easily. If this turned out to be real, to be true, to actually be happening, nothing will change. He still has to work harder than anyone else. He still has to pour his all into his path to becoming a hero. Taking in a few deep breaths in an attempt to settle his nerves, he focused on the water. He focused on the thought of making it move. His body was completely still as he looked for any kind of ripple or movement that wasn't him. Nothing was happening. He felt the sliver of hope in him slowly disappear. Sighing, he stepped out of the tub to dry himself. He watched the water drain down as he slowly ran a towel through his hair. Numbly, he put on a clean pair of boxers and a plain t-shirt he'd brought in with him. Of course, it was just wishful thinking. All the weird things that's happened are just that, weird occurrences, not his quirk. His eyes landed on the droplets of water that ran down his arm, the motions of drying his hair halting. His mom has to move her hands when she uses her quirk, gentle motions as if beckoning the items to come to her. Maybe if he tried that? Izuku let go of the towel, letting it hang on his head like a veil. He stretched his left arm out in front of him. Eyes focused on the droplets of water as they slid about following gravity's calls. He brought his right hand up and froze for a moment. He's hesitating again. He can feel the embers of hope relight within him again. He tried to chastise himself, make the hope go away, but it wouldn't. His hand trembled slightly again. He can't keep doing this to himself. He needs to be brave. He needs to learn not to hesitate. Waving his hand in a motion he's seen his mother do so many times before, he focuses on moving the water, eyes zeroed in on the drops. Izuku felt his breath hitch as he noticed the water waving back and forth against his arm. As his hand waved, he moved it forward before making a pull motion. The water followed and lifted off his skin to float over the direction of his moving hand. Letting out a breathy chuckle of disbelief, he brought up his now dry hand to move about with the other improvised motions. The water droplets flowed with his motions in the air. He made a motion to compress the water together, making a bubble the size of a large marble. Izuku let out a choked sob as his hands moved about, testing and playing with the water in the air before him. It didn't take long for his vision to blur and become unfocused. What was happening before him felt like a dream, and if it was, God, does he hope he never wakes up. After all these years. He didn't notice the knock on the door, the call of his name. With a final knock, the door crept open. Izuku, dinner is ready. His mother froze at the door once her eyes landed on her son. Her eyes zeroed in on the water that danced in the air according to his sloppy hand movements. Realization registered in her eyes the moment she looked her son in his. Tears welled up in hers. Oh, Izuku, you she gasped as she brought her hands up to her face. Izuku nodded as he began letting out a breathy laugh in happiness. You have a quirk. My baby. His mother cried out as she charged over to him to envelop him in a hug. Before his mother took him into her embrace, he directed the water to the empty tub before holding his mother. They fell to their knees to cry once again. God, Midoriyas are such criers. I feel like such a fool, Inko sighed as she set down her chopsticks near her bowl half full. After they had gotten over crying again, they settled down at the table so Izuku could explain to her how he found out. Inko prepared their plates and listened as her son explained to her everything he knew. Guilt and shame flooded the woman when she realized that they had missed all of the signs. I should have noticed. I should have paid more attention to our surroundings. I should have known, especially after the landlord continuously found no problems. She covers her face with her hands in shame. Because of my incompetence, you had to live for so long believing you were quirkless, and you had to deal with so much. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Izuku frowned as he stared at his mother. Setting down his own chopsticks, he spoke. It's not your fault, Mom. I didn't notice either. I was blind to my surroundings and should have noticed the abnormalities around me. He reaches out and gently removes his mother's hands from her face. If you're incompetent, then so am I. I mean, you'd think I'd notice when I wave my hand, and some unnatural phenomenon happens most of the time. Inko allowed herself to chuckle softly at his joke. The teen allowed himself a soft smile as he leaned back in his chair. He waited for his mother to let out a calming breath, picking up her chopsticks and start eating again before he followed suit. A few minutes into silence, Inko spoke up again. You need to start training your quirk right away, Izuku. Her son stopped mid-bite to stare at her. That was unexpected. Not just your quirk but your body too. I was thinking about it while making dinner. You're behind everyone else. You have to work harder than anyone. She looks up to look at her son. Her eyes clear and determined. If you want to get into UA, and I'm sure you do since you've been speaking about it for years, you need to start as soon as possible. Izuku fell silent at her words. She's right. They need to do something as soon as possible. He needs to start training his body and practicing to properly use his new quirk. He began tapping his chopsticks on the table gently. Maybe I should start building a training regimen? I'll have to look up proper exercises for beginners and make my way up from there. Maybe a gym or even find a trainer. Martial arts maybe. I can't forget about jogging to build stamina, but if I do go to a gym or take martial arts, I can do that there. Would I need to make a meal plan? It's possible. I can always look that up and even ask around if I need to. For now, I can look up proper exercises while I figure things out. As for my quirk training, I'd need to be able to train somewhere with enough room, especially if I don't want to risk breaking anything at home. So far I know I can manipulate water. Maybe the air as well, since I've found I can run faster at times, including that gush of air earlier today. There was heat around my hands, so was that fire? I need to test that when I visit the doctor about my quirk. I need to make an appointment. I can also manipulate the earth, I think. Again, I need to test it with a doctor. That would make 4 elements. I need to be out in the open to train them, but public quirk usage is against the law. I'll need to look around for something. I'm not sure either, but I can help you look around for something in the meantime, sweetie. His mother suddenly suggested. Was he mumbling? The greenette smiled. That would be very helpful, Mom. Thank you. Of course, dear. I'll look around while I head to work tomorrow. I can even try asking around if need be. And since tomorrow is the second Saturday of the month, I won't have school. I can go out and look around for a gym or something, and even a secluded place to practice my quirk. Oh, that reminds me, your father doesn't know yet. Oh, wait until he finds out about this. He'll be so excited and proud. Izuku couldn't help his smile grow wider. Both his parents have always done their best to be supportive of their son. He had taken a job promotion abroad in the States at his mother's insistence on not missing such a great opportunity. He wanted to take Izuku and his mother with him, but the teen wanted to finish schooling in Japan, so his mother stayed behind with him. It got lonely at times without him around, but they spoke to him over the phone or through video chat at least once a week. Twice if he wasn't busy. He could already imagine his father's excitement over the news. He wasn't much of a crier as Izuku and his mother were, but he still got overexcited about things. I'm sure Dad will be so excited he burned something by accident again. Inko laughs at this. Izuku typed away on his computer the next day, researching what he needed. His mother had left for work 3 hours ago already, so when he woke up about an hour ago, she was already gone. Taking a bite of the breakfast his mother left, he clicked away, opening multiple tabs to different locations. Pulling a notepad closer, he wrote down the address to all the locations. Okay, so we've got 5 gyms and 3 martial art locations. Izuku mumbled to himself as he went to turn off the laptop. I'll have to ask for the cost, maintenance fee, and everything. While I'm there, I should ask them for some diet advice. The videos were helpful enough, but everyone's body is different. Quickly scarfing down the last bit of food he had left, Izuku washed his dishes before putting his laptop away. Double-checking that he had everything, he pulled on his shoes, put the first address down on his phone, and headed off. Walking down the stairs from his apartment, the greenette plugged in his headphones to listen to a podcast on the way. The walk to the first location didn't take him too long, considering it was just 15 minutes from his house. The building was large and there were quite a few people inside already. Nervously, Izuku opened the doors, air conditioning making his curls flail crazily, and walked up to the receptionist. The person behind the table gave the boy a tired look and seemed to sigh when he asked to speak to someone for information. Speaking to the membership director, Izuku just felt completely overwhelmed with information that they just dumped on him. He was told of things that didn't even matter, and he's pretty sure if he was of legal age they might have tried to pressure him into signing the contract. Leaving the gym, the greenette couldn't help the sigh of relief that left his lips. Making his way to his next destination, the teen hoped that it wasn't as intense. 4 other gyms and 2 martial arts locations later, Izuku had to stop at a park bench to take a break. He's been at it for 2 hours now, and so far he's only found 2 places that were relatively cheap. After a few minutes of resting, the greenette finally got back on his feet and made his way to the last destination. Alright, it should be here somewhere. Izuku looked around as he walked. The street he walked didn't have as many shops around as the others did in the more crowded areas. Finally, Izuku found what he was looking for. The building was bigger than he thought it would be, a fair amount of windows letting in sunlight but allowing privacy. Just staring at the building, the teen could already tell it would be very expensive. Maybe he should just skip this one and just head home and choose one of the others he has. Smacking his cheeks lightly, he shook away the thought. He's already walked so far, he might as well get it over with. Gathering up his nerves, Izuku walked in, mentally preparing himself to be bombarded with information again. Upon entering, he was finally able to see the inside properly. A large table sat cozily to the side nearest the door. A tanned male with a wolf-tail haircut sat in his chair, casually watching the group currently training. Behind him on the wall was a small collection of fans and other weapons along with some certificates. The counter contained some trophies along with photos neatly organized. A mat covered a large portion of the middle of the room. Beyond that, there seemed to be a shoji that led to a possible hallway, if he had to guess the storage room and maybe even changing rooms. Izuku's eyes wandered towards the group on the mat that practiced. The group was rather small, 9 people at most, including the person leading them, who he presumes is the master. They were all dressed in what seemed to be traditional garb and all appeared to be holding fans. Their movements were fluid and swift. It was almost as if watching a dance. He was entranced at how effortlessly they opened and closed the fans. The master clapped her hands 4 times and her students got into groups of 2. She walked around as she instructed them on a move they had apparently been introduced to not long ago. Everyone nodded in understanding before falling into a fighting stance. The moment she spoke, "Begin," they started moving. The teacher went around watching them all closely, correcting her students expertly, showing them what they did wrong and how to fix it. She praised them when they got things right, congratulated them when they finally got something they had lots of trouble with done properly. "They're great, right?" Izuku jumped slightly at the sudden voice. Turning, he was met with the bright blue eyes of the man who sat behind the desk. He had a knowing smile on his lips as he leaned on the palm of his hand, his elbow resting on the tabletop. "Oh, yeah, what are they doing?" the teen asked in a low voice as to not disturb them. "You came in here and you don't even know?" Google Maps didn't really give me much information. And I couldn't find a website." The brunette let out a soft chuckle at this, making Izuku flush in embarrassment. "It's alright, kid. Anyway, what they're doing is called tessenjutsu. It's a combat technique that uses iron fans." The older male explained as he glanced back over to the group that paid them no mind. So you don't teach any self-defense or other martial art?" "Oh no, we do. We teach taekwondo as well as some weapons training and, as you can see, tessenjutsu." The man smiled. "You interested?" "Yes." Izuku rubbed a hand over his arm. "But how much?" Prices, right? Well, our classes cost $12.99 a month. You can also pay for 3-month-long classes, $33.97, and yearly if you felt like you'd be staying that long. That would be $155.88. The man answered easily. Seriously? That's so cheap." Izuku felt excitement fill him. "That's perfect. I'm a man of only truths." A sudden realization dawned on the teen. He looked back over to the rather small group as they continued to spar. If the place was so cheap, then why is it so empty? "Oh, That's because to be allowed in you've basically gotta be worthy, you know? Did he think out loud? Worthy. Yeah, martial arts are a great way to defend yourself and others, but it can also be used to hurt and in many cases kill people. We don't just teach anyone willing to pay, they need to prove their worth. It's what sets us apart from other places. All of our students are here for different reasons, but they always leave feeling proud of themselves, confident, and strong. So tell me, kid, why do you think you're worthy of studying here? Izuku was completely thrown off by the question. He's never had to prove his worth to anyone for anything before. So why was he worthy? He wants to become a hero. That's been his dream since he was small. He wants to help people and make them feel safe. For that he needs to learn to fight and properly utilize his quirk. I want to become a hero, someone who can help others with a smile. There was a pause of silence between the two. The man in front of him shook his head softly as he let out a sigh, his smile falling. Then we have nothing to teach you. Izuku flinched at his sudden shift in tone. Just about everyone in our society wants to be heroes. Don't get me wrong, wanting to help people is admirable, but I can't accept that as an answer. Wanting to be a hero doesn't make you any more worthy among everyone else. You're just a sheep following the herd. You need a drive, a real reason. So tell me what makes you worthy. The man watched as the child's face fell into deep thought. Letting out a sigh, he continued, "How about you come back when you figure something out? Then we'll talk." He waved the teen off before turning back to watch the group. Izuku stared at the man with wide eyes for a moment before walking out in a daze. What just happened? He was asked a question, then he was turned away? The teen huffed in frustrated confusion. His answer was used by a lot of people. How could he possibly make himself stand out above the rest and show that he's worth training? The brunette-haired man turned to watch the teen walk out the building completely dumbfounded. He took note of the class dispersing for their break, a woman with short bobbed hair walking over to him. Looking over, he smiled softly at the woman. "Guess you didn't have to scare him off with that dumb policy of yours, you know. We do have a way to weed out those who aren't determined to learn." The woman glared lightly at the man behind the desk. His smile only grew wider. "You should have seen his eyes, Suki. They are full of determination." The male says softly, "He has a lot of potential. He seemed like a nice boy, soft even." The brunette, Suki, responds with a soft sigh, resting her hand on the desk. "He'd definitely be interesting to teach, if you hadn't scared him off, that is." The man smiled confidently. "He's got the drive and everything but doesn't know his own worth. My guess is that he's been put down a lot by people around him, kids' social skills SCK, but he'll come back though." Suki flicked the man's forehead. "Don't be rude." She ignored his complaints. "Besides, how can you be so sure about that? Oh, Common, look who you're talking to. When have I ever been wrong?" Suki stood upright, placing her hands on her hips. "Do you really want me to answer that?" "No, but Common, trust me." "Whatever you say, Sokka." When Izuku arrived home, he plopped down on his bed and buried his face in his pillow. He was supposed to walk around town and look for areas where he can practice his quirk, but after that last interaction, he opted on heading home. Letting out a loud groan, he turned over on his back to stare up at his ceiling. Blindly reaching over to the nightstand, he grabbed the notepad he'd thrown over before bringing it closer. The places he'd visited had many useful resources that he could take advantage of, even if the prices were a bit up there. Flipping to the last page, he stopped. Kyoshi's self-defense. The price to study there is unmatched by any other, but that question, how is he supposed to answer? If he really thought about it, he can just ignore it and go somewhere else. Taekwondo is taught in most of the places he visited due to its popularity after all. Pretend as if he never set foot in their building. He could pretend he wasn't transfixed by their fluid movements. Never spoke to the man behind the counter, never received the question. Izuku knew better though. The movements of the people on the mat had caught his attention. He wanted to know more, to learn to do what they did. The question asked to him by the man behind the counter would haunt him forever if he couldn't find an answer. What even is the right answer if not the drive to become a hero? Just about everyone in our society wants to be heroes. He's not wrong. Heroism is a fairly popular career choice. Hell, his whole class wants to be a hero. Izuku pressed his palms on his eyes until he saw white specks. He let out a frustrated groan as he slammed his arms down to his sides, hitting the mattress with a thud. Wanting to be a hero doesn't make you any more worthy among everyone else. You're just a sheep following the herd. Those words, they bothered him so much. The thought of being a sheep just following the herd, it didn't sit well with him. How could he make himself stand out? Why is he worthy to learn from them? He wants to be a hero, he wants to help other people, but, according to the guy, that isn't enough to make him worthy. Why was he worthy? What made him different from the others? Everyone wants to be a hero and help. Sure, there were those outliers that just wanted fame and fortune, but he's not one of them. He genuinely wants to help and be someone people look up to. Like All Might. How can he prove that? The teen did his best to rack his brain for a proper answer, but no matter what he thought of, he wasn't satisfied. He couldn't even think of that many reasons as to why he even wants to be a hero so bad. All that came to mind was he wants to be like All Might. All Might, the hero he's idolized for so long, the man who crushed his dreams, telling him to give up on heroism. Does he really want to be like him? Being brutally honest to kids and crushing their dreams? Are all heroes like that? As far as he could tell they were. Would he have to be like that if he became a hero? No, Izuku would never have the heart to be so cruel. He wants to help them, not hurt them. He doesn't want to be All Might, not anymore. Izuku's starting to second-guess his lifelong dream, and it scares him. He's held on to this dream for so long and he doesn't want to let go of it. Izuku could feel hot tears well up in his eyes. He knew there was a reason he wanted to be a hero that didn't just boil down to be like All Might. There had to be another reason he wanted to be a hero. It can't possibly all lead back to All Might. Did he idolize the man so much so that he practically wanted to be him? Is his dream even truly his own, or was it that of a desperate child just trying to cling on to hope? To save lives and to help others, it's a dream he's held on to for many years. The back of his mind nagged at him that there was another reason as to why, but he can't recall it. It's almost as if he'd lost his motive somewhere along the way. Did the bullying actually get to him and he just never noticed? Or was it that he didn't have a proper drive to begin with? Throwing an arm over his eyes, Izuku let out a long sigh as the tears spilled down his cheeks. As far as he knew, he wasn't worthy at all. Inko can admit she wasn't the most perceptive person, but she knew something was bothering her son since she had arrived home from work. Last night, she had asked him about his search and what he had found for them to discuss together. She had been looking forward to speaking to her son, to build a plan with him. Yet he looked lost and dejected when she'd spoken to him, avoided eye contact, and hardly spoke a word. It made her sad, especially after what had happened between them the day before. She had really thought that their relationship was slowly mending back to something how it was before. She had hoped her son would open up to her again and not hide his problems from her anymore. She felt as if they had fallen back to square one, and it broke her heart. Glancing up from her food, Inko watched her son eat in silence. His movements were slow, his eyes distant, brows frowned ever so slightly and lips thinned as he drifted deep into his thoughts. Inko wasn't one to bombard her son with questions, opting to wait for him to speak up, but now she wasn't so sure that was the best thing to do. Placing down her chopsticks, she took in a breath. It's time to take some initiative. Izuku, did something happen yesterday? She watched closely as her son snapped back to reality and looked at her. He was silent for a moment, taking in her question before a dejected look framed his face. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm confused, I guess. Izuku finally responded. Confused? What about honey? Is this about prices? Because I really don't mind dash. No, it's not dash. Izuku tried to argue before stopping himself. Taking in a deep breath, he did his best to put his thoughts into words. That's not what is bothering me. It's just that I was thinking, and I don't remember the real reason I wanted to be a hero, to begin with. Inko frowned at her son's words. I thought you wanted to be like All Might, dear. Izuku let out an audible sigh. That's the problem, though. He frowned in frustration as he watched his mother's eyes reflect confusion. I'm just copying All Might. I even designed my costume to resemble him for dash. I want to be a hero, but so does just about everyone else out there. I'm not original, I'm just a follower. I don't even remember the real reason I wanted to be a hero. To help people and make them smile like All Might is all that comes to mind, but after the other day, I don't want to be like All Might. I want to help people, but why? It makes me wonder if I even had an actual reason to want to be a hero. If I'm just trying to imitate someone, then what's the point in being a hero? Izuku turned to stare blankly at his plate, cheek resting on his palm. He picked at his food gently with the chopsticks in his free hand as he let out a defeated sigh. Every hero has their own way to make themselves stand out amongst the others. They all have something other than their quirk that makes them special, different from the others. What makes me special from everyone else? I want to be my own hero, different from All Might, different from Endeavor and everyone else, but what even is the point if I have no proper motive to be a hero? Speaking to someone about what had been on his mind all night and morning definitely made him feel a little better. It made his mind a little clearer, and new thoughts were able to form through his mind, blurring the ones that had plagued him before. He closed his eyes as he let these new thoughts tumble out his lips. People want fame, fortune, or even simple recognition. There are the rare gems that actually want to help others too, but when I try to think of my motives, my head comes out blank. Don't get me wrong, all that would be nice, but I don't need all of that. I'm perfectly content with things now, and helping people is great, but it's a natural human courtesy to help others. So, why do I want to be a hero? What was it that made me decide to deal with all that? I wonder when I had that moment of realization, this is what I want to do? I can't recall it, and I feel like if I don't know it but continue to pursue this career, everything I do wouldn't be as meaningful as it would be if I did know. If I can't even remember my reasonings, then why be a hero? Inko was silent as she stared at her son, her mind slowly taking in what was said to her. She wants to comfort her son, to hold him in her arms and tell him that everything will turn out fine. Tell him not to give up and he'll remember, but she felt like those words would be just as empty to him as her apology all those years ago. She looked down at her food, appetite completely lost along with her words. Her son has genuinely thought it all out. He's been mulling over this nonstop. She can tell. She wished she knew what to say, but she had no words. Glancing up at her son, her eyes softened. I remember the day you decided to be a hero. Izuku's eyes snapped up in confusion at his mother's words. You were 4, we picked you up from daycare one day and you were very quiet on the way home. Your father and I were so worried, we thought something serious had happened at school, but then during dinner, you announced it to us. Your father and I knew you were determined from the look in your eyes. We were caught off guard, but we knew we couldn't change your mind. Reaching out slowly, she placed a gentle hand on her son's. Her heart wrenched at the lost and defeated look that mixed with curiosity in his once bright and determined green eyes. She wasn't sure if this would even help him in some way, but she pressed on in hopes that it would. I don't know what it was that had you decide that, but whatever it was, definitely had a strong impact on you. You may not remember it now, but I know you will eventually, maybe today or tomorrow or even next week, you'll remember it. Inko curved her lips slightly in a reassuring smile, and when you do, I'll be here eagerly waiting to hear it. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that crossed his lips. Releasing the utensils, he gave his mother's hand a soft squeeze. Thanks, I feel a little better. Now. Inko felt her shoulders relax. Her smile widened at the sheepish smile on his lips and the hopeful look in her son's eyes. Looking down at both their plates, half empty, taking in a deep breath to let out a sigh, she looked to her son. How about we go out today for some mother and son bonding, It would be a good distraction for both of them. Izuku's smile widened slightly. That sounds great, Mom. Then it's settled. Go ahead and get ready for the day then. I'll put our leftovers in the fridge and meet you by the door. Izuku let out a soft sigh as he glanced at the clock above the teacher's head. Lunch started in 15 more minutes. The young teen jots down notes subconsciously as his mind wanders off. The talk he had with his mother yesterday had definitely taken a weight off his shoulders. His mind no longer lingered on the subject for too long. He was able to focus on his quirk more too. On that thought, Izuku spared his backpack that sat by his feet a glance before he turned back to his notes and the problem his teacher had given them to solve on their own. He'd bought a new notebook while he was out with his mother the other day shopping. He filled it with the possibilities of his quirk, theories that he has yet to test, and information based on what he knows now. Though there isn't much that he does know about his quirk. He knows about water manipulation, but everything else was based on theories. Even then, if he can't control other elements, at least he has one. Having gone out with his mother, he was able to get his mind off everything, distract himself. He has yet to be able to even attempt to use his quirk again. He should really get to it if he wants to know more about it. His doctor's appointment is supposed to be in a few days, and he's sure he's going to be sent to see a quirk counselor. The thought of meeting a quirk counselor made him feel a bit giddy. The kids in his daycare always talked about how much fun it was to go and be allowed to use their quirk all they wanted. Kachin would brag about destroying a bunch of things all while the counselors studied his quirk. Izuku idly wondered what the counselor would think of his quirk, what kinds of tests they'd have him take. Were they similar to what he was planning on testing on his own? The sound of the bell caused the boy to jolt back to reality. It's lunchtime. Quickly Izuku packed his things before throwing his bag over his shoulders and rushing out of the classroom to find an empty place to eat his lunch. Not long after had he found himself in the courtyard where the koi fish pond sat. Looking around, Izuku found it was relatively empty today, so he sat on the floor near the pond. Taking out his bento, he stopped abruptly as a sudden thought came to mind. I can test some of my quirk now, can't I? No, wait, what if I burn something? How would I explain that? Izuku slightly chewed on the inside of his cheek as he stared down at his food. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the warmth of his fingers and imagined that warmth spreading. He didn't know how well that would work, but it was worth a shot, right? Maybe he was just imagining it, but he could feel the warmth on his hands build up more and more. Cautiously, he opened his eyes to look down at his bento. It looked the same, nothing seemed to be on fire either. That's a good sign. Opening his bento, he peeked inside. A smile tugged on his lips at the sight of moisture dripping down from the lid and heat coming from the food. He did it. He actually heated up his food. With his hands? Or is it his mind? He still wasn't sure as to how his quirk worked, but he sure is glad he was able to use it. It proves that he does have a quirk, not that he had any doubt in his mind at this point. And would you look at that? Nothing caught on fire. Eagerly he reached for his chopsticks to chow down on his now steaming food. As he ate, he took out his notebook and quickly wrote down some notes on what he'd just done. By the time lunch had come to an end, Izuku walked into class with a new smile. The school bell rang through the building indicating the end of classes. The green-haired boy packed his things as everyone left the building with their friends. Throwing his bag over his shoulders, he turned to the door only to stop in his tracks at the sight of Katsuki glaring at him. His eyes wandered around the class to see it was completely empty. Not even Katsuki's lackeys were here. Green eyes landed back on the boy blocking the door, his eyes now downcast. Kakin? Katsuki balled up his hands, clenching his jaw as he glared at the tiled floor. Listen here, Deku. I'd never ask for a quirkless weakling like you to ever help me. You didn't even help me, you hear? I was fine by myself, you got that? You did nothing, and don't you forget that. I don't owe you anything, he finishes as he turns on his heel to walk off. Izuku bites his lower lip as he stares at the place the blonde had just been standing, his mind reeling. What the heck was that supposed to be? The boy frowned, eyes narrowing. Clenching his teeth, he walked forward to leave the class. He could feel his blood boil as he practically stomped down the stairs. If I hadn't shown up, you would have suffocated for sure. Izuku thinks as he jumps down the last 2 steps. Yeah, right, you weren't fine. You set buildings on fire with your quirk. You're the reason other heroes couldn't do anything. Tossing his sneakers on the floor, he switched out of his wabaki. Picking up the indoor shoes, he put them in his locker before turning to walk off campus. I may not have done much, but I stopped him from choking you, didn't I? Izuku let out a long, exasperated sigh, his shoulders slumping. His long strides come to a halt the moment he realized where he was walking. Green eyes focused on the underpass a few feet ahead of him, flashes of the day before coursing through his memory. Clenching his jaw, he turned back around and quickly walked as far from the place he could take another route home. Maybe he should just look for a private place to practice like he was going to do on the weekend. Nodding to himself, he sent his mother a quick text before he strayed off course to walk around the city. His hands grasped the straps of his bag tightly as his eyes wandered around whilst he walked. His mind wandered about as he tried to think of a perfect place to practice. Maybe if he woke up early enough he could practice somewhere at the beach for an hour. He could even walk down the shoreline till he found a secluded area that could work. But he has curfew and school still. Izuku mindlessly placed his hand at his chin. I could maybe find an abandoned building. No wait, that's illegal, I can't do that. Maybe I can somehow convince the quirk counselor to allow me to constantly practice there? Is that even allowed? What do they even do there? Just evaluate my quirk and its limitations, right? Or do they, no wait, I need to find a place to practice. The sound of what seemed like a scuffle filled the greenette's ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. His steps came to a stop. His head swiveled around to find the source of the sound. A soft grunt reached his ears, and he took a few cautious steps forward. Forest green eyes widened in seeing two boys standing over a purple-haired boy who held his abdomen in pain. His back pressed against the brick wall as the other two laughed. Looking around frantically, he sees people just casually walk by as if nothing was happening. People held their heads down. Even when they did see what was happening, they'd look away and continue on forward. Are they expecting a hero to take care of it or something? Why can't anyone just do something? Izuku's jaw clenched, his knuckles whitening at how hard he'd grip at the straps of his bag. Memories of his tormentors doing the same as people turned a blind eye flooded him. It's not fair to be treated this way, nobody deserves this. Green eyes hardened with anger and settling resolve. He can't turn a blind eye. He has to do something. He can't just stand around as someone is pushed around before him. Like before he was moving without realizing it, his hands stretched out before him, he gave one of the boys a shove, causing him to crash into the other. Standing before the wounded boy, he took an unsteady fighting stance, his fists shaking. Leave him alone. The two boys stared at him for a moment before laughing at Izuku. Are you effing serious? Do you even know who you're protecting? The greenette frowned his eyebrows in confusion. You're protecting a villain. He's got a villain's quirk, stupid. The F is a villain's quirk? Izuku suddenly found himself asking, his posture slacking a bit as he mindlessly spoke. The type of quirk someone has doesn't make them a hero or villain, it's the way they use it that determines that. It was the silence that fell upon the boys and the wide-eyed stares that made him realize he'd said that out loud. One of the boys narrowed their eyes, a frown forming on their lips. Who the F do you think you are to talk to us like that, huh? First you come here and push my friend and I, and now you're trying to spew some bullshit on us. He shoves the greenette back against the brick wall. Okay, so maybe he should have come up with a plan first. Izuku could feel a familiar panic bubble up. I'm just being honest. Someone's quirk isn't what makes them good or bad. It's just the way they use it. You shouldn't go around bullying other people over their quirks. The boy growled as he gripped at Izuku's collar. And who the F are you to decide that, huh? A villain's quirk is a villain's quirk. It doesn't matter how it's used cause it'll just hurt everyone anyway. Hey, come back. Izuku and the boy before him turned their heads to see the purple-haired boy running off. He scoffed before turning to the greenette. Well, would you look at that, the fucker you were trying to protect ran off. Izuku couldn't help but watch him run with wide, saddened eyes. If someone had bothered to ever save him, would he have turned tail and ran at the first chance to? He bit his lower lip. He couldn't really blame him for running. He's glad, though, he was still able to save the guy from these assholes, and that meant something to him, even if it seemed ridiculous. The voices of the boys before him and their insults became muffled to his ears. They pushed him around and threw a few blows as they degraded him. He felt numb, unable to properly process the pain as his mind wandered. He was able to save someone. He could feel his heart soar at the simple thought, they didn't have to suffer this pain. If he could just keep helping people who get bullied and pushed around like he did, he'd be content. He wants to protect them from the pain and suffering he's endured all his life. He can't help anyone with the way he is now, though, not even himself. He has to get stronger. Wait a minute. Izuku took a sharp intake of breath as he was knocked against the brick wall. He remembers now. Bright forest green eyes sewed shut when a hand wrapped around his throat. He remembers why he wants to be a hero. He remembers when he decided on it. It was that day, the day on the playground. Izuku braced himself as he watched the boy choking him reel his fist back. He got beaten up that day too for protecting someone else. Katsuki never appreciated him stepping in, but he always did so anyway. The kids he protected always ran to safety too, but it never deterred him from doing the right thing. To make himself the main target of Katsuki's torment, until he was finally the only target. He's weak, he always has been, and yet somehow he's never thought to improve his body. He knew he had to work harder than anyone else, and yet he never tried to work out. He's seen Katsuki work out his body, not just his quirk, and what did he do? He focused on his analysis skills as if that would give him his advantage. Sure, it has its advantages, but what is he to do with information he can't utilize himself? Both boys flinched back when a blue object flew past their faces. 3 pairs of eyes turned towards the direction it flew past, and is that a boomerang? Izuku's eyes followed the object as it rounded about back into the hands of its awaiting owner's hand. Forest green eyes widened in seeing a familiar male with a wolf tail holding grocery bags in one hand. He's the guy from the dojo. You know, bullying a person could get you into a lot of trouble, especially if your parents found out. Blue eyes narrow as the man waves his phone in his free hand, causing the boys to flinch. The boy holding Izuku was quick to let go. No, we're not bullying him. We're just, messing around. He waved his hands about before shooting Izuku a glare. Right? Izuku hesitated as he fixed the collar of his uniform, slightly wincing at how sore his left side felt. Yeah, well, how about you don't mess around like that, yeah? Now scram. Both boys were quick to nod before rushing off. Izuku stared at the man with surprised eyes as he allowed his body to slump against the wall. The adrenaline slowly subsided, making the ache more noticeable. The older man watched the duo run off before turning to the greenette. You really shouldn't let people push you around. He walked closer as Izuku slowly staggered to his feet. He was silent for a moment before realizing the man was awaiting an answer. Oh, it's fine? I was just helping someone else they were bullying. He ran away when I distracted them, but, His voice drifted off as the older male rose a brow at him. Thank you for helping. He shouted, quickly bowing, almost tipping over on his feet. You really are something, kid. The older man tapped his shoulder with his boomerang for a moment before putting it away behind him. That was really brave of you, but are you all right? It took Izuku a moment to realize he was still speaking to him. I'm fine. Just a little sore. Izuku was glad they didn't aim for anywhere too obvious like his face. He adjusted his bag on his shoulders carefully, his eyes focused on the boomerang that peeked out from behind the man's shoulder. A brilliant blue with a sharp edge. Wait, is that a weapon and not a toy? Jesus F. He threw that in between Izuku and the other kid. Did he purposely miss? God, he hoped so, because if it was by accident then that's terrifying. You know, it's kind of funny, the man suddenly spoke with a soft chuckle, snapping him out of his thoughts, to have met you again just a few days after the first meeting. Izuku's eyes widen a bit at this. The man remembers him? He thought he was a forgettable face, someone nobody would bother to remember. With the reminder of their last meeting, he recalled his thoughts from just a few minutes ago. He knew his real reason on why. He wants to be a hero, but would he accept it? He had a proper answer now, or at least a better answer than he had then. Is it a good answer, he wondered? It is to him. Was it too late already to give his response to the question? He hoped they were allowed more than one chance to find their answer. Would it be okay to say it to him even if it's too late for him to get into the dojo? Even if it was too late, he wants him to know, he's not a sheep, he's a FING wolf. Unknown to the team, the man was watching him carefully with his blue eyes. He analyzed the boy's movements carefully as he seemed to stare off into space. He obviously has something to say but is too worried to speak up, so he spoke up first. You okay there, kid? Do you need a hospital or medical treatment? Izuku's eyes snapped back to attention on the man. He should just say it. If he doesn't say anything, it's going to bother him for a long time. Gathering his courage, he clenching his hands tightly around the strap of his bag, he spoke. Actually, I wanted to give you an answer to your question. He watched the man's face carefully for his reaction. He seemed to brighten up at this. giving a small nod. "Go on," he encouraged with a smile. Taking a shaky breath, he looked the man in the eyes. "A few days ago you asked me why I thought I was worthy of studying within the dojo. Honestly, I still do want to be a hero and to bring happiness to others. I want to help people who are suffering like I did or suffering worse. I want to do my best and protect them, but right now, I can't do that because I don't even know how to help and protect myself." He swallowed a lump in his throat. "I'm weak and I'm helpless. I don't really think I'm worthy of anything, but that's okay because someday I will believe I am. I just have to work hard to earn it." The blue-eyed man stared at Izuku with large eyes, a smile tugging at the edges of his lips. He was right about this kid. He's definitely something different. In all honesty, he was gonna just go along with anything he said at this point, cause after what he just saw, this kid definitely needs to learn self-defense. But this is so much better. He still doesn't know his own self-worth, but that's okay because like he said, he will figure it out eventually, and maybe they can help him with that at the dojo. "I like you, kid. You've really got spirit," the man finally spoke, holding out an inviting hand. "What's your name, kid?" Izuku stared at the man's hand in surprise. Cautiously he took it. "Midoriya Izuku." "Midoriya. Nice to officially meet you. I'm Saka Vatnstifra." He gave his hand an eager shake. "Saka Vatten." "Vatten." Izuku tried to repeat the unfamiliar name. Saka laughed at this, removing his hand from the kid's to ruffle his hair. "Vatnstifra, it's Icelandic. Don't worry about it though, kiddo, just call me Saka. Everyone calls me Saka." Oh, okay dash. Anyway, Midoriya. Welcome to Kyoshi's self-defense. Lucky for you, first class is free and it's tomorrow. Drop by after school and we'll see what you're interested in and get started with your first class." Izuku's face widened in utter disbelief. Saka adjusted the bags in between both his hands before turning on his heel. "I'll see you tomorrow, kiddo." What just happened? One foot in front of the other, eyes focused on nothing yet everything before him. Izuku was in a daze as he walked. He couldn't believe the man, Saka, had accepted what he'd said. Thinking back, the man's eyes were observing him, weren't they? He seemed to be studying him, analyzing him even. Was that his quirk? Some type of analysis quirk possibly. He wondered if Saka would be willing to tell him what his quirk was. He didn't know what kind of person Saka was, but he'd helped him, so that made him a nice guy, right? His thoughts wandered back to the purple-haired boy who'd ran. Is he safe? Maybe he'll end up running into him again. Izuku's steps came to an abrupt halt along with his thoughts as a child ran past him, mere inches from crashing into him. Following the excited child with his gaze, he spotted a familiar park that resided at the edge of a forest. He knows this park. He hasn't been here since he was maybe. Izuku's eyes landed on a hiking trail that led into the forest for a moment before walking towards it. Memories flashed before him as his eyes scanned the park. A younger him and Kachin running around, laughing with their friends. Games that were played, jokes that were thrown about. Soon the fond memories became painful, unpleasant. Everyone turning their backs on him within a day, games becoming more aggressive than they should have been. Innocent jokes becoming insults and cruel jeers. Kachin becoming aggressive with his games. They continued to hurt him till finally he stopped going to the park, choosing to stay indoors. He'd play alone as his mother watched the news. It wasn't long till it caught his attention until finally his new hobby had started. Notebook after notebook was filled with information. Instead of playing at the park, he was chasing hero fights, observing, learning, writing everything down. Of course, the piece always had to end when he had to go to school. He could never escape the hurt. Spotting a tree with a scorch mark on it, he strayed off the hiking path into the forest, hand carefully running over the poor bark. He soon found a long fence that seemed to go on forever. Izuku liked his lips as he stopped before the gaping entrance of the rusting fence that led to the forest. Worn-out signs on each side of the fence clearly warning people to not trespass. The doors of the entrance lay broken on the ground where he remembered last seeing them. It wasn't long for the sound of crunching leaves and twigs to reach his ears the moment he breached through the tree line. Eyes scanned the trees as he went along. Trees with scorch marks on their bark created a path that he carefully followed. Still hear the weak little pops go off as his friends sang them a march as they all walked in a line. His steps slowed to a stop as he approached a large moss-covered log that crossed fairly high above and over a small river like a bridge. He remembers his blonde friend falling from the log into the river. He remembers his panic at the possibility that he could have hurt himself. Recalls the slap against his wrist swatting away the offered help. The rage in those familiar red eyes, as if he'd been insulted. Izuku closed his eyes as he took in the air that brushed his face gently and the smell of fresh water and air. The gentle sound of the running water along with everything else just made him feel relaxed. A deep breath in, a deep breath out, he opened his eyes focusing on the water. Looking around at his surroundings, he climbed down the ledge onto the rocky edges of the river. It had been many years since he'd last been here. He still remembers being pushed in when they came by sometimes, laying on the rocky ground in the sun till he'd dried off enough to go home. Getting lost in the forest when the others would leave him when he wasn't looking, his only saving grace were the scorch marks Kachin had made. Removing his shoes, he tosses his bag on the ground next to him. Sitting on the rocky ground, he takes off his socks, wincing slightly at the pain in his shoulders and stomach from earlier. Rolling up the pants of his uniform, he dipped his feet into the cool water and let out a relaxed breath. He remembers how the water reached just over his knees when he was younger and now, it didn't even make it that high. He kicked his legs a few times making a loud splash echo through the empty space. Letting out a breathy chuckle, the greenette leaned back to lay down to stare up at the clouds. He closed his eyes and allowed his senses to take in the relaxing atmosphere around him. The water calmly ran past his feet, the rocks pressed against his back, the cool breeze caressing his skin and ruffling his clothes. The warmth of the sun, it all felt calming. He felt like he was one with the nature around him even. Green eyes snapped open at a sudden thought that ran through his head. This place, the old hideout, as Kachin used to call it, can be where he practices. It was quiet and the vast space would prove useful for him. Not to mention there was a river, it's perfect. The sound of hurried footsteps made the teen tense a bit. Well, there goes all his plans. He shut his eyes pretending to be oblivious. He could hear dirt and grass skid against shoes as they slid down the cliffside. A small curse reached his ears followed by the sound of rocks shuffling about got closer. So this is it. He's going to get scolded for trespassing and it's going to be placed on his record. His chances for UA dashed before he could even start training. Well, he could at least still go to that dojo and train at least, right? Not moving, Izuku opened his eyes and instead of being met with the bright sky, he was met by worried purple eyes with white irises. Dark purple locks framed his face as he leaned over him. He seemed to be panting heavily from his sudden rush. The two boys stared at each other for a beat before the purple-haired male closed his eyes to let out a heavy relieved sigh. The stranger slid out of Izuku's line of sight, making him tilt his head back to see the boy crouched down, face in his knees as his hands hid in his unruly hair. Wait a second. Sitting up, he twisted his body to face the boy to properly look at him. It's the boy from earlier. Why is he here? Izuku began, not knowing where to begin. Hi. Is that all you have to? Jesus, you almost gave me a f***ing heart attack. The boy shouted at the greenette, fixing him with a glare. Izuku blinked in confusion at the boy. What the F is he talking about? What? I'm sorry? Izuku is just about ready to slap himself. You better be effing sorry. I just wanted to thank you or some shit, and then I followed you here, and imagine my shock when you disappeared and all I could hear was water splashing followed by silence. I thought you were drowning. The purple-haired teen curled further into himself, letting out an exasperated sigh. Izuku's brows furrowed as he processed the boy's words. He'd followed him here to thank him and thought he was drowning when he heard the water splash. Oh, that explains a lot. For some reason Izuku couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up, earning him a scrutinizing glare from the other boy. I'm sorry, it's just... Izuku covered his lips to try to keep from laughing anymore. You scared me. I thought you were a police officer here to scold me for trespassing. The other male stared at Izuku for a moment before letting out a disbelieving scoff. My savior is a effing idiot. The male sighed out as he raked his hands through his purple locks. What? Izuku frowned, feeling offended and couldn't help but reply with, "Well, at least I don't stalk people." Purple eyes widened a bit at this as pale cheeks reddened in embarrassment. I did not stalk you," he sputtered out. "I just so happened to be in the park when you walked by. I wanted to talk to you So you followed me into the forest." Izuku finished for the boy, "Stalker. I am not. Damn it. I'm sorry, okay?" The stranger shouted before looking away with red cheeks. Izuku froze up in confusion. Whatever little confidence he had to tease the boy completely vanished. He watched as the stranger messed with his nails trying to find the words to say, I ran off and left you there alone. I didn't even stay to thank you. I ran like a coward. I'm sorry." "Why, you don't have to apologize," Izuku spoke up after a bit of silence. "If I were you, I think I would have ran off too, out of fear, you know? So I don't blame you for it." The stranger stared at the green-haired teen, making him feel anxious and fidget his hands. Averting his eyes, Izuku stared down at his own hands as they picked at the hem of his uniform jacket. The silence between them was unbearable. He's not used to speaking to other people his own age. They'd stopped talking to him since he was 4. His social skills are all sorts of messed up. That's definitely going to be something he works on as he trains his quirk. Did you mean? Green eyes flickered up to find the purple-haired boy rubbing his neck with a hand and looking away. He seemed to be having trouble trying to formulate a question. "What you said earlier. Did you?" "What I said." The boy nods, bowing his head to hide his face from view. What did he say? He remembers pain. He can still feel that pain actually. Let's see, he saw the guys bullying him. He just stepped in and they said he has a villain's quirk as if it were a good reason to hurt anyone, and then no. Of course I meant it. A person's quirk doesn't make someone a hero or a villain. It all depends on the way they use it. His mind flashed an image of Kachin. Why though? Kachin would make a great hero. Sure, he gets angry sometimes, but he has a great quirk for it. Wait a minute. You don't even know what my quirk is? How would? The boy's voice cracked as his body seemed to tremble. Setting his sudden revelation to the side, Izuku offered the boy a soft smile. Have you ever hurt anyone in any way? The boy shook his head as he gripped the fabric of his own uniform, hugging himself. Then what gives them the right to call you a villain? Kind of hypocritical considering that they're the ones hurting you. What is your quirk? If you don't mind me asking? It's be brainwashing. Izuku's eyes lit up at the information, a grin forming. Wow, that's really useful. You could end things without much damage and help panicking civilians. You could stop kids when they can't control their quirk and it goes haywire. It would also be useful when you're dealing with the mentally ill if they ever lash out on others or themselves. You could help with interrogations too, get all the information you need. You would also be able to gather information without the other really realizing it too. Can you change or alter memories? If so, you'd be able to get away without them even realizing you were ever there. How does it work? What are the needed conditions to activate it? Either way, you'd be an amazing hero. There's so much good you could do with a quirk like that. Izuku tensed up at the bewildered look on the stranger's face. Did he creep him out? He wanted to facepalm, leave it to him to F up what seemed to be a rare normal conversation. The moment the boy started to cry, Izuku felt instant panic. I didn't mean to creep you out and make you cry. Oh gosh. Please stop crying. Izuku began to tear up himself in his panic. What do I do? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was that creepy. A snort brought the boy out of his panic and back to reality. Gods, you're such a weirdo. The good kind. He spoke with a small teary smile. Nobody's ever told me that before. Understanding settled on Izuku as he stared at the boy as he silently gathered himself, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform. Izuku softened his eyes and let a small smile across his lips. His eyes landed back on his hands. I know how that feels. He suddenly spoke up before he could think better of it. He forced himself to keep going. I was told I could never become a hero, but, we can't let others get to us, right? If they don't believe in us, then we just have to prove them wrong. I think, with your quirk, you'd be an amazing hero. The boy before him let out a soft wet chuckle. God damn it, he choked out as he wiped his eyes in a fruitless attempt to stop the new tears from flowing. I don't know whether you're smart or an idiot. Izuku brought a hand to the back of his neck with a soft chuckle. Guess I'm both. He looked away to give the boy some sort of privacy as he let out a choked sob. Carefully turning his aching body, he faced the river once again, the sound of sniffling filling the air along the soft rippling of the river. An unknown amount of time went by when the crying and sniffling had finally settled. Izuku let the boy have his privacy. In truth, he doesn't know how to continue the conversation. The sound of splashing next to him had him glance over to see the male had removed his shoes and pulled up his pants to dunk his feet in the cold water. Midoriya Izuku. He spoke up as he turned away and kicked his foot up, making a small splash. The boy next to him was silent for a moment. With a kick from his foot he replied. Shinso Hitoshi. He spoke softly. Izuku smiled softly as he hummed in reply with another kick. The silence that continued between the two boys as they made awkward small talk was unbearable. Izuku even worked up the courage to tell him about him growing up thinking he was quirkless till a few days ago. Shinso had let out a laugh and called him clueless, to which Izuku laughed and agreed. Izuku couldn't wipe the large smile from his face when he finally went home. The conversation between him and Hitoshi hadn't been the best, but that's okay with him. He's never truly had a conversation with someone his age for that long, and he can tell Hitoshi wasn't used to conversation either, so of course it's okay. They'll get used to it eventually. They even exchanged numbers. Today has definitely been one hell of a day. It hasn't even been a full week since the whole villain incident, and he's already been through so much. Entering his house, he called out a greeting while he removed his shoes. Greeting his mother with a wide smile, he let her in on his day. Hearing he was beaten up, she was quick to worry and check his injuries. A few scrapes and bruises, but she cleaned what she could as he told her about the rest of his day. Inko cried in happiness for her son. When he had told her about the rediscovery of his resolve, being allowed in the dojo and his new friend. By bedtime, Izuku found it difficult to even sleep. For the first time in a long time, he was excited to see what tomorrow would bring. Tomorrow couldn't come any sooner for him. An impatient leg shook under the desk within the classroom as bright emerald eyes glanced between the clock at the front of the class back to the worksheet in front of him. The lead pencil in an anxious hand swayed from side to side in a fluid motion. The words of the teacher falling upon deaf ears. Students around the boy glanced over in confused annoyance at his sudden attitude. Usually he's silent, practically curled into himself, always listening intently, but now he's a ball of anxious excitement ready to bolt out the moment the bell rings. The teacher took no notice of the boy in the last row as he spoke, pacing back and forth, a book in his hand and chalk in the other. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, he let out a soft relieved sigh as he closed the book. Setting down the chalk and book, he walked for the podium to grab a few worksheets. All right then, class. I want you all to get started on the first reading assignment for the year. We'll start reading over the book together as a class from Chapter 3 on Thursday, so get started. He hands the people at the front rows a stack of papers. They took one and passed the rest back. Moving back to the podium, he grabbed a stack of books to hand out in the same fashion. As I said earlier, we'll be reading A Brave New World, a popular book from the pre-quirk era. This worksheet is for you all to start filling out as we go and will be due the day you turn in the essays. That will be due shortly after we finish reading. The class groaned as they began packing their things. The greenette was quick to neatly stuff their things along with the new worksheet and book into his bag. The moment the bell rang, the teen was the first out the door, earning bewildered looks from their classmates. Completely ignoring the strange looks from students as he rushed down the halls and practically flew down the stairs, after he had skipped 6 steps, Izuku was the first at the shoe lockers. Quickly switching out his uwabaki for his sneakers, he shut the locker and was out the door by the time other students arrived. So he was a tad bit excited. Sue him. The moment Izuku was outside the school gate, he broke into a sprint. He ran out of breath after 2 or 3 streets, but that's okay, he has to build up his stamina anyway. He'll add running to the training regimen he and his mother are going to be putting together. During breakfast this morning, he and his mother have finally decided that he'd need to make a whole regimen to help him get into shape. They both decided to work on it together after dinner tonight. His mother is even thinking about joining him a bit on the journey to getting fit so that he's not alone the whole way through. Even planning on asking Saka for some advice. Maybe Shinso would like to join him too. Does he want to go to UA too? He should ask after practice. Finally unable to keep up with his breathing, Izuku stopped running to catch his breath. Stepping to the side, he leaned against the wall of a convenience store and rested his head back against the concrete. Letting out a deep breath, he was finally able to calm his breathing enough to start walking, ignoring the ache in his legs. He definitely has to add running to his exercise, 'cause this is just sad. You'd think years of running from bullies would help him, but he usually runs and hides, so nope. When he finally reached the dojo, he stopped a few feet away to watch as people around his age entered the building. Some already had comfortable clothes on while others had extra bags slung over their shoulders. He tightened his grip on his backpack. He had to stuff exercise clothes in his bag. He didn't want to risk answering questions and anyone snooping through it and messing with his things. Lowering his head a bit, he walked into the building. Here goes nothing. Once inside, the team could see people looking around the building, conversing, and others already sitting on the mat stretching. Looking over to the counter, he spotted Saka along with the girl from before, out of her traditional garb and in regular exercise clothes. The two seemed to be observing the students and whispering softly to one another. Not knowing what to do or where to go, he walked over to the counter. The moment Saka spotted him, he grinned. "Hey there, Midoriya. Glad you could make it." His eyes zeroed in on the teen's bag before flickering back to his eyes, his grin never faltering. "Hi, Mr. Saka, I am Dash." "Dude, just Saka. No, Mr. Please, I'm not an old geezer." Saka waved his hand about nonchalantly. The girl's eyes flickered to him with a small smile before focusing back on the kids. Izuku gave a shy nod. I wanted to know what I should do? I have never been to a dojo before, so I don't know what to do? Is there a changing room, or was I supposed to come dressed already? I should have changed at the store I stopped at to change. I am Dash." His ramblings were halted by a raised hand. "Whoa there, dude, relax. Past the mats are 2 locker rooms separated by gender. You can change and leave your stuff there. It's one of those one-time password lockers, so don't worry about your stuff. After you change, just wait for class to start." Saka helpfully explained with a kind smile. The girl next to him turned her attention to them, kind eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Class starts in 10, no need to rush." Giving them both a nervous smile, Izuku gave them a soft, "Thank you," before going to the back to change. A few students that had hung around the counter followed suit, having overheard the conversation. It wasn't long till other people just followed the crowd into the changing rooms. Straight for a stall when he saw the room fill. Changing into comfortable clothes, Izuku stepped out only to feel a wave of anxiety hit him in seeing all the boys chatting with one another, joking about and making small talk. Biting his lower lip, he walked to the empty corner of the room and stuffed his things into a locker. Sending a message to his mother and Shinso, he shut off his phone before walking out. Seeing he was the first one out, he opted to sit in the middle of the mat. Not too long after sitting did the woman from earlier come over and sit facing him near the wall. Giving the teen a comforting smile, she began doing light stretches. Not knowing what else to do, Izuku followed her movements. It didn't take long for the other students to flow in and stretch along with them. Finally, the woman stopped stretching and smiled at the class, her legs crossed under her. "All right, everyone, welcome to Kyoshi's self-defense. I'm Suki Adaira. I am the owner of this dojo and your instructor. Just call me Suki though, please. This class will be an hour long twice a week, and I'll tell you all the other little details before the end of class. For now, we will spend the first few minutes going around with some quick introductions. Just your name and age. Quirks don't matter here." Izuku could hear a few people let out an annoyed huff at this. One by one they went around introducing themselves. Izuku stammered over his introduction, immediately wishing for the floor to swallow him whole. He could feel judgmental stares on him as he spoke. The kind smile on Suki's face never disappearing, never judgmental, yet he couldn't help but curl into himself a little. After the last person finished speaking, Suki nodded her head softly. "Okay, it's nice to meet you all. Now then, let's begin, shall we?" I want you all to get into a comfortable position where you are sitting, back as straight as you can. The woman directed as she adjusted her position on the floor. With a softer, calming voice she spoke, "Everyone comfortable? Now then, I want you all to gently close your eyes and carefully become aware of the sensation of your breath. Don't concentrate on your breathing, don't hold your breath, just be aware." Izuku did his best to follow along with her words. Just knowing to not focus on the action of breathing had made him start doing so. After a long beat of silence, he was finally able to just breathe and simply be aware of it. He could feel the cool air run down the back of his throat and the way his nostrils gently moved. His chest gently rose with his shoulders with every breath, and the sounds of people shuffling around became all the more obvious in the silence. He could feel his body becoming heavier, but not unbearably so. His skin tingles a bit at the suddenly cool air around him in the room. His mind began to wonder, what are they doing? He feels like he should know what this is, but the word just escapes him when he tries to think of it. He enjoyed the sensations though. It was almost soothing, relaxing even, but isn't this supposed to be a self-defense school? What are they even supposed to be learning anyway? He never did get to choose what he wanted to learn yet, they just told him a time and place. Maybe this is just a kind of orientation to the dojo before they actually start learning anything. Suki's voice broke through the silence, snapping the boy out of his wandering thoughts and to focus back on her words. You'll notice other sensations and sounds. Notice those things too and come back to the feeling of breathing. Try to become sensitive to what is happening within your mind the moment you hear my voice. I will inevitably be interrupting your train of thought, catching you thinking while you were trying to pay attention to your breathing. Izuku swallowed as he attempted to focus on his breathing once more. She really did interrupt his train of thought. That's alright though, he doesn't mind the interruptions, he's supposed to be paying attention to her anyway. He has to focus on his breathing, why though? He couldn't help but wonder what all this would accomplish. The moment you become aware that you're thinking, observe the thought itself and come back to the sensation of breathing. What we are doing right now is sharpening the one true tool you have. Your mind. Your mind is a sharp tool that can cut and dissect into you, a tool many know not how to use and one that many don't know should be under your own control. Izuku listened to her words intently, her voice smooth and soft. The mind truly is a scary thing. Even with all the advances in society, humans are some of the most miserable beings in the world. Even with the evolution of quirks throughout the years, nothing has really changed. Suicide rates are still high, and many people have anxiety, stress, and depression. Our own brain betrays us, feeds us negativity and fear that make us upset or even anxious. He could see why she would call it a sharp tool. It truly was one. Your mind is what you take with you to every situation in life. It is what determines how you respond to emotional stress, physical pain, and every other situation you encounter. The base of every decision you make and have with other people. As you try to pay attention to your breath, you'll notice that your mind will wander, your thoughts will continuously come and go, and you forget what you are doing within mere seconds. Attempt to silently count your breaths in your mind. Try to get to 10. The teen liked his lips as she gave off her instructions. Quietly he began counting his breaths. Clenching his hands, he stopped counting when he realized he had begun controlling his breathing purposely as he counted. He's not supposed to control his breathing, but let it just happen. He tried again only to stop when he noticed that his thoughts had already wandered. The moment he silently cursed and tried to focus on the words she had spoken to attempt it. Again. You probably couldn't notice how unsure your awareness of your breath was, how your attention was being knocked around by the simple thought. The goal isn't to stop thinking or to keep in any emotion that comes with them. It's to notice your mental thoughts and to experience them all fully. A long silence fell over the room once again. Izuku did his best to follow her words, to observe his thoughts as they came before starting again. Now, bring your attention back to everything around you and slowly open your eyes. Opening his eyes, Izuku let out a deep breath. He felt relaxed and more comfortable than he did earlier. He could hear some people around him mumble, "boring," and "I almost fell asleep," under their breaths. Suki either didn't notice or ignored their comments as she rolled her shoulders before getting to her feet. Gesturing for everyone to follow, she began instructing them through a few more simple yet odd warm-ups. After a few stretches, she started teaching them a few forms that required even weight shifting and a few arm gestures. The way she moved between forms as she demonstrated them was fluid and calm. Izuku found it difficult to move in such a way that had the whole body move as one. Suki went around gently correcting everyone's form and movements. "Is it okay if I touch you?" Suki's voice hit the brunette's ears. Looking up, he spotted the brunette smiling kindly at him. Looking away, he nodded. He watched as the woman gently took his arm and placed it in position. "I know it must feel weird, but you have to place your arm like this." Softly kicking his foot, he moved it till she hummed in approval. "You don't have to bring the back of your foot up, that would put too much pressure on the base of your feet. Your stance has to be wide as well, but don't put so much pressure on your knees either. We're distributing the weight on both legs, not just moving it to one." Izuku nodded as she instructed him through his mistakes, following her movements as best he could as she demonstrated once again what he has to do. She eventually nodded in approval. "You just have to keep practicing and soon you'll be able to flow more into it and not be so stiff." She walked off the next student. They went over and repeated a few more katas to the end of class. Once Suki had dismissed everyone, many people practically ran for the lockers. "Man, that was really boring." Izuku could hear someone groan as he walked to his locker. "I know, I thought we were going to learn how to fight, not how to meditate, and whatever the it was we just did." Another huffed out. Was that what they were doing earlier? He thought meditating was about erasing all thoughts and sitting in complete silence, but apparently not. He liked it, he felt relaxed after doing it, and whatever they were doing earlier made him feel relatively good as well. "Yeah, I'm not about to pay if that's all we're going to do here." "Me neither, it may be cheap but I'd rather pay to actually learn something useful." Opening his locker and grabbing his bag, Izuku frowned a bit. It wasn't even that bad. He gets where they're coming from, he really does, but he hasn't felt this relaxed in a long time. He knows they'll eventually learn some real fighting, he's seen one of their classes, and he doesn't mind waiting. He's basically been waiting for 15 years. What's a little more? Being the last one out of the locker rooms, he saw that just about everyone had left except for a few who stood by the reception desk speaking to Suki and Saka. They're probably deciding what they want to learn. Opting to wait, he turned to the wall full of displayed weapons. Hack swords and dual swords on the corners, forming an X as they crossed over one another. The other weapons were displayed in the middle of them. 5 different spears of different sizes, along with golden fans, swords, a beautiful wooden bow with its arrows, and a rope dart. His eyes observed the carvings on specific weapons, his eyes tracing over every detail he could see. "Got any questions?" Izuku jumped at the voice. Turning around, he took a few steps back only for his bag to hit the wall. "Whoa there, are you okay?" Placing a hand on his rapidly beating heart, the teen nodded. "It's just Suki, no need to overreact now." Scanning his surroundings, he finally realized that the other people that were here had already left, leaving him with Saka and a worried-looking Suki. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he spoke. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings." Suki gave him an understanding smile. "No, it's fine, it's my bad." The teen nodded in understanding. "So you ever gonna answer my question?" "Question?" "Yeah. That one. What is it?" he asked, pointing at what seemed like a ball attached to rope. "Ah, that would be a rope dart. It's actually a complex weapon. When spinning the dart, it can generate sufficient velocity to really hurt someone when using a simple overhead or underhand strike. Many don't see the rope dart to be a very useful weapon, but as long as you learn to properly use it, it's a very practical weapon. But then again, that goes for all weapons." "Oh. Do you know how to use the rope dart, Suki-sensei?" Suki's eyes widened in surprise at the name for a moment before she let out a soft giggle. "I know the basics. The weapons I've practically mastered would be the sword and the fan. Saka, however," she points with her thumb towards the direction of the man who was currently making faces at his phone as he tapped away at something, "has mastered all of these weapons." Izuku stared at the woman in awe. "He knows how to use all of these?" Suki stood up tall with a proud smile on her face. She hummed in confirmation. "That's right. The fan is still my thing though. taught him everything he knows with it. Izuku glanced back over at Sokka, then focused his eyes back on the wall. He pointed, "What about that? 1. HM? The glaive." Green locks bounced about as he bobbed his head. "That's what it's called? It's not a spear." "Nope, a glaive has a blade on both sides, kind of like a naginata. They are more used as a support weapon though." Izuku bit his lower lip as his eyes traveled between weapons. "I really want to learn the fan, glaive and rope dart. They seem fun, but I don't think I can afford any extra classes aside from what I'll be doing." Suki smiled softly. "Well, you can always take it a step at a time, you know. You don't have to learn them all at once. That would be too much stress on your body. How about you just learn one at a time?" She's right, learning them all at once is too ambitious. He needs to take his time with each one so he can get a proper feel for them. Taekwondo sounds like a lot of fun, but learning to use a weapon does too. Would he be able to do both? Maybe his mom will be alright with it? No, he can't ask her to pay so much. He already got lucky with finding a cheap class in the first place. Maybe he should take the martial art first and then move to weapons after. Yeah, that would probably be the best decision. His body is still weak and he needs to train it. Taekwondo first and weapon later. That sounds like a great plan. Izuku looked up to see Suki and Sokka both smiling down at him. Was he mumbling again? "Alright then. Now that is settled, your first Taekwondo class will be in 5 weeks, on the 1st at 5:30 p.m. Suki informed cheerily. 5 weeks? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "That's right. See, our school works differently from others. We teach Tai Chi and meditation the first month of classes to help our students learn relaxation techniques. These classes are all free, and once you finish that you move on to your actual class." Izuku was silent. He thought that only one class was free. That's what Sokka told him. A whole month's worth of free classes though? That's so unexpected, unique. If you don't mind me asking, but why meditation and Tai Chi? They're good for the body. Meditation helps a person concentrate better, to relax and rid one of stress. There's so much more to meditation, but it is pretty important to know how to meditate when going into martial arts. As for Tai Chi, it is an internal martial art that focuses on relaxation. But if we're learning meditation, wouldn't that already be helping us relax? It will, but not everyone can meditate properly, so we use Tai Chi as another option. Tai Chi also helps us learn more mind and body awareness, and it also helps us develop a flow state. Lots of people think Tai Chi is the best for fighting, but really it's used to help the body relax and has quite a bit of health benefits. They both do. I like them both. They were relaxing. Suki giggled. "I'm glad. Make sure to go over your katas when you can, okay? As for meditation, I actually have an app recommendation I've been giving students. It should be helpful." As Suki wrote down. The name of the app Izuku was with Sokka signing up for his Taekwondo class. Signing a few papers with his information, he handed the male the money his mother had given him that morning. By the time he had finally left, the dojo was already filling up with more people for the next class. Izuku's green eyes wandered around the waiting room of the hospital they were placed in. His mother had chosen an entirely different hospital that treated the quirkless after the other one had refused to treat him when he had a high fever at 7. He still remembers his mother's rage as they sat in the car. The tears that threatened to fall as she called different facilities looking for one that was kind and helped the quirkless. He remembers the relief wash over her face the moment she found one, the comforting words she spoke as she drove them over. They had been going to this hospital ever since. It was quite the ways from home, but it was nice, definitely better than the other in more ways than one. The walls of the hospital were painted in colorful patterns. Life-sized paintings of heroes, both new and old, lined the walls of the children's section. The adult section was even colored in beautiful, elegant patterns. A TV hung in the corner of every waiting room, always playing some sort of movie with the subtitles on. A small play section for children in every room as well for them to occupy themselves as they waited. The workers were all nice and treated him as they would any other child. It was treatment not even his teachers bothered to give him anymore. He hadn't made friends with any other kid, but he's definitely met other quirkless children when playing in the play area. It was always nice to speak to someone who understood what it was like. Midoriya. A voice pulled the teen out of his thoughts. Looking up, he made eye contact with a young woman with ginger hair in a large side ponytail and turquoise eyes. It wasn't his usual doctor, but that's only because quirk exams didn't fall under their jurisdiction. She gave the boy a smile as he and his mother stood to their feet. Random heart-shaped pins adorned her hair. Sunglasses sat snugly inside the BRST pocket of the teal scrubs she wore. Politely greeting them, she led them into a large room filled with cabinets, monitors, and posters. One of the walls was made of glass. Through it, he could see a long, empty room. "All right then, please, take a seat." The woman smiled brightly as she pulled a stand-up desk with a monitor on it closer to her. Placing the clipboard she had in her hands down, she begins quickly typing away. "Izuku Midoriya, Inko Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you too. My name is Dr. Sonia Inoue. I can see here the reason for your visit is for quirk registry. Mind explaining that a bit for me? A few days ago I found out I could control water along with other elements. So far, I confirmed those to be fire, earth, and air." Izuku spoke softly. The girl hummed as she typed the information into the computer. "I see. Your old hospital records say that you were quirkless, but beyond an X-ray being ordered there isn't anything else on your record besides the basics. I'm assuming they failed to send us all of your records, which will get them in quite the trouble if this is the case. I need to send in a request after this. What kind of quirk tests did your doctor give you?" Izuku and his mother shared confused looks at this. Their quirk tests besides the X-ray? His mother cleared her throat and spoke carefully. All they did was give him an X-ray to look at his toes. That information made the woman stop and look at them with a quirked eyebrow. "Wait, seriously?" The two nodded in response, and this seemed to make her angry. "Those incompetent dash." She stopped herself mid-sentence to rub at her temple. With a soft sigh, she turned to them fully. They were supposed to take samples of his blood and DNA for testing and confirm if he had the gene for a quirk or not. Due to the fact that he has a quirk, I assume they didn't even do that. The moment those tests come in positive, the doctor is to take initiative and help the patient discover their quirk in a controlled room. She gestures to the glassed room next to them. Many quirks are hidden and hard to find, such as intelligence quirks, specific healing quirks like recovery girls, certain voice-activated quirks, and so on. The research team that had tested the blood and DNA prior will have informed the doctor of possibilities of what the quirk could be, and they would test from there. The fact that your doctor gave a diagnosis based only on X-rays, which, mind you, have been proven to be the worst way to test for quirks, is ridiculous. Mother and son sat there in utter silence, taking in the information the woman had given them. The doctor said there was a possibility he had a hidden quirk, but they never tested beyond that. They practically set the boy up for a hellish life, all because they didn't bother to take proper procedure. Those assholes. Oh, Inko quickly covered her mouth once she realized what she had said. Izuku stared at her with wide eyes. He's never heard his mother curse before. Plump cheeks flushed red and she gave the woman a sheepish smile. Excuse my language. It's no problem. Trust me, I'm just as mad." She gave Inko a soft smile before turning to type something furiously in her computer. "The blood and DNA test at this point won't be necessary since you know what your quirk is, but having one taken just in case would be smart. We have everyone send one in just in case there are any quirk-related complications in the future. We'll already have the samples at hand for us to test, though they are to be updated every year. It also helps us prepare accordingly if we have to ever perform surgery." "How does it help with surgery?" Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. He understands blood and DNA samples helping discover possibilities of why a person's quirk can do certain things, but how could it possibly help with surgeries? We've had a patient who wasn't in our system come in a few months ago whose quirk melted metals that met their skin who needed immediate surgery. We didn't have the time to ask other hospitals for their information. As it turns out, it was not just their skin that melted metals, their entire body, even the inside, rejected and melted metals. Imagine our surprise when the patient's blood burned a hole on the operating table. We had to quickly adjust and adapt to the situation. Luckily, everything went well and they survived. "So, if you had their records at hand then?" Izuku drifted off, understanding the importance of the tests. We would have known their quirk went beyond just their skin and would have been prepared the moment they came through our doors. The woman nodded. Now then, Izuku, I'm going to use a cotton swab to take some samples from your mouth, all right? Nodding, Izuku sat through a swab in his mouth and a quick physical to see if his quirk has affected him in any way. The whole time he explained to the doctor what he had been able to learn from his quirk in the past few days himself, which admittedly wasn't too much. The whole time he rambled about his quirk, the woman nodded along, asking questions here and there. That was something he liked about the workers of this facility. They encouraged his ramblings. They never called him weird or told him to shut up about it. A few have even gone as far to say he'd be a great quirk counselor, doctor, or a detective if he so chose to be. He's honestly thought about it too, and after hearing that most heroes work second jobs, he had decided he'd do the same. What he wants to be, he isn't quite sure yet, but he just knows he would love to help people in some way. When they had finished with that, he had soon found himself in the long room. The doctor had informed them that the walls are especially made to take a lot of damage in case a child were to lose control of their quirk. Walking in, the doctor handed him what looked like a choker. This is a medical choker. It's made to keep track of your vitals, heart rate, body temperature, respiration rate, and blood pressure. I'm going to need you to put it on for me so I can keep track of all that while we test your quirk. If you don't mind me asking, Izuku began as he took the choker and began to put it on. Isn't the quirk testing what the quirk counselor is supposed to do? Dr. Sonia smiled softly as she adjusted the choker around his neck. A counselor's job is to help the patient gain a basic understanding and control of their quirk in a safe space. That way they don't accidentally hurt themselves or others. Our job, however, is to have the basics of the quirk already prepped and ready for the counselor. That way they know what they're working with and can find a way to help you train and get used to your quirk. The green-haired teen nodded in understanding at her explanation. That makes a lot of sense. He had always wondered how everything worked. It still felt surreal to even be here to be tested for a quirk, his quirk. He could feel the collar press against his skin, followed by a click as Sonia turned on the device. Medical device operational. A robotic voice spoke, making him jump a bit at the sudden voice. Sonia gave him an assuring smile and he felt a little calmer. I'm going to leave you in here and check over everything on the systems to make sure everything is good, all right? I'll be able to contact you through the intercoms and I'll start giving you instructions from there. She spoke as the device announced what it was scanning. He nodded and she was out of the room. Green eyes landed on his mother, who smiled comfortingly and gave him a thumbs up. Izuku couldn't help but smile at that. Body information scan, complete. Your current level of body function is green. All right, perfect. Dr. Sonia's voice suddenly echoed through the room. It took all of his strength not to jump in shock. He could feel his nerves flooding back. Okay, Izuku, you said you can't quite control your elements. Show me what you can do thus far. Sonia watched the two computer screens, carefully using her quirk to assist her in observing. One of the screens was live footage of the boy from different angles. With her quirk, she's able to spot simple details that others might look over or miss. She's been able to help many children and adults alike discover their quirks and its activation triggers with this. The second screen showed the young teen's vitals. Her eyes would glaze over the information after every quirk use to make sure he's healthy. His heartbeat is a little high though, he must be nervous. That's understandable though, many people are nervous to test out their quirks. She watched as Izuku used his quirk. From the looks of it, it becomes unstable each time he attempts to move it in any way. The boy's frustration was becoming apparent as he went through each element one by one, waving his hands about in an attempt to control the element. Oh dear, she heard Inko mumble softly to herself as she watched her son through the glass. Izuku let out a frustrated sigh as the cup he was making float with air fell to the ground in front of him, his hair and clothes ruffling about with a sudden rush of air. The outstretched hand swung to his side and suddenly the water on the ground shifted a few feet to the side. Why is it that the water suddenly obeyed him and moved when he wasn't trying to make it move? Her eyes narrowed on the boy as he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath to calm his growing anger. The cup on the ground suddenly rolled forward a bit on the ground. The teen was oblivious to this as he took out a decently sized rock from his sweater. Sonia leaned back in her seat, placing a hand over her chin. When he moved his hand, everything became unstable, and yet when he moved his arm and calmed his nerves, it moved without a problem. Mrs. Midoriya, you said your quirk is a weak form of telekinesis, correct? She asked, never taking her eyes off the screen. Inko was startled at suddenly being spoken to but nodded even if the woman could not see it. Oh, yes, that's correct. I can only attract small objects towards me though. This time Sonia turned to face her, keeping half an eye on the boy beyond the glass. Can you demonstrate for me please? She asked, holding up a pen. Puzzled, Inko did as requested, holding up her hand. She began making a smooth motion a few times, causing the pen to float up towards her till she grabbed it. So that's where he gets the weird hand movements from, Sonia thought before asking, do you have to move your hands that way? Oh, yes actually. It's kind of like pulling on an invisible string. When I do it without moving my hands, I've found that the object becomes unstable and I lose control, making it fall. Inko explains, walking over and handing the doctor her pen. And your husband? He breathes fire, right? Has he ever explained to you what it's like or anything? She asked. She knew there were quite a bit of other quirk users that breathed out some sort of substance, but everyone's experience is different. Inko looked thoughtful at the question. Well, he hasn't really said anything other than the fact that he had taken up meditation during elementary school to help him with his quirk. See, when he gets overly worked up with an emotion, his quirk does act up, so he had taken up meditation to help with his emotions. I see, thank you. She turned back around and held the space button on the keyboard that allowed her to connect to the comms. She spoke. Izuku, instead of moving your hands, try moving your body. She was quick to explain, seeing the boy's confusion. I need you to calm whatever nerves you are feeling and relax. Move your body with the motion you are trying to accomplish, not just your hands. This is your quirk, not your mother's. She smiled as realization settled on his face and he looked down at his hands with wide eyes. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. Looks like he already knows a little bit of meditation. Turning to the other screen, she watched as his heart rate lowered to a steady beat. Looking back at the camera feed, she watched as he focused on the rock in his hand with a calm face. Sonia watched with anticipation as Izuku hovered a hand over the rock for a moment. A look of concentration settled on his face and he moved his whole arm, this time along with his hand. She smiled as the rock broke into pieces and began to circle around him as he moved about. He took an unconscious lower stance as he moved, bringing his hands together, the pebbles pressed together. From the slight tremble of his arms as he slowly brought them together, it seemed that he was placing pressure, and suddenly the pebbles became a whole rock again. As if snapping out of a trance, Izuku stared at the rock that floated before him before letting it drop and celebrated with a look of disbelief. Dr. Sonia couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her lips. She could hear his mother give an excited gasp that was quickly followed with the sound of a camera from her phone. Good job, Izuku. Now, let's try that again with the other elements. How's that sound? The boy nodded enthusiastically and was quick to get to it. Turquoise eyes watched carefully, noting the constant changes in his movements. His control is better than what it was earlier. He could move the element around unlike before, but still requires some more control. The whole time she could hear Inko mumble softly to herself as she took pictures with her phone. After a few while, she decided it was time to call him back and set up his appointment with a counselor. On the screen she could see Izuku close his eyes and take a deep breath as the water flowed in the air, making a bridge between his hands. Her hand froze on top of the space button as she watched in surprise as the water between his hands turned to ice. Izuku was quick to notice the weight between his hands and stared at it in shock. As suddenly as the ice appeared, it turned back into water and splashed onto the ground. It seems like his quirk can do more than just move the elements around. Snapping out of her surprise, she called the team back into the room and deployed a bot to clean up the water and the cup. Once he was back inside, his mother was praising him happily, making the boy blush. It would seem your quirk can branch out quite a bit, Izuku. Dr. Sonia smiled as she rose to her feet to take the computer she was on earlier. I wasn't expecting the water to solidify like that. Sonia nodded. Indeed, that will definitely be something to test out with the counselor. She smiled as she typed what information she had collected into the form for the quirk counselor. The doctor spoke as she typed. Izuku Midoriya, misdiagnosed due to incompetence of another hospital, discovered quirk at 14. Has an elemental manipulation quirk. Currently known elements: earth, fire, air, and water. His quirk responds when he moves his body and relaxes his nerves. Mother, Midoriya Inko, has a weak telekinetic quirk that pulls objects towards her as she moves her hands. Father has a fire-breathing quirk that he keeps under control through meditation. Izuku Midoriya seems to have gained a mutated combination of both his parents' quirks. His quirk seems to go beyond simply moving the elements at will. She turned to look at the dumbfounded duo once she finished typing. A smile graced her lips as she made eye contact with the curly-haired teen. What would you like to name your quirk, kiddo? Emerald eyes brightened up at the question. If he was being honest, he's been thinking of a possible name since he had discovered his quirk. Elementalism. The day Thursday had come, Izuku was excited. It was finally the day of his quirk counselor appointment. He had practically ran towards the building with his exasperated yet amused mother close behind. After signing in and being placed into a waiting room, Izuku looked around the building. The walls were a beautiful light oak complemented by the pale wooden floors. The fish tank to the side was larger than him and filled with beautifully colored fish. Children crowded the large tank and watched the fish in fascination. A hand on his shoulder had the teen facing his mother. She made a motion for him to relax as she took in a deep breath. With a nod, he took a few deep breaths to relax himself. He's never been so glad that he had started learning meditation and will be continuing to take it for the month. It didn't take too long for a young woman with tan skin, white hair tied back in a ponytail with pins and caramel brown eyes to call to them. Midoriya? Professor Kukui is ready to see you now. With a large smile, Izuku jumped to his feet and walked over to the woman with his mother. The woman gave them both a warm smile as she turned to lead them down the hallway. Opening the door to a room, Izuku couldn't help but stare in complete awe. The stark white walls and polished white floor with blue streaks where the wall met the floor was a complete contrast to the rest of the building from what he'd seen. Looking around, he could see books filling the shelves of all the wooden bookshelves that pressed against the wall around the door. Walking in, he could see over the balcony. The room below him could only be described as a laboratory. The room was filled with technology he couldn't begin to understand, a large desk with a whiteboard next to it. 3 screens hung off a wall surrounding a larger screen that sat on the desk. A laptop sat next to it. A large table sat just almost in the middle of the room and seemed to be filled with papers along with what seemed to be puzzles. The other half of the room was separated by glass in the same way the doctor's office had, the only difference being the divide in the middle, creating 2 rooms. One being a long blank room, the other was a beautiful garden. A stream of water flowed down a small rock waterfall. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if there were any animals in there or if the dirt and grass was real. It's quite amazing, isn't it? The woman who had brought them there asked, walking over to look over the lab with him. Oh, was the only thing the teen could say, eyes never tearing away from the sight. Just how much money do quirk counselors make? Are they sure this is for quirk counseling? It seems more like a laboratory for experimentation and testing. Oh wait. Are all quirk counseling offices like this? Izuku asked, finally looking over to the woman next to him. She nodded at the question. That's right. In order to help people with controlling their quirks and help them gain a proper understanding of it, quirk counselors need to have a proper workspace that can cater to a large variety of quirks. That large table in the middle has a variety of puzzles and other complicated things for certain mental quirks. One half of the glass is for testing different emitter, transformation, and mutant-type quirks. The other half is also for a few mutant-type quirks, mostly those with animal-like mutations, a small handful of transformation and emitter quirks too. Izuku's eyes sparkled as the woman continued to explain everything to him. His mother watched her son with a fond smile as she followed behind them as they began to walk down the stairs towards the lab. They walked under the balcony where 2 carefully placed couches with a TV and coffee table were placed. On the couch, she could see a white baseball cap with black hair tied into a bun under it. Professor Kukui, the Midoriyas are here. The woman called out as she came to a stop a few feet from the couch. Of course. Thank you, Professor Burnett. The man stood up to face them, green-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat over a black t-shirt that rolled up at the sleeves and met them with a smile. Opening his arms, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Welcome. It's very nice to meet you too." "It's very nice to meet you." Inko bowed slightly with her son. "Thank you for seeing us today." "Of course. I love helping kids control their quirks and discover their capabilities." You seem to have a very versatile quirk, kiddo." Professor Kukui quickly walked past them to go to his computer. "The information Dr. Sonia sent me isn't nearly enough. Water, earth, fire and air, the basic elements, and yet you can turn water to ice. It makes me wonder if your quirk can branch off in any other way. Not only that, but having so many elements is so rare. Usually, people have 2 at most, but even those are rare enough as it is. To have 4 is astonishing." The white-haired woman sighed softly as she stared at the man as he excitedly babbled on and typed away at his computer to set things up. "Don't mind him. He has a fascination with quirks and loves discovering how they work. He also loves helping people learn more of their quirk and how to control it." She turned to face the small family only to meet with a sheepishly smiling mother. "Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that too much," she giggled softly, gesturing to the professor. Turning, she could see the boy excitedly walking next to the man as he rushed around grabbing what he'd need for the session. They were engaged in their conversation. "Dr. Sonia said my quirk responds when I move my body. Do you think interpreting that to martial arts would be helpful?" Izuku asked, easily keeping pace with the tan man. "I was thinking the same thing. I believe any kind of dance would help with that as well. If your quirk simply responds to your movements, it's just a matter of learning what movements make what happen." She also mentioned in the report that relaxation will help you with your control. "Oh, I'm actually already taking some meditation classes and Tai Chi as well. My sensei says that they are good ways to relax the body. My dad has also given me a few meditation tips yesterday as well. I also read that it's a good way to settle one's chi." "Very good. Today I was thinking we test out a few theories I have for your quirk. That way we'd have a basic idea of what you can do at the moment. A few of them being, if you can fly using your air, are you able to move flames from other sources, or can you only create them? You can move rocks around, but we should test to see if you can do anything to the earth below you. Wow, that would be fun to try. Hey, Professor, do you think in a sense my body is creating an electromagnetic field?" Kukui stopped typing into his computer at this and turned to the boy with a raised brow. "Electromagnetic field? Water is diamagnetic. So, any field that is positively or negatively charged can repel water. When I manipulate the water, I'm not touching it unless I make it come to me on purpose." Professor Kukui is completely silent for a moment before his face breaks into one of excitement. "I can't believe I haven't thought about that. If that's true, then it actually explains how you can turn water to ice and vice versa. On a small scale, you are using the electromagnetic field to slow the movement of individual molecules to lock them in place. This means you can do so much with your water and it branches out so far. I don't think I've met anyone else whose quirk could do such things. Not even Backdraft can do such a thing with his quirk. All he could do is move water. Does this mean your body also has some kind of energy-releasing reaction allowing you to release fire? You would need an oxidizing agent, a fuel and energy source." Izuku became thoughtful at this. Well, the oxidizing agent would obviously be the oxygen in the air. The fuel source could be, maybe my body heat? Or even my chi? Maybe even both. All that's left is the energy source. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, the two came to a conclusion at the same time. "The sun," they exclaimed at the same time. What about air? Or earth?" Professor Burnett stared at the two in shock as they bounced theories off each other smoothly. With an exasperated smile, she turned to the boy's mother, who had her phone out taking pictures. She looked so proud as she watched her son's interaction. "Would you like some tea? I don't think they need us at the moment." Inko giggled at this as she put her phone away. "Tea sounds wonderful, thank you." Izuku sat in his seat in silence as he watched Hitoshi partake in his first class with Suki-sensei. After Izuku had spoken about his purple-haired friend had taken an interest in participating as well. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to join Izuku's class since they were already a week into lessons, even if it was just simple Tai Chi and meditation, so he had to take a class with a new group of students the following week. Izuku had gotten permission from Saka and Suki to sit in while he waited for his friend. Closing his brilliant green eyes, Izuku let out a soft huff of air before adjusting his position on the chair. Unzipping his backpack, he pulled out the notebook he's been using to record information on his quirk. Grabbing a pencil, he began silently going through the information he and his quirk counselor had discovered together. He just had his first appointment last Friday, but he and the professor had been able to gain quite a bit of information in just an hour. He and his counselor had been able to figure out a lot of the scientific aspects of the water side of his quirk, though there are things that are left unexplained. If his body is truly repelling the water, then how is it that he's able to still control it when he's touching it? How is he able to continue to control the water even when it's so far from him? I'm left with more questions than answers. Why is this so difficult? What if it's like this with the other elements? It's my quirk, I should know this stuff. I really am useless. Izuku groaned softly to himself, burying his face in his notebook. That's pretty dramatic, don't you think? The teen jumped at the sudden voice. Looking up, he was met with a curious Saka. Sitting in the seat next to him, he spoke in a soft tone as to not bother the class. What's got you worked up there, kiddo? Izuku looked down at his notebook with a contemplative stare. It's all right to talk to him about things, right? He seems like a fairly reliable person. He and Suki have been very kind to him too. They're not like the adults in his school. They don't care about power or quirks like others do. Not to mention Saka had helped him from bullying. Biting his lower lip, he glanced up at a patiently waiting man, his eyes kind and calm. They are going to be his self-defense and weapons mentors in the future. It's probably best he tells them, just in case he accidentally activates his quirk or something, and who knows, maybe they would be able to help him in some way too? Taking a deep breath, the boy spoke. Up till 2 weeks ago I was presumed quirkless, and I just recently started going to a quirk counselor and we were able to figure out a lot about a part of my quirk. The problem is that the more we figured out, the more questions that arose, and it's kind of upsetting to have so many unanswered questions. It's my quirk, I should know all there is about it, and I was hoping that my counselor could help with that, but I feel like if it keeps going on like this, then he trailed off, not really wanting to finish the sentence. From the look Saka had on his face, however, it seemed that he understood what he meant. The older male hummed as he looked away and leaned back in his seat, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Izuku subconsciously nodded as he looked back down at his notebook and began nervously doodling in a corner with his pencil. He wasn't sure as to how Saka would respond, but the current silence was definitely not something he'd expected, though it did make him feel all the more nervous. There's nothing bad with not knowing things, you know. Saka suddenly spoke up with a soft voice. Izuku frowned at his pencil as he doodled on the page randomly. But it's my quirk, I'm supposed to know about it. Quirks are still as mysterious as the dark side of the moon. They've been around for a little over 200 years and researchers still haven't figured out how they really came to be yet. Izuku paused at this. I get that not knowing something about your quirk is upsetting and maybe even scary, but sometimes not knowing about things is okay. Life is full of a bunch of mysteries after all. Izuku looked up to see Saka's eyes soften as he seemed to stare at something Izuku couldn't see. Honestly, I'd rather not know something than know absolutely everything. Closing his eyes, he turned back to the green-haired teen. His eyes clear and a wide smile on his face. Makes things more interesting that way, don't you think? The teen blinked up at the older male in surprise. There truly are many things we don't know in this world, quirks being one of the biggest mysteries. Nobody knows why human genes began mutating the way they did. Researchers have never been able to explain it. Many quirks that are out there are just unexplainable. Gazing back down at his notebook, he stares at the random lines he'd drawn. Swirls, diagonal and horizontal waves, and sharp edges. The more he stared at it, the more it looked intentional than accidental. His quirk has answered many of his questions, yet has created many others, but that's okay, right? Just because he doesn't know doesn't mean he's useless, because at the end of the day, nobody fully understands quirks. Everyone understands enough to make it work, They know enough to know how to utilize them properly. A small smile crosses his lips. He's not useless. He's on similar footing as anyone else starting out with a quirk. Soon he'll be on similar footing as anyone else his age too. It's just a matter of training. He could do this. You're right, thank you. The teen gives the older man a bright smile. With a slight nudge with his elbow, Sokka grins down at the child. No problem, kiddo. I made a pretty good movie reference too, don't you think? Izuku tilted his head slightly in confusion. Movie reference? As mysterious as the dark side of the moon. From that pre-quirk movie Mulan. Mulan. Sokka blinked a few times before realization dawned on him. Are you serious? I thought people still watched pre-quirk movies. The older male mumbled with a defeated sigh. I'm sure people do. I think I watched some when I was younger, but I'm more interested in hero stuff. Oh man, kiddo, you are missing out. Don't get me wrong, there's some great hero movies, but you've gotta watch pre-quirk movies. Like, my god, before quirks even became a thing, people used to be so creative. They never thought what we have now would be possible, but they still made movies with powers and all this other stuff. It's amazing. Okay, I get it, but I wouldn't know where to start honestly. Izuku scratches his cheek with a soft chuckle. The longer he spoke to the man, the more at ease he felt. Are you asking for? Sokka wiggles his fingers and moves his hands apart, grin growing on his lips. Recommendations? Izuku couldn't help but snort at this. Yeah, I am. With a toothy smile, Sokka got to his feet and motioned the boy to follow. Walking over to the table, Sokka offered the boy a seat next to him. Setting his bag down, Izuku took a seat, curiously watching as Sokka pulled out a notebook. All right, kid. You like heroes, right? I think I got some good movies in mind. Get ready, kiddo, because I'm about to tell you movies that will change your life. Sokka smirked as he plucked a pen from a container. Izuku couldn't help but smile at this as he listened to Sokka give him basic movie plots and write down the names. I'm home. Izuku called out as he closed the door behind him and began removing his shoes. As he walked further into the house, the smell of food hit his senses and practically made him drool. Welcome back, sweetheart. He heard his mother call out from the kitchen. How was school? You went out with that mystery friend of yours today too, right? School was all right. I was able to avoid everyone today. Izuku responded casually as he set his bag on the floor against the couch. Turning, he found his mother walking out the kitchen, setting up the table for dinner. Mom, I told you his name is Shinso, but yeah. He had his first class at the dojo today. I got permission to sit in and watch. Afterward, Shinso and I trained in the clearing. Inko shot him a cheeky smile as she set down the chopsticks. I haven't met him yet, so to me, he's your mystery friend. I'm glad you had a good day today though. Now then, how about you go wash up? You made it just in time, I just finished dinner. Izuku smiled at this and was quick to do as he was told. When he had come back to the dining table, he spotted his mother setting down 2 plates of katsu curry on the table. Sitting across his mother, the two said their blessing before digging in. The silence between the two was filled with conversation about their day. Inko told her son about work while Izuku reciprocated by telling her about his time with Shinso. His mother's eyes brightened every time her son began to ramble on about one thing or another. A fond smile graced her lips as her son told her about his conversation with Sokka. He seemed to have taken his words to heart. His words really helped once they began really sinking in. I eventually stopped thinking about it so much. I mean, it's still a little frustrating, but I get it, you know? There will be times when I won't get answers I want or need, and I have to learn to accept that. Live in the moment, I guess. Inko's going to have to meet with this Sokka boy and thank him someday. You know about your father's habit to use old and outdated slang, right? Well, I think this one kind of fits. Izuku raises a brow at this. YOLO. YOLO. Izuku repeated in confusion at the strange American word. Inko nods. It means, you only live once. It's one of your father's favorite words to say. Have you asked him why? The teen hasn't heard his father mention this phrase before. In fact, he's never heard him say the word before at all. Then again, had they ever had a conversation that led to him using it? He understood the premise of, you only live once, but he's never really thought much about it. Inko nods in response to her son. He mentioned the Dalai Lama, I believe? Said something about, there's only 2 days in the year that nothing can be done. Yesterday and tomorrow, so today is the right day to love, believe, do and mostly live. He then proceeded to say that we shouldn't worry too much about the things we can't do or figure out and focus on what we can do or know. Izuku was silent at this. He's never known his dad to be so motivational. But the more Izuku thinks about it, the more he remembers how he's been distant from his parents for years now. He hadn't tried to reconnect with them till recently. The last time he spoke with his father, he seemed ecstatic at the mere fact that Izuku was talking and telling him so much. He hoped he would get the chance to see this side of his father soon, maybe then he'd let up with all the awful dad jokes he feels like he's missed out on. I like it, Izuku spoke softly as he grabbed some rice. YOLO. I like it. Inko smiled at this. Me too. After a few more minutes of silence, Izuku brought something up. Hey mom? Do you happen to know a movie called Mulan? Sokka made a reference to it when we were talking and I didn't really get it. He said I should watch it though, even gave me a list of pre-quirk movies to watch. Inko smiled brightly at this. She hasn't seen that movie since she was a teenager, after which she became quite the fan of Disney movies. She's definitely going to have to meet with this Sokka boy one day. The bright light of the sun shone down on Hitoshi and Izuku as they moved carefully along the river with practiced motions. The sounds of the river as it danced downstream and crashed gently against their legs practically echoed through the clearing. A soft breeze grazed against their exposed skin, cooling them slightly from the heat of the sun. With one final motion, the two rightened themselves from their lowered stances and gave relieved sighs. I wish I had done this stuff sooner. Hitoshi sighs in content as he walks over to the edge of the river to grab his bag and fish out his water bottle. I know what you mean. Izuku's lips quirk up slightly as he grabs his own water. I've been meditating whenever I feel my anxiety taking over. It's been really helpful. The Tai Chi has left me feeling really refreshed and calmer too. Hitoshi nods as he takes a long swing of his water. Same here. It helps sometimes with my insomnia too. Wish I had thought to do this stuff sooner. Izuku nods in agreement as he drinks his own water. Better late than never, though, right? Izuku shrugs as he grabs a small towel from his bag while pulling his feet out the water. My last lesson with Suki-sensei is next Monday, yours is the week after, right? Yup. Hitoshi pulls his feet out of the water, a shiver running down his spine as the air hit his wet skin. If we're lucky, we can take the same taekwondo class. Izuku nods as he finishes drying off his feet. Who do you think teaches it? Probably Suki. Sokka doesn't seem like he knows how to fight. The green-haired teen snorts. That's Cap. You know it. He's the weapons teacher after all. Hitoshi pauses as his foot is halfway in his sock to give Izuku a deadpanned look. First of all, you need to tell your dad to stop teaching you outdated slang. Second off, he stepped on a pen and fell on his butt on Thursday. He also won't stop making dumb, outdated movie references, crap puns and bit into a Hershey's bar from the corner. I refuse to believe that man has a single brain cell. Izuku stuck his tongue out at his friend. Completely ignoring the jab at his new vocabulary, he spoke. Okay, maybe the Hershey's incident was a little dramatic dash. Dramatic? Midoriya, Hershey's bars have those break-off lines for a reason. You don't just bite into a Hershey's bar from a corner. It's like cutting a square piece off a round cake. It's just not natural. Izuku can't help but smile at his friend's words as he puts on his shoes. Common Shinso, he probably did it to mess with you. You are always making fun of him and stuff after all. Pulling on his shoes dramatically, the purple-haired boy lets out a huff with a nod. Standing, the two grabbed their bags and began making their way out of the clearing. Oh, I almost forgot. Izuku shrugged his bag off a shoulder to dig through it. Sokka gave me that food chart and exercise routine I asked him for. He actually agreed to that? Hitoshi raised a brow as he took the folder his friend handed him. Flipping it open, his eyes roamed through the words and charts that had been printed onto paper. Yeah. I didn't expect him to plan out our whole workout routine, but he said that if we want to get into UA, then we have to go all out for it. Izuku explained as he took out another folder from his bag. This is just a 2-month-long plan. Everything stops mid-July. Do we have to make our own plans by then? The taller teen asked as he flipped another page to find different recommended types of foods and meals along with their calorie count. No, Saka says that by that time we should be proficient enough with our taekwondo and be able to start with our weapons training, and by then he'll adjust our routine. Apparently we're going to start spending every day, except for weekends, after school at the dojo training. Sounds expensive. I mean, I don't mind it considering how cheap the classes are to begin with, but I'm gonna have to do extra chores around the house for that. Actually, Saka said he's willing to give us those extra lessons for free. The purple-haired boy almost tripped on a crack on the sidewalk at the news. His violet eyes glared over at his friend as he failed to contain his laughter. Is he serious? Hitoshi finally asked once Izuku's laughter died down. Thanks. The boy nods eagerly, causing his green curls to bounce about. They offer it to anyone who shows motivation. He said they hardly offer it, but that they have before. Hitoshi hums as a small smirk graces his lips. Guess we got lucky then, huh? He holds the folder in his hands back over for his friend to take. Oh, that one's yours. This one is mine. He shows off the folder in his hands, but yeah, feels like things are looking up this year. Izuku mused with a smile. Yeah. Hey, are our training routines similar? Hitoshi asked as he flipped back through his and turned to peek at his friends. Oh, Izuku finally opens his folder. I have morning jogs. Same here, he even provided a map. I knew giving him my address was kind of essis. Wait a minute, Izuku, your stupid slang is rubbing off. Izuku threw an arm up in victory. Victory is mine. Hitoshi rolled his eyes at this. After a little discussion, the two teens looked over one another's maps. Oh, it looks like they both intercept at Takoba Municipal Beach and go the same route from there. Izuku pointed out with a smile. Yeah, it's the same route for the afternoon jog too. Other than that, the exercises are simple enough to do at home. Hitoshi points out as they skim through the other information together. You're coming over for dinner today, Shinso? Izuku asked, noticing his friend didn't take his turn to head home. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he gave his friend a glance. Yeah, parents won't be home till late. Should have told you sooner, sorry. The taller teen apologized as he placed his backpack to his chest and proceeded to unzip it to stuff his folder inside. It's fine. Izuku shrugged as he sent his mother a text before proceeding to put his own folder away. Mom loves having you over. She wants to hang out with your parents again though. Hitoshi snorts at this. Yeah, my folks have been complaining about the same thing. They really liked your mom, called her a sunshine girl and you a sunshine boy. Honestly though, where's the lie? Izuku's cheeks flushed red at this. Not having a proper response, he just glanced back at his phone as he fixed his bag over his shoulders. A small smirk graces his lips at the message. Mom said she bought Shrek 1, 2, 3 and 4 and that we can watch them before we eat and as we eat. Hitoshi let out a sigh. What the F is a Shrek in my? Parents are going to have to pick me up again, aren't they? Izuku laughed. My mom said she'll drive you home if you need it. Also, Shrek is another pre-quirk movie about an ogre, from what Google says. He informed him as he showed his friend a picture of the movie. I have a feeling I won't like this one. You say that and yet you cried over a horse. Izuku smirks as he messages his mother back before putting his phone away. Hitoshi turned to look at his friend with an offended frown, a hand over his heart. You cried too. Spirit was a hiffing masterpiece, and you know it. The purple-haired boy responded as he gave his friend a playful push, making him laugh. Whatever this Shrek is doesn't look nearly as good. Currently, my expectations are low. I think my mom has good movie taste. I think we're going to enjoy this one. Izuku responded with a wide smile, making the other roll his eyes. We'll see about that. Bonus because I can't help it. Hitoshi let a small smirk grace his lips as he watched the cookie sing, Jinji is the best. Izuku cackled with a nod, his cackling getting louder as Pinocchio began to babble like an idiot. Oh my god, I'm Pinocchio. Hitoshi let out a soft snort. I'm the wolf. They look as done with life as I am. Inko let out a giggle at the two boys as she set down some hot chocolate with mini marshmallows. The two teens softly thanked her as they reached out to take their own cups. As the movie went on, they sat in silence. What a dumb beach. Hitoshi mumbled as they watched Rapunzel in Charming's grasp. Inko smirked into her cup as she watched Izuku nod in agreement, only for both boys' jaws to drop as the two kissed. It took all her power to not laugh, but she couldn't help the smile on her lips. I would have thought Snow would be a traitor with that attitude of hers, but Rapunzel? Izuku gawked at the screen. Hitoshi was ready to respond, but then the scene switched back to Shrek and Arthur. As the blonde boy fell to his knees pretending to cry, Hitoshi did his best not to laugh, his twitching lips giving off his joy. Dang it, why does this movie have so many good songs? Izuku pouted as he watched the guards shackle Shrek. Many of these movies have amazing soundtracks. Inko nodded happily. When the scene went to the imprisoned princesses, her smile grew wider. Ah, my favorite part is coming. Hitoshi rose a brow at this, ready to question her, but paused the moment the queen busted a wall with her head. Blinking a few times, he smirked excitedly as the music began to build up. Oh, okay, I think I'm going to enjoy this. Izuku practically bounced in his seat as the dramatic music continued. The two boys watched with unwavering attention and slight confusion as Snow White pranced out of her hiding spot singing. Inko covered her lips to stifle her giggles. They looked as confused as the tree guards. Quickly taking out her phone, she quickly went to take a video. The moment the guitar and drums began to play, they were startled and stared at the screen with wide eyes. As she screamed and the other princesses ran into action, their lips began to slowly grow into grins. This is great. Izuku bounced in his seat. As the movie went on, Hitoshi, for the maybe 50th time since they started binging the movies, thought to himself, this is actually good. Charming's singing voice has nothing on his mother. Hitoshi commented. Honestly, Fairy Godmother had the voice of a powerful go. Jesus, what kind of high notes. Wow, this movie really doesn't shy away from killing characters on screen. Hitoshi mumbled as he tried to take a sip of his hot chocolate, only to realize there was no more left. Inko stood to her feet while the movie came to its conclusion to call Hitoshi's parents to start heading over for their son. Oh my god, they had triplets. Izuku cooed. This is cute, Hitoshi cursed softly. Izuku sent his friend a knowing smile as the ending credits began to play. So, Shinso, did you enjoy the movies, or was it really as bad as you thought they would be? The purple-haired teen gives his friend a shove. Shut up. With a stretch, he lets out a soft groan, looking at the clock. I can't believe it's almost 10 already. Izuku hummed as he stretched up on his feet. Yeah, we don't have time for the last movie either, we've got school tomorrow. Ugh, school. Hitoshi threw his head back on the couch. I already called your parents, Shinso, they'll be here in 10. Inko informed as she took the remote to take off the movie. Okay, thank you, Ms. Midoriya. Shinso got up to his feet to gather his things while Izuku took the cups to the kitchen. Maybe you can come by tomorrow to watch the 4th movie. I've also been dying to show you 2 Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet? The purple-haired teen repeated as he stuffed half-finished homework into his bag. Sounds ridiculous. The boy was rewarded for his words with a soft slap on the back of the neck. You said the same thing about Shrek and you enjoyed it. Stop judging movies, you grumpy blueberry. Izuku retorted as he gathered his own homework, which he was able to finish in between movies. Rubbing the back of his neck, the taller boy frowned. Blueberry? But I don't have any blue? Izuku paused to turn to his friend with bewilderment. Shinso, blueberries are purple. Deku. The green-haired boy flinched, his steps down the stairs faltering for a moment before he quickly and quietly hid under the stairs. He could hear pounding footsteps grow louder as a group stomped down each step. Izuku closed his eyes to concentrate on calming his panicked breathing when he heard the steps come to a halt at the base of the stairs. He's been doing a fairly decent job in avoiding the explosive blonde and his friends lately. Tich, did it seriously leave already? He could hear one of Kachan's lackeys question. He was answered with an annoyed growl from the blonde. The green-haired teen pressed his body further against the wall. He cursed himself for not removing his backpack when he could, to remain in the shadows. hands clasped together over his chest in a silent prayer, his breathing slowly settling down. How annoying. I've been dying to beat some sense into the quirkless freak. Another lackey groans in annoyance, followed with a crack of fingers. The green-haired teen bit his lower lip. He's not quirkless though. All of his files had been fixed and sent to the school a few weeks ago, and yet the teachers still turn the other cheek. Has nobody bothered to read his records? Does the principal just hate him? But even then, if everyone were to learn the truth, would they only be nicer just because of his quirk? He's seen the way people treat Kachin. They compliment his quirk, it's only ever his quirk. Izuku doesn't want that, he wants to be recognized for his personality, not his quirk. It's been getting better at disappearing. Maybe that has to do with his increasing stamina. He's already had practice running from them before, and now that he's doing it more often. No kidding. It's getting on my nerves. That little BSTRD is going to pay when I get my hands on him. If that quirkless BSTRD thinks they can keep escaping me, they have another thing coming. Katsuki growled out, already walking for the door to switch his shoes. The lackeys agreed and followed behind. Izuku didn't allow himself to move for what felt like hours. When he finally felt safe, he allowed himself to heave out a long sigh as he slowly slid down the wall. Resting his arms on his knees, he rested his forehead on an arm as he let out a few shaky breaths. The moment he felt better, the green-haired boy slowly climbed up to his feet and made his way to his locker. Placing his hand on the latch to open the locker, he couldn't help but hold his breath before flinging it open. A breath of relief escaped his lips to see his sneakers still where he had left them. Grabbing the sneakers, he made sure they were empty and checked to see if anyone messed with them in any other way before putting them on and placing his uwabaki back in the locker. Silently, he turned on his heels, making his way out of school. The moment he was out of the school grounds, he began to jog for the park where he'd meet Shinso. It hadn't taken him long to arrive and find his purple-haired friend sitting on a swing. Walking towards the boy, Izuku can't help a smile gracing his freckled cheeks the moment they had made eye contact. His friend squinted his eyes slightly but gave him a soft smile nonetheless. "Hey Shinso. Sorry to keep you waiting." Izuku greeted, rubbing the back of his neck. "I didn't wait long." Hitoshi replied, standing to his feet. "I watched a few people get chased by the geese. I had a blast waiting, honestly." Izuku snorted. The two boys fell into step as they made their way to the dojo. "The geese here are so aggressive." "You're telling me?" "Usually the wildlife in Japan are so nice, but it would appear geese everywhere really have it out for the world." Hitoshi nods in agreement. "Maybe it's because people like messing with them." "Ah, that reminds me of the time I watched some kid in my elementary school get body slammed by a goose 'cause he threw a rock at it." "What? Were they okay?" Hitoshi waves his hand dismissively. "They were terrified of coming back to the park after that. Who cares though? The kid was an a-hole. He deserved it, honestly." "Ah, a bully?" Izuku asks in a soft tone. The purple-haired teen nods in reply to that, making him hum in understanding. Due to their new training regimen, the two teens had been able to get to know each other more. It was during one of their breaks during a jog had the subject of bullying suddenly come up. Well, more like Izuku accidentally mentioned something Kachin had done and said when he was thought quirkless, which led to Hitoshi cursing the blonde out while not so subtly mentioning he was bullied for his quirk. Izuku hums, "Kachin tried to fight a goose once when we were 6. He ran away crying after he was beach-slapped by a wing and another practically gave him a wedgie." Hitoshi pauses his steps to double over in laughter. Izuku can't help a soft chuckle in seeing his friend lose his sheet over the new information. Back then Izuku had been worried for his friend, but now that he looks back on it, it was pretty funny. "Oh God, that's hilarious to imagine." Hitoshi breathed in deeply in an attempt to calm himself and wiped the tears that gathered in his eyes. When the purple-haired boy had finally composed himself, the two continued their walk. "Our class starts at 4:50, right?" Hitoshi asks, looking off in a different direction. "Yeah, the new class has the same schedule we had, 3:30 till 4:30. "Why? I want coffee." The taller boy responded, turning on his heel and walking straight to a cafe. "I don't think it's a good idea, especially if you're going to be exercising right after." Izuku frowned, following the boy. "Nah, I'll be fine." Hitoshi waved him off as he walked. Izuku's shoulders slumped in defeat. Grabbing his phone, he gave it a glance. 3:37, maybe he will be okay for class. After relaxing in the cafe for a while, the two boys finally decided to make their way to the dojo. Alright, I've got my money on Suki-sensei being the one teaching self-defense. Hitoshi smirks once the building comes into view. I mean, it probably is. Hey, you can't copy my answer. You're stuck with Mr. Crazy. Izuku gave his friend a playful shove, causing him to smirk. You owe me an ice cream after we finish running later when I'm right. Well, that's not even fair. Izuku crosses his arms over his chest with a pout. It probably is Suki-sensei who will teach us. You snooze you lose, Hitoshi practically sings, making his friend's pout deepen. Fine. Cheater. But if it's not her, you owe me ice cream. Yeah, right, as if it's not gonna be her. In fact, I'm so confident. I'm even willing to bet that if you win, I'll sit down and watch those stupid pre-quirk superhero movies you've been dying to see. Including the too long as F movies. The taller boy's smirk widened as they walked closer to the building. Wah, that is really unfair, Shinso. Izuku whines. The two didn't pay too much attention to the faint sound of music coming inside. Opening the door, they both came to a stop a few steps into the building. Head, shoulders, knees, toes, don't know these hoes. Face, lips, eyes, nose. Camera click, we pose. Beat mug, limp wrists, VIP list. Hive blow a kiss, I'm that beach. Izuku and Hitoshi watched in fascinated horror as Saka danced across the tatami mat. Saka's usual ponytail was gone, leaving his hair to fly about with his controlled movements. Suki stood next to another woman who held her phone out recording, a large smile on her lips. Suki had a small smirk on her lips as she watched the man before her move, her eyes following his every movement. What did that girl just say, girl? Oh girl, I don't dance dash. Both jaws dropped simultaneously as the man kicked up in a perfect 90-degree angle before going into a strut. They continued to stare wide-eyed as Saka, the man who makes stupid jokes, fanboys over pre-quirk movies and video games, who they always see sitting behind the desk, moved with fluid movements that demanded attention. They didn't even register the music coming to a stop. That was amazing. The girl who was recording jumped for joy, her long braided hair bounced around as she moved. Suki fanned herself with her hand as she walked closer. The amount of sass you radiated was spectacular. Saka let out a hearty laugh as he ran his hand through his hair, giving the woman before him a sly smirk. Thanks, babe. They give each other a small peck on the lips. The stranger gave a bubbly laugh. His aura was really a sight to see. Sass and calm along with joy and awe. It was so colorful. I love seeing such beautiful colors. She twirled with a large smile on her face. She paused the moment she spotted the two dumbfounded boys standing by the entrance. Oh, hello. Midoriya. Shinso. Nice to see you guys. You're pretty early. Saka grins as he starts to gather his hair to tie. Nice to see. What the F was that? Hitoshi was the first to snap out of his shock and threw his hands up. Suki let out a snort at his reaction. It's called dancing. Saka nods as he informs them, it's when people move to a beat of a song. I know what dancing is, but since when did you do anything other than play video games and sit behind the counter? Hitoshi frowns. Dude, I have a life away from the counter. It's not natural. You're behind the counter guy. The three adults snort at this. You all right there, Midoriya? Suki asks, noticing the shorter boy's silence. Finally snapping out of his shock, he points at Saka and Suki, waving his finger between them. You two are dating? That's what you get out of all of this? Hitoshi looks at his friend like he grew a new head. Izuku gives his friend a serious look. What? It's a serious question. Sorta, we're actually dash. She's my ex-girlfriend. Saka says with a large grin on his lips. Suki gives him a pointed look before rolling her eyes. The unknown woman lets out a little giggle at the man's antics. We're married. Suki informed, tossing a water bottle that wasn't in her hand before at the man. Saka easily caught it with a smug smirk as he wiggled his eyebrows, making her snort. Izuku was ready to ask about the sudden water bottle's appearance only for Hitoshi to speak before he got the chance to. You are. He raises a brow at the woman wearing pink sweatpants and a white tank top. Izuku elbowed his friend for his bluntness, making him shoot the shorter male a glare. Oh, right, sorry, that's our bad. Suki ran a hand through her hair before gesturing to the woman next to them. This is Tai Lee. She's an old friend of ours. She will be the one teaching your taekwondo classes. Hi. It's very nice to meet you too. The class doesn't start for another. She flips her phone out of her back pocket. Twirling it in her hand, she slides it back in her pocket as she speaks. 17 minutes, but I love your enthusiasm for punctuality. She gives them both a thumbs up. Izuku's lips slowly starts twitching upwards into a smirk. Wait, so you're not teaching it? The purple-haired male looked at Suki with an almost pleading look. This cannot be happening. Nope. I mainly teach the relaxation classes, Tessenjutsu, and a few other weapons classes. Tai Lee was nice enough to take over the class for me a few years ago. It gives me a lot of much-needed free time before my class at 6. Suki explained with a small shrug at the end. Yup. There's really only like one taekwondo class a day, so I come by to teach him. The bubbly woman responds as she bounces on her heels. At this point Izuku was full-on smirking. He could hear the faint bell of the door opening and turned to his gobsmacked friend. Looks like we're having a long week full of Marvel movies. We might as well start today too, so like a sleepover would be best. He spoke with a nod before he walked for the locker rooms. Let's get ice cream after class too. What? You're watching movies without me? Sokka raises a brow. The three adults looked back over at the purple-haired boy as he buried his face in his hands, letting out a groan. He can't believe he lost. He was so cocky and confident he'd win too. He silently cursed every god he could think up, which honestly was a very short list for him, 'cause now he has to watch a bunch of superhero movies. He's been avoiding them like the plague, 'cause real-life superheroes are enough for him honestly. My fate is sealed. It's too late for me now. Hitoshi grumbled out as he slid his hands down his face, accepting his fate. Walking for the changing rooms, along with other students that had arrived, the three adults just give one another a confused look. Shrugging it off, they all made their way over to the table to wait for the students to finish. Suki seated herself in front of the computer while her husband sat next to her. She was quick to pull up her emails and some folders from her bag. She handed her husband the manila folders and he happily took them. She has a lot of work to do, and Tai Lee teaching the class has allowed her enough time to get through all of it. Well, alone she's able to get through half of it, but with Sokka's help she's always able to finish it all within the hour. You two are always so busy with that stuff. How do you manage? Tai Lee asks as she watches her two friends sort through everything. It's not that bad, especially with Sokka's help. Suki shoots her friend a smile as she begins to type out an email response before sending it. It gives me something to do. Sokka replies with a carefree shrug as he pulls out a notepad and begins to write down information. I finish all of my work in the mornings and I always end up with too much free time. The girl in pink hummed in response before she tapped her hand on the table a few times and stood up straight. All right then. Have fun you two, I'll start my class now. She gave her friends a wave as she turned on her heels. With a skip in her step, she made her way to the front of the class. Hello. My name is Tai Lee and I'll be your taekwondo teacher. Hitoshi let out a relieved sigh as he walked out the gates of his school. It's finally Saturday, which means no practice today. Attending taekwondo every day has actually been pretty exhausting, but he and Izuku have been able to push through. As expected, their training has been getting a little harder as time wore on, but it's not as bad as it was when they first started out. A smile tugged at the boy's lips as he spotted the park he and his friend would meet up at. Izuku had made him watch those Marvel movies, and Hitoshi would be a liar if he said they weren't actually good. He didn't think the people in pre-quirk times would be able to make such good hero movies, 'cause the people now make some pretty crap ones. So far both boys are big fans of Iron Man. Izuku thinks he's an inspiration for those without or with weak quirks. Hitoshi couldn't help but completely agree with him. The guy is smart and became a hero with his technology. Granted he's rich, but technicalities. They were both all the more excited when Mrs. Midoriya mentioned some hero named Batman who's from DC. They were pretty quick to make plans on watching whatever Batman media they could find. Today, however, they'll be watching Endgame and Infinity War. Stationing himself on a swing, Hitoshi pulled out a juice box he took from the cafeteria and began people watching as he awaited his friend. He did his best to hold back his laughter as he watched idiots get to clothes or mess with the geese. After a while he got bored and pulled out his phone to watch a cat video or two only to see the time. 4:16. What the hell? Where's Midoriya? He's not one to be late without calling or texting. Standing to his feet, he couldn't help the worry bubble up for his friend. Looking over his notifications, he found he hadn't received anything from the green-haired boy. Dialing his number, he put the phone up to his ear as he walked. Hey, this is Izuku Midoriya. Sorry I can't answer the phone right now. The purple-haired teen cursed under his breath, hanging up and dialing again. This time someone picked up. There was some rustling and a pained groan from the other line. Hello? Sure, Shinso. The boy frowned, digging his heel on the ground and speed walking towards the direction of his friend's school. He sounds like he's in pain. Midoriya, where are you? There was a small groan from the other line. Near the convenience store with lots of vending machines. Shinso broke into a run. Are you okay? What happened? A choked sob. Cursing under his breath, Hitoshi pushed himself to run faster. As he neared the convenience store, his eyes darted all over the place trying to spot the mess of green hair. He could hear Midoriya sobbing quietly through the line, and he effing hates every minute of it. Looking into the alley closest to the vending machines, he spotted a pair of legs and a familiar pair of red sneakers sticking out from behind a pile of boxes. Rushing into the alley, he stopped in front of his best friend that laid on the ground hugging himself as he sobbed. There was blood running down his face and nose. His uniform was burned and ripped in different places. He could see the blood that pooled under him. Hitoshi could hear his phone clatter on the floor as he slid down on his knees. He's been beaten up before, but he doesn't remember it ever being this bad. Hell, his parents were pretty damn fast to put a stop to it when he finally told them about it, and they threatened to sue the school. It didn't stop the bullying altogether, but being ignored is honestly better than getting fed up. Oh God, Midoriya. The smaller teen flinched at the voice and tried to curl into himself more. I'm sorry, Izuku choked out. No, please, I'm sorry. I won't run anymore. Midoriya, it's me, Shinso. He spoke in a soft tone. He didn't know if he should touch him or not, his hands hovering over his friend's form. Slowly his friend looked up to meet his eyes, and Hitoshi just felt like crying. Maybe he already is crying though if his blurring vision was anything to go by. Hi, Hitoshi? Hey, it's okay. What do I call someone? Need to call. Looking around for his phone, he plucked it from the floor. He dialed the first number that came to mind. Yellow, answered a carefree voice. What's up, Shin dash? Shinso was quick to interrupt the man's voice by rambling off his location, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform. He hardly registered the shuffling on the other line. Izuku is hurt. I think he needs a hospital. His head is bleeding and there's so much blood and you guys are the closest to us and I don't know what to do. Should I have called an ambulance? Can his parents even afford an ambulance? What do I do? What do I dash? Okay, Shinso, listen carefully. You said there's a lot of blood, right? You need to apply pressure to the injury. If you have a sweater or something, use that. It'll help with slowing the bleeding. Don't be afraid to apply pressure. You need to stop the bleeding, and by applying pressure you're helping encourage the blood clot. He could hear what sounded like a car door and an engine starting on the other line. His head is bleeding, right? Ask him if he feels dizzy, if his vision is blurry. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Izuku, how do you feel? How many fingers am I holding up? He held up 4 fingers and watched as his friend blinked a few times, staring at his hand. I feel a little dizzy, tired. Hitoshi nods, repeating the information over the phone. Throwing his bag off his shoulders, he pulled out a hoodie, he carries to change in when he's at Midoriya's house. Carefully he turns his friend on his back to find the source of the bleeding. On the side of his stomach, he sports a deep gash only made visible from the burnt uniform. There were other areas that were obviously burned but none bleeding as badly. Doing as he was told, he applied pressure, ignoring the soft hiss from his friend's lips. He's not sure how long he's been there, but eventually he heard footsteps running towards them. Kid, Sokka hissed under his breath as he kneeled down next to Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy scooted over to the side to give the older man room. He watched as the older man removed his hoodie to check the wound. It seemed to still be bleeding, but the blood ran a little slower. Ruffling through a duffel bag he had on him, he pulled out a large packet of gauze and medical tape. "All right, kid, I'm going to need you to sit up for me. Can you do that?" Izuku let out a little groan but slowly pushed himself off the ground with Sokka's help. "Okay, good. Now I'm going to touch you to help with the bleeding and clean the blood, all right?" A nod was his response. Sokka quickly pulled up his sleeves and pulled on some gloves. He was quick to clean up as much blood as he could. Grabbing a few pieces of gauze, he pressed it firmly against the wound and asked Shinso to use the medical tape to stick it in place. With shaky hands he followed the older man's instructions before falling back to just observing as he spoke to Izuku, telling him everything he was going to do and awaiting for the boy's nod in confirmation. At some point he had to remove Izuku's burned and tattered uniform top to deal with the burns, scratches and bruises that littered his torso and... Alright, looks like that gash was the worst of it. He has a mild concussion, which is nothing too serious. Luckily nothing is broken, though judging from the bruising on his chest there is a possibility he might have a cracked rib or two. Sokka explained as he cleaned off the last of the blood on Izuku's face. Hitoshi let out a breath of relief. "Oh, thank F-. It's not the best news, but it's honestly better than what he had initially thought." Sokka also looks relieved as he throws the bloodied material he'd used into a haphazard bag, his hoodie included, to dispose of elsewhere. "We should still take you to the hospital to get properly checked over. Can you stand?" Izuku nods. Slowly he rose to his feet, Sokka following suit, his hands hovering over the boy ready to catch him if he fell. Sokka quickly tore off his jacket and gently placed it around the boy's bare shoulders once he was up. "All right, good, Shinso, throw my bag into the trunk, yeah? I'm going to help Midoriya into the car. And sorry for your hoodie." Shaking his head, the teen grabbed the bag and rushed to the car that awaited them at the entrance of the alley. The trunk was already open, so he just tossed the bag back there before closing it. Seeing his injured friend and Sokka walk out the alley, he opened the door for them. The older man gave him a nod in thanks as he carefully sat the younger boy in the passenger seat. He doesn't remember the hospital ride. His mind barely processed the doctors taking his best friend from his arms and rushing him inside. A hand was on his shoulder leading him to a chair. He heard voices speaking to him, but they all sounded so muffled to him. "Kacchan." Izuku said Kacchan and his friends. He felt like punching something, preferably their faces. He knows who Kacchan is. Izuku told him when they were jogging together, when they were getting to know one another more. He'd spoken about the guy as if they were great friends, but then he spoke about the time the a-hole tripped him in class and how he gave him the nickname Deku. The more Izuku spoke about the but the more Hitoshi realized they aren't friends. Hitoshi had tried to tell him that. He tried to explain that that's not something friends do. Hell, he went as far as to mention his own experiences, yet Izuku refused to really believe it. He wants to believe that his friend is still there, that the boy he'd grown up with was still there, but how can he have so much faith in someone who has constantly beat him down for years? That a-hole doesn't deserve Izuku's kindness. Lavender eyes slowly roamed over the waiting room till finally they landed on the boy of his worries. He stood next to his mother and, wow, when did she get here? The green-haired teen stood beside her looking slightly dazed as his mother spoke to a doctor. A large bandage sat on the top left of his temple, held an ice pack against his swollen eye. His lip was busted too. The moment they started making their way towards him, he was on his feet in an instant. "Is he okay? Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Should you be walking alone? Do you need anything? Speak to me, Izuku, what do you need?" Hitoshi found himself questioning in worry. Izuku blinked at him for a moment, a small smile gracing his lips. Without warning, he walked forward and gathered the brainwasher in a hug, making him tense for a moment before relaxing into the embrace. He was careful to wrap his arms around his friend, mindful of his other injuries that hid under the clothes. Izuku was silent for a moment, but when he spoke it was a soft whisper. "Sorry for scaring you, Hitoshi." His voice cracked as he spoke. Hitoshi's eyes glossed over and was quick to bury his face in his friend's shoulder. He shook his head. I'm just glad. Why, you're okay?" Inko smiled sadly as she watched their interaction. She was panicked to hear her son was in the hospital and had rushed over to see him. "Izuku, you know I'm here for you when you need me, and unfortunately I can't read your mind, so you need to speak to me. I want to help you, but you need to tell me what's wrong first." Her son was silent for a moment. Reluctantly he had told her everything, and she was furious. All this time, she thought Katsuki was still on at least decent terms with her son, but it turns out he's his main bully. The moment she said she'd talk to Mitsuki, he panicked and tried to defend the boy's actions against him. "No, Mom, it's not his fault. He doesn't know any better. If anything, it's my fault. I shouldn't have provoked him. It's my fault. We're friends and I made him angry by avoiding him. I should have just stayed, maybe then he wouldn't have been so mad." Inko bit her lower lip as her son spoke about Katsuki as if he hadn't just beaten him to a bloody pulp. She knows her son has a heart of gold, but he's blaming himself. He's sorry for something that very obviously isn't his fault. How could she not have noticed this? She should have known. She had stopped seeing Katsuki in their home a month after Izuku's misdiagnosis. Izuku stopped talking about his adventures with the blonde altogether too. Even after Izuku had come clean to her about the bullying, she didn't notice. She feels like she's failed as a mother, and she'd be dead if she allowed her son to suffer anymore. She did her best to explain to her son that he and Katsuki weren't friends and hadn't been for a very long time. The whole time she spoke, her boy sat there silently. She could only hope he was truly taking her words in. Nobody deserves to be told they're useless or worthless. Nobody should have the authority to tell you who you are. What they did to you, what Katsuki has done, can't just be ignored. I know you two were friends once, but baby, this isn't friendship. This is bullying, this is quirk discrimination. When you are with Hitoshi, how do you feel? She watched as her son slowly blinked and liked his lips. "I'm comfortable and safe." "What about with Katsuki or the other kids at school?" She placed a hand on her son's shoulder to ground him when she realizes he's starting to dissociate. Blinking a few times, the boy responded, "I feel anxious and scared." "Always looking for an exit?" He lowers his head as his voice becomes softer. "You see the difference?" He nods but is just as quick to try and defend the blonde. But it's not his fault. Our teachers don't do anything to make him stop. They all encourage him. They all compliment him, and I know that it's what makes him act like that. Can't just leave him. I have to be there for him. To help him. He can change, he can be better, he's going to be a hero. I can't take that away from him. He's always wanted to be a hero. She swallowed the lump in her throat. She wanted to avoid it, but there's no denying it now. Her son needs a little help beyond what she can do. She isn't a therapist, but she can safely assume her son was in desperate need for one. She'd need to speak to him about this. For now, however, she'll do what she can. "Honey, I know you think Katsuki can change, and maybe he can, but this isn't something you have to fix. It's not your job to take responsibility for Katsuki. You're not his caretaker, Mitsuki is, and she has to know about this. Katsuki needs anger management and maybe even some therapy, and so do you, sweetheart. What you went through, it's not fair, and you should have never gone through that." The two fell into silence once the doctor came back with necessary items to patch up the teen. Izuku played with his fingers the whole time. When the doctor had finished treating his wounds and went off to grab some medication for the pain, he finally spoke. "Shinso said something similar about Kachin? Is the Kachin I know really gone?" Inko felt the tears fall unbidden at this. She gently took her baby into her arms as she spoke in a soft and hopefully soothing tone. "I think the Kachin you knew has become lost and is beyond your reach. You've tried for years and nothing has ever worked. This This isn't something you can fix, dear. He sobbed in her arms, silently mourning a long-since-dead friendship. Watching the two boys separate, Inko spoke. I really appreciate you helping my son Shinso. Shibo's making the boy jump. Sokka helped too. He rubbed the back of his neck with a hand as he stared at the ground. Her smile grew slightly. Yes, but still. You're the one that found him. Thank you. She turns to the taller man who's been silent the entire time. Shibos, I wish we could have met in better circumstances, but thank you as well for helping my son. The man smiles sheepishly. It's no problem, ma'am. I'm assuming Izuku will be out of commission for a while? She nods, leaning a hand on her cheek. Yes, the doctor said he should take it easy for a few days. Nothing too strenuous. They recommended at least a week's worth of rest. It would have been longer, but thankfully nothing is fractured. Sokka nods. I'll change his jogs to walks and manage his other training. He looks at Izuku. You're free to come by the dojo, but unfortunately you won't be able to participate for the week. Izuku's eyes fell to the ground in sadness but gave a small nod in understanding. If you do come by the dojo, bring those analysis books of yours. It'll be nice to go over them with you. Sokka smiled when the boy's head shot up, eyes filled with excitement. He's eager to agree to that. Now then, we should be going. Izuku has had a long day and needs rest. Inko gently coaxes everyone for the door. Once outside, Izuku suddenly lets out a gasp. Does this mean we have to hold off Avengers Endgame and Infinity War? Hitoshi's eyes blew wide at this. He almost forgot. You guys were gonna watch Endgame and Infinity War and not invite me? Sokka gasped in faux shock. We never invite you. Hitoshi responded softly with a small playful smirk as the older man gasped. Unfortunately so, honey. The doctor said not to do anything too emotionally taxing. You can watch other movies. You also need to make sure to focus on one task at a time too, so no multitasking. In other words, you need to lay off the news and hero fights too if you can help it, or at least limit yourself. You'll also be receiving time off school for a while. Inko explained, stopping once they arrived at the parking lot. The two teens looked at one another before slumping their shoulders in defeat. They gave a nod in understanding. Fine. We'll wait. Shinso huffs. But how is it that we can't watch those two movies but can watch others? Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow. Well, she did say nothing emotionally taxing. Sokka shrugged, a sly smile sneaking its way on his lips. How are those emotionally taxing? Shinso asked. Well, I'll be seeing you guys. I need to get going. Sokka says, looking at his watchless wrist as if checking the time. With a wave and a goodbye, he walked off to his car. Wait, what? Mom, does something bad happen in the movies? Izuku turns to his mother, now feeling very confused. What's going to happen? Why does Endgame and Infinity War count as emotionally taxing? Why is nobody saying anything? Looking to the side, he could see his friend is equally as confused as he felt. Let's get going, boys. I'll give you a ride home, Hitoshi. Inko smiled, turning on her heel and walking for her car. Wait, Mom. What happens in the movie? Mrs. Midoriya, you can't just leave us hanging like this. Izuku. Inko called as she knocked on the door to his room firmly. Waiting a minute for a response, she reached for the doorknob when she received none. Honey, it's time to get up now. Peeking into the room, her eyes landed on the body under the blankets. A bush of green curls peeked out from under. His bedroom had changed a few months ago, and she felt like it continued to change every time she entered. His room was once like a shrine to All Might, but now it had few of the man's merchandise. His room looked more like that of a teenage boy's, or at least she thinks this is what one would look like, than an All Might fanboy's. He had ended up selling many of his All Might collectibles, only staying with a handful he claimed to be rare. Figures and posters of different heroes, even those from Marvel, and she had a feeling DC heroes will be joining them soon, now lined his walls and bookshelf. His desk, where he'd kept his laptop, now held a large curved screen, an LED keyboard and mouse. Sokka had built him a rather cheap PC with LEDs built into it that he kept on the ground near the desk and the wall due to the compact space. Izuku ended up paying for the parts with the money he'd earned selling a vintage All Might lamp. She remembers his room feeling bare and empty when he had decided to sell so much of his things. She understood why he did it, but she couldn't help but worry, though, as time wore on and she watched as her boy would fill his room again with different things. It no longer felt like a shrine for all might but a normal bedroom. The whole PC thing worried her for a bit though. She thought her son would drown himself in games, and he does, but he's responsible with them at least. Taking care of anything important before deciding to play anything. Inko smiled fondly at her son as she creeped closer. Izuku, baby, she spoke softly, giving him a slight nudge. He groaned in response, turning on his back and rubbing a hand on his face while the other curled into a weak fist as he stretched. Inko barely stifled a giggle. I know you're enjoying your time off school, but it's already 10:15, baby. 10:15. He slurred as he slowly blinked his eyes open to glare at the clock across his bed mounted on the wall. Letting out a little groan, he threw his arm over his eyes. It's late? I missed my morning routine. Ruffling his hair, Inko stands upright. It's not the end of the world. You can miss one day. Izuku nods groggily as he sits up and he lets out a yawn. Get dressed, dear. I'm making you a fruit salad as a light breakfast. Hearing a small thank you from her son, she closed the door behind her as she stepped out. Walking for the kitchen, she went back to cutting up an apple into bite-sized pieces. Once she was finished, she set all the fruit into a bowl. Placing it on the table, she got to cleaning the dirty dishes. Drying her hands, she heard the sound of the chair lightly skidding on the hardwood floor. You don't work today? Izuku asked as he picked up the fork. No, I got the next 2 days off. I didn't really enjoy leaving you home alone with a mild concussion for 4 days. Inko replied, proceeding to put away the now dry dishes. It wasn't that bad. Oh yeah? What do you usually do while I'm at work and Hitoshi is at school that isn't analyzing fights from the news or playing games? Izuku pouts as he thinks of what he does. Saka had limited his exercise for the week and it's been pretty boring for him. He's gotten so used to his schedule, up by 5, jog with Hitoshi, get home, shower, change, eat breakfast and go to school. After he'd meet up with Hitoshi at the park, they hang out a while before going to the dojo, and then they'd usually go to each other's house or something and do homework together. Or they'd go their separate ways and play Monster Hunter or something with Saka. Ever since Saturday he's basically been stuck at home though. Now he just goes on walks instead of jogs, leaving him alone since his friend was told not to slack off. Izuku's mom had started joining him on his walks when she learned he's stuck on his own. It's been pretty nice. His mom enjoys the walks and Izuku enjoys talking to her as they go. She's even thinking of keeping it up even after he gets better. Afterward though he's stuck at home till school lets out and he'd head to the park to meet Hitoshi. They'd head to the dojo together but he's forced to sit out. He'd usually just talk to Saka about his analysis. The guy is smarter than he acts, and then heads home. While he's stuck at home alone though, the first day he had finished all the homework his teachers had sent him for the week. With that out of the way, so soon he would just work on his analysis for a while before getting a headache. He'd play some Monster Hunter, ranking up his hunter rank till his eyes go dry or his headache returns. Sometimes he'd find himself wandering over to the kitchen, looking in the fridge, closing it without getting anything and walking back to his room. Other times he'd just stare at his phone looking through old memes, watching old Vines or TikToks. He's had moments when he just knocks out for a few hours or stares at the ceiling. He could recall rearranging his room maybe twice during that. I've been so lonely. Izuku lets out a whine, leaning his cheek against the tabletop as he stabs his fork into a watermelon slice. Inko lets out a soft giggle watching her son as she walks over to sit across him. Once she was seated, she crossed her fingers over each other on the table. She wanted to have a serious talk with her son for a while now. She hasn't been able to ever find the perfect timing to speak to him. She wasn't lying when she said she didn't like leaving him home alone while he had a concussion, however minor it was, but she also wants to speak with him over what had happened. She realized yesterday that there will never be a perfect time to speak about this. She just has to stop beating around the bush and be blunt with it. Taking a deep breath to calm her raging anxiety, she spoke, Izuku, about Saturday. She looked up to meet her son's eyes. He stared at her frozen, half a strawberry stabbed into his fork halfway to his awaiting mouth. I know you said you want to finish school at Aldera, but Please. At least consider online school. It's still early enough in the year that the transition will be easy. I know you want to be a hero, and I support that, and I know that being a hero means you would get hurt, but you're not even a hero student yet, and what they did. I don't want it happening again. Izuku slowly set his fork back down into his plate as his mother spoke. Inko clenched her hands as they began to shake. I suppose I can tolerate villain fights. I mean, I don't, but for you I'll try and tolerate it. The bullying. You said your teachers and the principal won't do anything, and as much as I wish I could just sue them for everything they own, you don't want that right now, and I respect your wishes. So please, think about it. Just for the rest of middle school and to think about helping yourself and see a therapist. Izuku stared down at what was left of his fruit salad in silence. He can't deny how tempting homeschooling is. Before he wouldn't have even considered it, but now. Kachin. No, Katsuki had never really gone so far, but Saturday had truly. It was an eye-opener. If he thinks about it, he supposes that Katsuki telling him to take a swan dive off a roof was almost as if he were testing to see how far he could go. And oh, he sees why she wants him to go to therapy now too. Was he even okay mentally and emotionally? Probably not, right? Especially if he thought the abuse over the years was just rough housing or a simple game. He thought that everything that happened to him was his fault, and oh, when he thinks of it more, he does need help sorting through all that. I think online school would be best, he spoke softly, stabbing his fork through a few blueberries. He met his mother's hopeful gaze and offered her a smile. Will it really be all right with you? You'll be fine being home alone till high school starts up. There's only 8 months left of school anyway. I think I can survive being home alone till then. Inko smiles at her son's words. And Mom? Yes, dear. I think I need help with up here. Too. He spoke softly, looking down at his plate. Gingerly he pointed at his head and his chest. Inko bit her lower lip as she felt tears poke at her eyes. She just nods, not knowing what to say but feeling relief wash over her. Okay, I'll make preparations then. We can look for an online school and a therapist that you'll like together and start preparing documents. Tomorrow I can stop by Aldra to get whatever else we need. How does that sound? Izuku could only give his mother a genuine warm smile. It sounds like I have something to do today. Inko giggles at her son's words. Small bonus brought to you by 6:10 a.m. and no sleep. Izuku, after his little lockdown at home all week, is now crying on his sofa. Why? I see now why this is emotionally taxing. Hitoshi chokes out as he grabs another tissue. I'm not feeling so well, Mr. Stark. No. Hitoshi began to mumble as they watched their favorite boy go. No. The teens cried in unison. Behind them, Inko held a warm cup of tea as she and Hitoshi's parents watched them at the table. I'm glad Izuku is feeling better now. Hajime Shinso, Hitoshi's father, spoke softly in a gruff voice. His dark purple, almost black tired eyes watching the kids cry their eyes out with a small smirk. He held a cup of black coffee in one hand and ran his other through his messy purple locks. The woman next to him with sky blue hair nods in agreement as she sips her tea. Opening her eyes revealed lavender eyes with white irises. Hitoshi has been very worried for Izuku. I'm glad he's all right. Mihoko Shinso agrees with her husband. Yes, he was having a tough time not being as active as before, but he adjusted. Inko smiles warmly. Oh, before I forget, Hajime sets down his coffee to pull out his wallet. Opening it, he pulled out a card and set it on the table. Putting his wallet away, he used his free hand to slide it towards Inko. What's this? Inko took the business card to look at it closer. That's the therapist Hito has been seeing for the past 2 years. We've tried several and this is the one that just seemed to click. Hopefully it'll be the same with Izu and you won't have to be on a search for long. They have fairly cheap prices too if your insurance doesn't cover it. The green-haired woman felt her eyes tear up. Oh, how did you? I didn't mention it. Mihoko smiled softly and placed a hand on Inko's. Izuku told Hitoshi about it and he asked us to recommend his therapist to you. We don't really know what's going on, but if you or Izuku need help, we're happy to help. Letting go of the card, the green-haired woman did her best to wipe her eyes. Mihoko and Hajime couldn't help but smile as they patted the woman's shoulders in reassurance. Bullshit. Quick as you start the next movie. Hitoshi shouted as Izuku dived for the controller. Already on it. Izuku replied as he fumbled with the buttons to start the next movie. The adults couldn't help the light laughter that bubbled up at their antics. Alright, perfect. Now then, let's work on back kicks. Tai Lee begins to demonstrate slowly. We're going to do this on 3 counts. 1. We're turning on our feet so our heels face the target. The whole time we're going to keep facing the target. 2. We turn our heads around. Again, keep your eyes on the target. And 3. We kick straight back with our back leg. Retract and set it down, and as you can see, my right leg is now in the front. We're going to continuously alternate sides so we don't get dizzy. Izuku and Hitoshi watched their sensei carefully as she demonstrated everything she explained before doing it in one fluid motion. She made sure to keep her movements as obvious as possible for them to be able to copy them. 2 months into their training and they had received their yellow belts over the weekend. The test was nerve-wracking, but the fact that they were able to take it together made it better. Let's begin. 2, 3. Okay boys, we are not reaching for the target. We are making an impact with our heel. Don't ever reach with your toes. 1, 2, 3. Better. 1, 2, 3. It didn't take long for them to turn their attention to the self-standing punching bags. Putting it all together, you are going to hit the red target. I'm not looking for speed, just accuracy for now. Ready? 10. Set. After a few more sets of back kicks, Tai Lee taught them a few more moves before teaching them more sparring. 2 hours later, the 2 boys had found themselves steadying their breathing on the floor as they stretched their worn muscles. You 2 did great today. Tai Lee smiled brightly as she walked over. I didn't get to say it since we started class right away today, but congrats on the new belts, guys. I'm proud of you. We were only able to pass thanks to your teaching, sensei. Izuku smiles shyly. It was nerve-wracking. I thought I was going to just collapse and die. Hitoshi mumbles into his knee as he stretches out to touch his toes. The older woman giggles. Yet you still got your belt. Isn't it exciting though? By the time you guys get into Yui, you'll be on your way to gaining a green belt with a blue stripe. Tai Lee watched in amusement as both boys shared a shy yet proud smile at the news. Suppressing a giggle, she stretched up for the sky. Well then, I'm gonna go freshen up and head out. Make sure you 2 take it easy when you train in your little hideout. I don't want a repeat of yesterday. Both boys grimaced at the memory. The 2 boys had taken it upon themselves to start sparring with what they knew. It wasn't so bad, till Izuku had accidentally used his quirk and both boys learned that he can make his water sharp enough to go through things, like the tree that crashed down. The sound was loud enough to make people think there was a villain attack. They 2 boys had left in a panic when they heard people calling out for heroes and told their senseis when they had rushed into the dojo since it was closer. Suki and Tai Lee had reprimanded them for practicing without supervision and aren't allowed to do anything dangerous outside the dojo now. They've been restricted to only practicing their katas and meditation. It's a bummer, but fair. Hitoshi let out a sigh as he sat upright from his stretch. Giving his friend a look, he spoke. I blame you. The shorter teen groaned as he crossed his legs. It was an accident. My counselor and I tested a lot of things, but that was not something we tested. We thought it only extended to manipulation and solidifying it. He leans back, palms behind him for support. There's a lot we weren't able to test out since we only had 5 appointments that only lasted half an hour, but it makes me wonder even more how much my quirk expands out. The purple-haired teen hummed as he copied his friend's pose. Maybe you can schedule a new appointment with your counselor. Actually, that won't be necessary. Both boys looked up to see Saka smiling down at them. Once he had their attention, he held out 2 small stacks of papers for them to take. Sharing a glance, the 2 teens took it to look at curiously. Okinawa? Hitoshi read the bold words out loud, his eyes meeting Saka's and waiting for him to explain. There's a lot of words and he doesn't feel like reading it, okay? This packet is like 5 pages, it's not worth the brain power. What? No way, really? Izuku looked up with a large grin, bouncing slightly where he sat. The taller teen looked over to him. He refuses to read, and if it means he has to piece things together himself, then fine. Like, really? Not a joke? Up. Summer vacation is the longest amount free time you guys get. You've gotten a lot of training done coming in every day and your regimens have gotten more packed, 'cause of it. Vacation doesn't end for another 3 weeks, so I think now is the perfect time to do this, especially after yesterday. Hitoshi snorts as Izuku sheepishly rubs his cheek. Green eyes skim over the paper in his hand again. It says our parents are invited to join us? Up. My sister suggested it. Said your parents deserve a vacation too. The taller teen glared at Sokka's shoes as his brain processed everything being said. As it processed everything at the speed of Internet Explorer, Izuku and Sokka suddenly started talking about the trip at the speed of light. Oh god, he's using too much brain power. He decided not to read just so he doesn't have to use his brain, but they are being too vague. With a defeated sigh, he straightens out the paper in his hand and begins to read. Okinawa. Dear parents or guardians, on Sunday, July 18th, Kyoshi's self-defense teachers Sokka Vanstafra and Suki Adaira will be taking a 2-week trip to Okinawa. Due to your child being a part of a private training program with one other student, we would like to extend our invitation to your child for quirk training. Learning to properly utilize their quirk during battle. Special stealth training. Weapons training. Parents and guardians are free to join their child for this trip. The trip to Okinawa will be located in Nakajin in a beach house. The house is big enough to accommodate everyone who wishes to join and has its own pool and, of course, a private beach. This may be a training trip, but we still hope for our students and their families to enjoy themselves. Transportation to the island will be by plane. Please make sure to turn in this information sheet by July 15th, for all tickets will be paid for by us. Once tickets are purchased, we will send everyone a mass message on the time of departure and when to be at the airport. Please make sure to read and fill out each of the pages thoroughly. Anything the child must have on hand will be provided upon the permission slip on the last page. Emails and phone numbers of all the people who will be involved are provided on the next page. Please note that any and all injuries your child may sustain during training will be taken care of. Any and all medical bills will be covered. I can't wait. Izuku jumps up to his feet in excitement, making Hitoshi jolt back in surprise just as he was going to look at the next page. With an exasperated smile, he slowly lifts himself off the floor too. He'll never understand how Sokka or Izuku's mother can keep up with his ramblings. He tries to keep up, but his best friend just talks too fast sometimes and his brain, not wanting to short-circuit, yeets itself out of the conversation. He knows he'll get used to it eventually, but for now his brain is stuck on dial-up internet. Glancing at the clock behind the desk, Sokka's grin softens. Reaching out, he ruffles the two boys' hair only to quickly pull back, shaking his hands. "EW, you guys are all sweaty. Go shower already. PFT, whatever you dingus." Hitoshi smirks as he ruffles his hair, making lingering sweat splash on the older man. Izuku squeaks and rushes to hide behind Sokka, using him like a shield. Said older man practically screeched for him to stop as he backed away with the green bean. His smirk grew wider as he turned on his heel and made his way to the locker rooms. "I'll have you know I'm the smartest man in Japan," Sokka shouts, puffing out his chest and his cheeks like an offended child. Izuku snickered at this and was quick to jog over to his best friend. Hitoshi may or may not have aimed to hit him with that little attack on purpose, but that doesn't mean he can't seek payback. Maybe he can hide his friend's hair gel. He does hate having his hair in his face after all. Hitoshi glared out the large windows at the airplanes that were parked right outside. Today is the day of their trip. The moment his parents read over the whole packet Sokka had given them, they had called off work so fast he didn't even register it till they had dragged him off to the mall. There they had gotten him a bunch of new exercise clothes. It was so unnecessary he felt like he was going to die with all the clothes his mom made him and his dad try on, sunscreen and swimming trunks. When they got home, he was practically yeeted into his room to get a head start on packing. Now they're at the airport. Everyone, and God does he mean everyone, sat in the stupidly uncomfortable chairs awaiting their flight to board. Can you believe that? They're going to fly on an airplane, a giant hunk of metal and whatever the F else is in it. He has to put his faith in the pilot to be in a good mood and decide, hey, I want to live today. Let's have a nice flight. And he has to have faith in a giant piece of whatever the F It's made of to not break apart during mid-flight or any time really. The purple-haired teen let out a soft shaky sigh as his fingers fiddled with the zipper on his sweater as he watched one of the aircrafts begin to back up. Glaring at the planes. Isn't going to make them atone for whatever sin they have committed to your soul Hidecan. Whipping around, Hitoshi was met with his green-haired friend sitting beside him. A small smile on his lips, forest green eyes filled with worry. Tilting his head slightly to the side, he spoke softly, "You okay?" The older teen let out a nose sigh as he slumped back into his seat and stared at the high ceiling. The two sat in silence for a while, the only noise being that of the people around them. He could hear his mother excitedly speaking to Mrs. Midoriya and Suki-sensei, his father speaking to Saka about work. Instead of speaking, he just glances out the window at the planes and hopes his friend understands his unspoken words. Izuku watched his friend closely as he looked back out the window before looking back up at the ceiling. Narrowing his eyes, he stared out the window, to see the planes and a few cars drive about. Was he looking at the planes? If so, why was he? "You're afraid of flying?" He spoke with a hushed voice to keep others from looking their way. With those simple words, his friend sat up straight, making him flinch at the sudden movement. "It's just not natural. If we were meant to fly, we'd have been born with the ability to do so or have wings." He practically hissed as he also kept his voice low for others to not eavesdrop. Izuku blinked at his friend for a moment, his sudden outburst registering in his brain. "Toshi, you do realize that there are people with those kinds of quirks?" "But I don't." The younger teen jumped as his friend suddenly placed his hands on his shoulder with a tight grip. With a small shake he spoke. "I don't have wings, Zuku. I can't fly. The gods looked at my shitty soul, slapped brainwashing on it, and called it a day. Hitoshi froze when he saw the faraway look of fear in his friend's eyes. Noticing this, he was quick to realize how tense he was under his hands and how hard he was gripping his shoulders. Mentally cursing himself, the older teen loosened his grip and gently rubbed a hand up and down one of Izuku's arms. Hey Zuku, it's just me, Hitoshi, it's okay, you're safe? We're at the airport, we're going to be boarding for Okinawa soon." He watched with worry as his friend slowly came back to his senses. The green-haired boy blinked a few times as he came back from his own thoughts and smiled meekly at his friend. "Sorry about that. Dr. Fenton said it was bound to happen at times. She said it'll get better with time." He weakly spoke as he scratched his cheek as his eyes traced the patterns of his camo cargo shorts. Hitoshi shook his head in response. No, it's fine. I shouldn't have been so rough or caught you off guard like that. Sorry." The two sat in silence for a moment. "We'll be fine, Hidecan." Izuku's voice was soft, reassuring. He bumped their shoulders together. "You could always sleep the whole 2 hours. If you don't think you can, I'm sure we can find something to knock you out with in one of the stores before departure, or we can watch a movie during the flight. I downloaded Legally Blonde and Son of Batman." Hitoshi snorted. "Seriously? I think I'm going to get whiplash with those two completely different movies." Izuku shrugs as he pulls out his phone. "I mean, if you want options, I also downloaded." He taps away a few times to pull up his notes. Batman vs. Robin, Meet the Robinsons, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Justice League vs. Teen Titans, Sonic the Hedgehog, Your Name, Venom, Me Before You, Shazam, Batman, Death in the Family, Frozen, Forrest Gump, and Freedom Riders. Jeebus F-. Is there any particular order or something you want to watch those? Or do you plan to trap yourself inside every chance you get to watch them? Izuku snorted. "Nah, 1 movie a day before bed, and 2 during the plane ride. As for movie order, only the Batman movies have an order." With a small snort, Hitoshi nods. "Great. At least we won't be bored." Naha Airport was fairly crowded when they had landed, but it didn't take them too long to get through and order 2 taxis for them all. Izuku and Hitoshi happily busied themselves playing games on their phones while Inko and Suki silently spoke to one another. Green eyes flickered upwards at the sudden sound of crunching gravel hitting his ears. Looking out the windows, he noted they were driving through a forest. The path they drove through was rather wide. He watched in awe as he spotted the glistening ocean, soon followed by a red building coming into view. A beautiful traditional Japanese-style building that seemed as if it belonged to nobility. Sturdy pillars lifted the building a few feet off the ground, the only way up being that of the cement staircase that led to the large doors. The white walls almost shined with the attention of the sun, the roof a dark red and brown with golden edges. A dirt road mixed with the gravel-covered ground and led down the cliff towards the ocean. Two women stood at the base of the staircase, patiently watching as both taxis came to a stop. Saka didn't waste any time jumping out of the car to run towards the two females. Leaning on Hitoshi, Izuku whispered, "Hey, Hide-can, do you think one of them is Saka's sister?" Pausing his game, Hitoshi finally looked up. His purple eyes roamed over their surroundings as best he could through the windows before his gaze landed on the trio. Looking back over to his friend, he shrugged. Unless he's hugging a complete stranger, then the answer is yes. Izuku snorted at this as they both removed their seatbelts to join everyone else. "I just hope his sister isn't as crazy as her brother is." "All Kamentashi, he's not crazy." The purple-haired teen pauses just as he began to crack the car door open to give his best friend a playful smirk. "You only say that 'cause you're just as if not even more crazy than he is." Izuku let out an offended gasp. Not knowing how to respond, Izuku gave his friend a small push, making him lose balance and fall out the car door, kissing the dirt they had thankfully parked on. The green-haired teen began to cackle as he opened the door to his left and jumped out the car. Walking around the car, he spotted his friend sprawled out like a starfish facing the sky. A few feet away from the car, he must have rolled away. Izuku gave the bottom of his shoe a soft kick, earning him a quick glare. "Leave me here to die." "Come in, Hide-can, we have to grab our bags." Izuku stifled a laugh behind his hand. "No. Leave me here to dry like a fruit." "Well, you wouldn't really dry. If anything, your skin will burn, leaving you with a severe sunburn before you die of dehydration leading to dash." Okay, I get it." Hitoshi rose to his feet, dusting off his hands and clothes. "I'm up. Let's get our stuff." Grabbing their things and helping their parents, the families made their way to the adults waiting at the stairs. Saka stared at them with a wide grin upon his face, an arm wrapped around a shorter woman's shoulders. Her long dark locks fell down her back in waves in a half-up, bun style, half-down style. Her long bangs were tied into beads on either side of her face and carefully braided back into the tied-up hair. Bright blue eyes that nearly matched her brother's crinkled at the edges as she flashed the boys a bright smile. The woman that stood beside Suki had her arms crossed over her chest, a look of concentration on her face. Her black hair was tied up in a bun that was held back with a bandana. Her bangs fell freely over her eyes. Milky green orbs seemed to focus on a random spot none of them can identify. "Hello, it's very nice to meet you all." The girl in Saka's arm gently shrugged him off her shoulder and gave a polite bow. "My name is Katara Vatnstofer Karyoku, Saka's younger sister." "Welcome." The woman with the bun simply nodded. "Welcome. I'm Toph Beifeng." A smirk crosses her lips as she faces the general direction of Izuku and Hitoshi, making them jump. "I hope you two are ready for a grueling 2 weeks, 'cause I ain't going easy on ya." Hitoshi is convinced Izuku has a death wish with the way he excitedly bounces on the ball of his feet while the woman with a bun smirks menacingly at them. Honestly, how does he do it? Hitoshi can't help but feel a little jealous at all the energy his friend has. Seriously, they sat for like 3 hours. How is he not tired or fatigued? After a brief exchange and introductions, Katara and Toph showed them all to their rooms. The inside was beautiful and much bigger than it truly looked from the outside. As they walked, they were directed towards the more important areas: the pool, living room, dining room, and kitchen. The walls of the circular stairs held paintings and pictures. The top of the stairs, for all to see, held a 16 by 20 picture of 6 people huddled together, large smiles across their faces. A young tan man with dark short hair laughed as a girl with short bobbed hair hung off. Her arms hugged around his neck as he held her thighs in his hands to keep her steady. To their left, a tan girl laughs, her hair tied in a long braid, hair loops connecting to the braid. A male with a scar covering most of his left face grins widely. To the right of the couple, a shorter girl with her bangs in her face and arms crossed, lips twisted up in a smirk in the direction of the scared male and laughing girl. A bald male with tattoos laughed brightly, hands clasped at the base of his neck in a carefree manner. "Oh, what a lovely picture!" Inko marveled. Katara glanced back at her in confusion before her eyes landed on the portrait. A large smile graced her lips. "Oh, yes, this picture was taken quite some time ago. We all have a copy of this one. It was a special day for all of us." Sokka chuckled looking up at the picture as he drew Suki closer. "Yeah, we didn't really know it at the time, but we had all officially become friends that day." "Bleh, let's not all get sentimental and mushy now. Come on, we're almost to your rooms." Toph nods her head down the hallway. As everyone continued their walk, Izuku couldn't help but stare up at the picture. His eyes lingering on the man with the scared face. Why does he look familiar? Now that he thinks about it, the names Karyoku and Beifong sound familiar. Deciding to look into it later, he follows the group and is assigned his room, which just so happens to be across from Hitoshi. The room was large. Honestly, it's probably bigger than his living room. He's honestly surprised how not empty it felt. To his left next to the door was a small hallway that hid to a closet, then to a door that was the bathroom. Walking past it led to the bedroom. A queen-sized bed with red and white bedding, a small bedside table on either side holding lamps. A large carpet with intricate designs laid before the bed. A dresser sat at the wall across with a flat-screen TV sitting atop it. At the end of the room, curtains were delicately pulled back and tied with ropes, showing off large windows that lead to a balcony that showed off the view of the beach. Opening the sliding door, Izuku closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze and the smell of the ocean. It was faint, but he could faintly hear the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. It was calming. He even felt the familiar pull he's been feeling whenever he's around any body of water. It's as though it calls to him and it makes him want to use his quirk. Every time Izuku thinks about it, he can't help but feel stupid and blind. He's always felt the pull of water, making him always crave the beach. He'd want to spend hours in the bath or even showering. There's been times when he'd just stare at any moving water source and watch the way it moved. Always felt the warmth of fire. He'd always stare at the fire of the stove, mesmerized with the flames. Hell, he's even fascinated with the specks of flames that came from Katsuki's explosions. Enjoyed playing with dirt and running about barefoot when he was younger. Even when his mother forced him to stop as he got older, he still felt the need to do it. He always finds himself digging his fingers into the dirt when he'd sit under a tree. He's always found a sense of calm and almost weightlessness when a particularly strong gust of wind would rush through. He loves the wind, how refreshing it feels, how it seems to caress his skin as it gently tosses his hair. With a small sigh, the teen walked back into his room to unpack his things. He'll be here for 2 weeks. He might as well unpack so he doesn't rummage through the suitcase every time he needs something. As he was halfway through unpacking, Hitoshi had sauntered in and flopped face first into his bed, letting out a muffled groan. Izuku couldn't help but let out a snort in response as he finished folding a t-shirt and stuffed it into the drawer. Turning to grab another shirt, he spoke. "What's up with you?" Hitoshi turned his face to lay on his cheek and stare at his friend's back. "This place is too nice, man. My room looks like FNG hotel suite." He paused to look around the room. "And yours does too." He buried his face back into the blanket to let out a groan. "Rich people, I swear to God." Izuku paused to look around the room for a moment before finishing up with his last shirt. "Do hotel suites really look like this?" The older teen let out a huff before pulling himself to a sitting position. "You've never stayed in a hotel before?" "No, when Mom and I would visit Dad, we'd stay with him, plus we don't really travel. This is honestly the first vacation we've had in Japan." Izuku explained, finally closing the drawer and turning his attention to his friend. "You have such a sad life, Aizu. Wait, is that the beach?" Hitoshi rose to his feet and made his way to the balcony. "You son of a beach. You have a beach view. All I got was the view of the forest. What the F dash? What have I done to you higher power assholes?" He gets the pretty view, meanwhile I'm stuck looking at trees and dirt. Izuku watched on in amusement as his friend dramatically threw his arms up at the sky as he yelled. "Maybe they just prefer me 'cause I don't scream at them like you do." He grinned when purple eyes glared at him. "Nah, that can't be it. They just like watching me suffer." He yelled the last part, throwing up the middle finger at the sky. Izuku couldn't help but roll back on the bed to laugh. Izuku let out a yawn as he rubbed the palm of his hand against his tired eyes. He glared at his hair and exhausted face through the reflection in his bathroom mirror. He wants to shower to detangle it easier, but he still has training to take care of, so that's not an option. With a soft sigh, he grabbed some oil. He ran some through his hair before grabbing his comb. Gently, he started brushing sections starting from the tips down to the base. Once he was done, his hair was left a soft poofy mess free of tangles and knots, thank God, which he then pulled back into a ponytail. Satisfied with his work, he was quick to brush his teeth and change into his training clothes. Unplugging his phone from its charger, Izuku checked the time, 5:04 a.m. With a soft sigh, Izuku made his way out of his room to knock on Hitoshi's door. From behind the door, he could hear his friend grumbling loud enough to make out 5 more minutes, making him knock once more. The green-haired boy fought off a smirk when he heard an annoyed groan, quickly followed by someone hitting the floor and a pained groan. Shifting from one foot to the other, he waited for his friend to finally swing the door open. This time, it didn't take very long. Hitoshi's usually gravity-defying hair fell upon his face and stuck around all over the place. "Zuku, why the f are you here at?" He spares a glance behind him. "Hell? 5:09 a.m. Izuku snorted at this. "Didn't you read the papers Saka gave us yesterday at the airport?" Hitoshi stared blankly at his friend at the question. If he were being honest, he took one look at the neatly stapled papers and said, "Nope," before haphazardly putting it into his carry-on bag. He honestly didn't think it was that important, and that if it was, then Izuku would have spoken or ranted about it during the plane ride. They spent the ride watching movies. Izuku watched with amusement as his friend ran back into his room and grabbed his backpack, rummaging through it until he found the papers, which were wrinkled but still good enough to make out everything without trouble. He watched as his friend straightened out the papers, beginning to read through and pale, all the while cursing under his breath. Inviting himself into the room, he closed the door behind him and made himself comfortable on the desk chair. Cursing, Hitoshi tossed the papers onto the desk before rummaging through his drawers to pull out clothes and ran into the bathroom. Izuku let out a soft huff in amusement as he grabbed the small packet and straightened it out as best he could for his friend. The packet was titled Okinawa Training Schedule for Hitoshi Shinso, and they had to be outside by 5:20 a.m. Green eyes looked up at the sound of the bathroom door bursting open. He was greeted by his purple-haired friend as he brushed his hair back with one hand and pulled up his shorts with the other. "Okay, I'm ready and with 6 minutes to spare. Let's go," he instructs as he puts on a headband to pull his hair out of his face. Izuku chuckled as he got up and followed his friend out. Once both boys were outside, they were greeted by Suki and Katara. "Hey guys, you're just in time." "Good." Suki smiled widely. "We have 10 minutes before sunrise, but the schedule kind of changed and isn't the same as your packet at the moment, so we'll give you a quick rundown of the new and temporary schedule, so pay attention." Suki glanced at Katara for her to start them off. With a smile, she gave a small nod. "Every morning we'll be starting off by meditating as the sun begins to rise. Once we're done with that, we were planning on having you two split up for specialized training, but unfortunately my husband was called in for work for a few days, so you two will be with Suki till breakfast at 7. Katara explained, almost making both boys groan. "They're going to be starving by breakfast, they can tell." Both girls gave them sympathetic smiles at their disappointed looks. Suki checked her watch before clearing her throat to continue. "After breakfast you are free till 8. At 8 you'll both meet up here and will be training with Toph for 2 hours on stealth and spatial awareness, after which Shinso will split off and train with Saka, and Izuku, will remain with Toph for quirk training." Katara nods before taking over once again. "Now, we do want you guys to enjoy your time here too, so we'll be having lunch at 11 and after you are free till 5 when you'll both meet Suki and I out in the gym. By 6 you'll have weapons training. After that, you're free from training for the rest of the day again." Suki checks her watch again, noting they have 4 minutes left before the sun begins to rise. "Unfortunately, we don't have much time for me to answer any questions, so if there's anything you want to know, feel free to ask when you're free." Katara smiles and claps her hands. "Okay. Let's head to the ledge over there and get to meditating, shall we?" Hitoshi let out a groan as he slammed his face into the table they were sitting at. I can't believe she gave us homework. Hitoshi grumbled into the table. His green-haired friend sent him a sympathetic yet understanding smile. Technically, this is classwork. Izuku responds in a soft murmur, turning his attention back to his notes and the worksheets they were handed. After their meditation session had ended, both boys expected to start some sort of physical training. Imagine their surprise when Suki led them into the library of the house and suddenly handed them notebooks, textbooks and writing utensils, and a small packet of worksheets. Where did she even get those from? One minute he's sitting on a table confused and suddenly she sets down everything in front of them. Before I teach you guys how to utilize this fighting style, I want to make sure you understand the human body first and how dangerous this could be. She went straight into a lecture on the human body after that. Izuku is fairly sure Hitoshi started crying and honestly moved. They finished their vacation homework early just so they could focus on training, only to get dumped with more homework. After Suki had finished her lecture, she instructed them to start the first 2 pages, their front and back, with a ton of paragraphs and questions under every few asking about what they read. Can you believe that? And if they don't finish, it's homework. She even assigned them to read chapter 1 of the FING textbook. Now Izuku wants to cry at the mere thought. Be classwork, but if we don't finish, it's homework. Hitoshi responds as he turns his head to glare at the 2 textbooks that sat in front of him, innocently stacked atop one another. I don't need more homework. Well, look on the bright side dash. There's a bright side? Izuku snorts as he underlines a sentence he found interesting. Yeah, after breakfast we're training with Toph. The insomniac sits up quickly. You're right, that is a bright side. Grabbing his pencil, he turned to his packet. What kind of teacher do you think she is? Izuku hummed as he wrote down an answer to a question. Not sure, she seems pretty energetic though, so it might be fun. Izuku panted as he pressed his sweaty back against the trunk of a tree. Taking deep, ragged breaths, he did his best to calm his breathing. Green eyes roamed over the forest before him, searching for any movement. Straining his ears for any nearby sound, he let out a breath when he found he was alone. Letting out a soft hiss, he lifted his foot to examine the scrapes on his feet. He's going to have to clean that after training. Maybe Toph, Sifu Toph, would let him before they start quirk training. Ever since the clock struck 8, Toph had been quick to introduce herself, and he stiffened at the sound of crunching leaves and twigs. Slowly, Izuku lowered his foot back on the ground. He could hear his heartbeat quicken at the sound of a giggle. Biting his lower lip, he did his best to keep his breathing steady. He knew it was all for naught, but honestly, it's better than freaking out. Maybe he can find a way to escape. Omega. Earlier. All right, maggots. You'll be calling me Sifu Toph from now on. Welcome to your first lesson in stealth training. The older woman smirked as she placed her hands on her hips, her stance wide and confident. Both boys felt a feeling of dread crawl up their spines. Now then, Midoriya. The younger boy jolts in surprise. Weiss, ma'am. Take off your shoes and socks. Your footwear. Remove them. What are you, deaf or something, broccoli boy? Broccoli? Izuku flushes a bit in embarrassment but does as he's told. Stuffing his socks inside his shoes, he sets them by the staircase. Good. Now then, from here on out we'll be working on your stealth and spatial awareness. This is a skill important for both underground and, believe it or not, limelight heroes. There will be situations where you are going to have to be sneaky to either take or gather information as well as to get out of certain situations, till backup arrives. The way we'll be training on refining this is through a constant game of hide and seek. I'm the seeker and you two hide. Simple as that. Starting tomorrow, the moment the clock strikes 8, you better be in that forest hiding because I'm coming to get ya. This version is a little different since after I tag you, I'll come back to base for 1 minute and you're free to run off again and hide. You're gonna have to keep track of how many times I track ya after every game and strive to lower it to at least 10 by the end of the trip. Izuku raises a hand as she explains, only to be completely ignored. Frowning his brows, he just waits patiently for her to finish explaining. Unfortunately for him, it seems as though Sifu Toph isn't going to look his way anytime soon, making his hand get tired. The moment she's done explaining, he perks up only to deflate as she turns her back to them. Now then dash. Hey, are you just going to ignore him? Hitoshi frowns at the woman brushing off his friend. The older woman pauses and turns to face them once again. Ignore who? Hitoshi gestures to Izuku. The woman remains silent, making an awkward pause grow between them. If you're gesturing at something or someone, you might as well stop and just say it. Hitoshi groans in frustration. I'm pointing at Izuku. He had his hand up while you were talking. Why are you ignoring him? What if his question is important? What if he wants you to clarify something? Toph blinked owlishly at them before letting out a snort. Izuku and Hitoshi stare at her in utter confusion as she bursts into a fit of laughter. Oh God! Has nobody told you? Oh, that's hilarious. Wait till Snoozles and Sparky hear about this. Toph gasped out between laughter. I don't get what's so funny about you ignoring my friend. Hitoshi huffed in annoyance. Has nobody told us what? Izuku asked cautiously, afraid they did something wrong. It took a moment, but Toph was finally able to calm her breathing enough to answer. I'm blind, she said plainly with a wide grin as she waved her hand in front of her face. Silence fell between the boys at the sudden admission. Toph's wide grin fell into a wide smirk. Ah yes, the shocked silence that always follows the big reveal is truly the best. Times like this she wishes she could see their shocked faces. She's sure it's hilarious. Ah well, the stuttering of shock in their heartbeats is just as good. Hitoshi began nervously. His violet eyes looked at anything but the woman before them. Wow, she's blind and he was a total a-hole. Sorry. Toph waves him off. Nah, don't worry about it so much. It's not as if you're the first to not know or whatever. If I may ask, how do you, Izuku struggled to find the right words. He doesn't want to come off as insensitive or anything, but he's just so curious. This whole time she's acted as any other person would. She would easily maneuver around with no difficulty. He's never personally spoken or hung out with a blind person before, but there is someone blind that lives around his neighborhood. They have a quirk that made their hair mist that they could control and spread. They could even give the mist a scent. He remembers saying once that they were a walking humidifier. His mom had a hard time stifling her giggles at that as she lectured him to not be rude. They would maneuver around with a cane. His mother told him that some people use dogs for help too. And yet, Toph doesn't need any of that. He wonders if it's a quirk or if she's just that amazing. Guess you can say it's a part of my quirk. Toph began to explain just to spare the kid from floundering like a fish. I was born blind, but even so, I never had a problem seeing. My quirk has heightened my senses significantly. My hearing and sense of smell is as strong as an animal. My doctors say, like a cat. But honestly, who cares about the specifics? However, my sense of touch is what's been most affected. In a way you could say I feel with my feet. I feel the vibrations through the earth, and I can see where everything is. She explains as she gestures. Those trees behind us, and even those ants by the house. Wow, Shinso breathed out softly in awe and surprise. Izuku's eyes were practically glowing as she explained to them her quirk. That's amazing. He wants to ask so many questions. If she can, with her feet because of the vibrations of the ground, can she do the same with her hands? If she can feel vibrations, does that mean she can feel another person's heartbeat? She would be able to tell if someone is lying because of that, right? A walking lie detector. How far does her range go? Does it detect things deep underground too? That would mean she can find underground bunkers and the like. It must have been overstimulating when she got it. Wait, if she has heightened senses and can feel vibrations, doesn't that mean she basically has two quirks? Seismic sense and heightened senses? Unless one isn't a quirk and is just a result of her body adapting to its loss of sight by heightening the other senses. He wonders if she knows about this. Had her doctors not noticed? Maybe he could ask her about it when he gets the chance. With her quirk, she'd make an amazing hero. She'd be the perfect underground hero. She would be able to sneak up on her opponents without them noticing. Darkness wouldn't even be a problem for her. She would be able to know when people lie to her with information. She'd even be able to find secret bases. She could even be a rescue hero. During collateral damage, she'd be able to find survivors easily. She'd be able to instruct other heroes to the bodies and help those who are lost in the rubble. Wait a minute. Alright then, enough about that. Toph cracks her knuckles. They're playing hide and seek. Let's start. Before either boy could react, Toph was suddenly in front of them with her hands on their respective shoulders. Her lips were curved into a grin that sent shivers down their spines. That's 1 point for me. Patting their shoulders, she stood upright, her grin falling into a serious expression. You have a minute. They didn't need to be told twice. Like bullets, the boys rushed off into the forest, leaving a now maniacally laughing Toph. But Izuku never got to ask his question. Pressing his back against the tree trunk, Izuku strained his ears to listen closely. If he could pinpoint where the giggling is coming from, then maybe he could make a run for it. At least buy himself enough time to get far enough for her to not tag him. Finally, the sound of a branch snapping alerted him to her direction. Saying it to being silent, I mean he's pretty sure she already knows where he is anyway cause of her quirk and is just effing with him. He turned to run. Boo! Would you look at that? Izuku's soul is flying out of his body. Yup. There it goes. It's barely 8:57 a.m. and Izuku is already tired of this sheet. He sat cross-legged on the dirt as he glared daggers at Hitoshi and Toph. Both of them are doubled over laughing. Why, you may ask? Well, you see, after Izuku's soul oh so kindly decided to yeet itself back where it belongs, Izuku woke up with a face full of branches. At the time Toph wasn't laughing, but the moment he tried to get up to his feet, Hitoshi appeared. In his dazed state, he was startled by someone yelling out his name, and it caused him to stumble. He did a pretty damn good job staying upright, till he stepped on a rather sturdy twig on the ground, making him fly back, which may or may not have gotten a girlish squeal to escape his lips. That is when the laughter started. All common, you guys, give the kid a break. Suki gave the younger boy a reassuring smile. She's so nice, she's his new favorite person. As for Hitoshi, well, he's going to tie him to a chair and make him watch Howard the Duck, or maybe Mac and Me. Make him suffer. I can't. You should have heard him, Suki. He sounded like a 4-year-old girl. Toph gasped out as she laughed. Hitoshi couldn't even find it in himself to speak, so he just nodded vigorously in agreement, causing his headband to fall. Izuku's cheeks flushed red as he shot them a glare which only managed to make Hitoshi laugh harder. He's never going to live this down. Suki rolled her eyes skyward at the two before her. Alright, knock it off. We still have training to do. Hitoshi sobered up a little at this. His shoulders were still shaking slightly, but he was able to at least contain the laughter. Toph, on the other hand, simply waved her off. Yeah, I know. Alright then, emo boy, you and Sweetness can go now for your training. Broccoli and I have a lot of work to do. Izuku snorted at the offended face Hitoshi made at the absurd nickname. Suki gave an amused smile at the nicknames she gave the two boys. Alright, come on Shinso. She gestured for the boy to follow her. With a pout, he picked up his headband and began to follow. Midway, he stopped to look at his friend, giving a quick glance at Toph. He smirked. Izuku simply glared at his friend. He's making fun of him, he can just feel it in the soul that almost got away. After a moment of silence, Toph clapped her hands together, winning Izuku's full attention. Alright then. We'll be doing quirk training, as you already should know. I'm Sifu. Toph, any questions? Actually, I have a few. Izuku spoke up as he raised his hand up, only to slowly lower it with a small blush. Ask away, Squirt. We've got a lot of time. We'll be here until 11 after all. The older woman waved her hand about as she answered. Okay, Izuku takes a deep breath. Well, earlier for the stealth and spatial awareness training. I wanted to ask before, why are we learning that? Isn't that something that's taught in hero schools? Why did I have to remove my shoes? Can I put them back on yet? What kind of quirk training will we be doing? AC dash. Okay, wow, whoa there you rap monster, slow it down a bit there, yeah? Let's do one question at a time. We have a lot of time, relax. Now's not the time to drop your mixtape on me. Izuku blushes at this and gives a small apology that's waved off. He didn't mean to speak so quickly. He's just been dying to ask his question earlier and now his brain is just jumbled with them. He has so much he wants to know. Toph is right though, he should slow it down. Rap monster? That sounds kind of familiar. He feels like he's heard his dad say it before and explained it to him when he asked. He'll have to look that up later. Did he really speak so quickly? Would he be able to keep up with rap songs? Sounds like fun. He's going to have to test that during their break. Okay, so, you're asking about spatial awareness and stealth training. Yes, schools do teach it, however very few schools focus on it. You and Troll Doll are applying for a school that mainly focuses on limelight heroes. Classes like that are usually just a passing thought there even though it's a very useful skill for everyone to have. I'm giving you and your friend a head start on that. You'll be able to utilize it early on and hone the skills during your time at U. Toph sat herself in front of Izuku on the ground cross-legged. Next question. According to my schedule and Suki, I have quirk training 3 times throughout the day. I asked her about it during breakfast. She was pretty vague about it. She said that, with a quirk like mine it needs certain attention, but I don't really know what that means. Toph leaned back. With all the praising Sokka does of you and your big brain, I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yourself. Basically your quirk branches out to 4 elements and not just one. Because of this you need someone who specializes or at least has an understanding of an element to train you. You can't use each one as if they were the same thing after all. Pushing down the blush that dusted his cheeks at the fact that Sokka talks about him positively to his friends, he perked up at the explanation. You have a point. Each element is the opposite of one another. Like, I wouldn't be able to use fire the way I would earth. Toph snaps her fingers. Exactly, because of this Sokka had gathered different people who either specialize or have a great understanding of each element. Lucky for you we're all great friends with Sokka and his sister. Once the first week is over you should have a better grasp of your quirk and will be moving on to combat training, both with and without your quirk. While doing that we'll be testing to see if you can use all 4 at once. The teen hums in understanding as he nods. That definitely makes more sense. He hadn't really thought about training each element separately first before testing them out at once. Actually, he's never really thought about using all the elements at once. If he could accomplish that it would mean that he would be able to combine moves. Okay, I understand. So, what element will we be learning then? Earth. Toph smiles. Sokka said it's a stubborn element and then proceeded to call me stubborn, which earned him a rock to the face, but he also mentioned that it's possible for your quirk to branch out to more than just earth. Yeah, he said it might be possible for you to learn to feel vibrations like I do. At the moment it's just a theory, but Katara and I will be attempting to teach you something that's similar to your element but different too. We will still do our best to teach you the main element though. Izuku couldn't find the words to speak. Sokka thinks his quirk branches out? Like, it has sub-elements? The young teen could feel excitement bubble up inside him. If that's true, then would that mean he would be able to fly at some point? He should be able to maintain his body temperature too, no more baggy sweaters. Maybe even control the temperature of the area around him. So many possibilities. Wow, I can feel your excitement from here, kiddo. And that's the reason I had you remove your shoes, so no. You can't put them back on until the end of our training. Izuku slumped his shoulders at this. Wadash. The way I learned to utilize and refine my quirk was by walking about barefoot. I learned pretty quickly that things become pretty fuzzy or blank when I walk around on wood or anything that basically isn't made of earth. Once I had gotten the hang of seeing through my feet, my family had specially made shoes made for me to use in daily life. Izuku hummed as he pinched his lower lip in thought. I see. So the reason you want me to walk around barefoot is to gain a familiarity with the earth. It is, after all, an element that I will be using. Your seismic sense comes from your quirk, however, but since it works better with the earth, you guys think it could be possible for me to learn it too. It could be difficult for me to learn it, though, since it's a possible subsection of my quirk, which means I will have to connect to the earth. Meditation in the mornings will definitely help me connect with the world around me. Maybe that's part of a reason why we're doing it in the mornings. Maybe daily walks around the area would be helpful to me with this. The schedule is already pretty packed throughout the day though, on night walks should. During free time maybe I could take the time to read or something in the forest too. If I want a connection to the earth then I need a connection to nature after all. A whistle snaps the teen back to reality. Looking up he could see Toph staring straight at him with wide eyes. His cheeks heated up upon realizing that he was rambling. Does she think he's weird now? God, he hopes she doesn't decide to not train him anymore. I remember when Sokka used to ramble like that. Excuse me? I've gotta say, I kind of miss it. He grew out of it years ago but dang. You've really got one good head on your shoulders there, Broccoli. I see now why Sokka likes you so much, you're a lot like him. Izuku stared at the older woman in confusion as she rose to her feet and dusted herself off. She motioned for him to stand, he followed orders silently as his brain continued to attempt to process everything said to him. Sokka used to mumble like he does? Not just that but Toph wasn't freaked out or anything by it. Gods, ever since he joined the dojo he keeps finding people that just accept him. Not just that but they don't care that he used to be quirkless. Like, can you believe that? How did he even get so lucky? It's as if the world is apologizing for the years of torture it had thrown at him in just a few months. Oh man, would he be too greedy to hope it lasts forever? Maybe. But gods, just let him be selfish for once. So, what exactly will we be doing? Hitoshi asked Suki as they walked over to the side of the house, and out of sight of Izuku and Toph. Sokka has a few theories about your quirk he wants to test out today before we really get into anything. I'll basically be your test dummy the whole time. Are you sure about that? Of course. Sokka was originally going to just use a camera to record the results then review the footage every few minutes. I told him that it's too much work and a waste of precious practice time and volunteered myself. Suki patted the boy's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Suki. Shinso, you're here. Perfect. We can start now. Sokka grinned widely the moment he'd spotted them. Next to him a camera was set up. In his hands he held a clipboard. Okay. Shinso, what exactly do you know about your quirk? Sokka started off by asking. The insomniac thought about it for a moment before answering. When people answer my questions they fall under my control and when they get hurt they snap out of it. The older man hummed in response as he tapped his pencil against the clipboard. Have you never trained your quirk? Hitoshi rubs the back of his neck with a hand. Izuku has wanted to test what it could do for the longest time but I've never really felt comfortable with it. I don't really like using my quirk. Nobody really likes it so I've never really used it much. The couple shared a glance at one another for a moment at this. Sokka quickly wrote down the information as Suki turned to the boy. Well, I don't see what the big problem with your quirk is. I think it's an amazing quirk. You can do so much good with it, and once you refine your skills with it, it will be the best tool in your arsenal. A secret weapon. Sokka nods in agreement. She's got a point. You're on your way to becoming a hero no villain or criminal would want to mess with. Hitoshi couldn't help the blush that crept to his cheeks. He already knew that his parents and friend thought that he'd make an amazing hero with his quirk, but to hear other people say it, he couldn't help but feel happy, a warm feeling growing in his chest. Ever since he's met Izuku they've seemed brighter. Better. Biting his lower lip, Hitoshi did his best to hold back a wide grin. From the looks he's getting from Sokka and Suki though, he can guess he didn't do a very good job at that. Clearing his throat he spoke as nonchalantly as he could. Oh, okay, so, where do we start? Sokka grinned. Right? So, I've seen you use your quirk once, when you and Izuku decided to show them to me before your private lessons. Even so, I have reason to believe that your quirk isn't really brainwashing but a form of REM sleep. It would explain why they would follow your orders. It's kind of like their mind has connected to yours. So I'm controlling a sleepwalker? Hitoshi tilted his head in question, his tone laced with curiosity. Exactly. When you controlled Midoriya back, then I noticed that his eyes were moving around. It's hard to notice if you don't pay attention to it, but it's there. He picked up the camera and gestured to Suki, if you'd please, and have her face the camera. Oh, Is this okay? He asked the older woman. Giving the boy a reassuring smile, she responded, "Of course." Her bright brown eyes glazed over as the young teen took control. Having her face the camera, Sokka recorded for a few minutes before asking the boy to let her go. Sokka fiddled with the camera for a bit as he walked closer to the two and showed them the footage in slow motion. See? Her eyes are moving back and forth. It's just moving at such a fast speed it's not obvious. Look, pay close attention to the eyes. He plays the video back at a regular speed and Hitoshi notices the slight tremble in the eyes. Well, what do you know, your quirk is a lot more complicated than we'd thought. Suki grinned as she ruffled the boy's hair. Hitoshi couldn't even find the words to say as he stared at the footage. He was snapped out of his trance when Sokka shoved a paper over to the younger boy. Okay, time to take control of Suki again. This time, we're going to test out these questions. This will also be good training to see how long you can keep control of someone. Violet eyes roamed over the paper full of questions for a moment before nodding. Taking control of Suki once again, he began. Do you know what your quirk is? Silence fell upon the trio as the brunette said nothing. Next to him he sees Sokka tap his pencil to his chin for a moment before crossing a few things out. Tell me what your quirk is. My quirk is hammer space. The teen tilts his head in curiosity. The F kind of name is hammer space? Like, can she pull hammers out of thin air like cartoons? Now he's curious. He blames Izuku for this. Looking back down at the paper, he continued. Do a backflip. He whistled, impressed by her fluid movements as she followed the order. Do the moonwalk. He cringed as the woman attempted to moonwalk only for it to be all weird and wonky. So she still did a task she doesn't know how to do when you told her to. Why is that? Sokka's voice trailed off as he began to write furiously on the paper. The insomniac watched the older man as his eyes remained focused on whatever was on that clipboard. His lips moved as he wrote, yet no words or sound escaped his lips. It didn't take long for him to smirk and tap the end of the pencil to the metal of the board. Okay, I think I got it. Basically, when you brainwash someone and give them an order, they have to follow through with your orders no matter what. However, if you ask them a question, they will be unable to answer because now they are performing a higher brain function to search for the answer. Hitoshi blinked in astonishment. Holy shit, has Sokka always been this smart? He knows that Izuku has said he is, but he's never actually seen it till now. To him, Sokka has always been a silly guy who loves to lay back and relax. This is a completely new side of him he hasn't seen. This must be the side Izuku had told him about. He did hang out with Sokka for a month while they were in different meditation classes after all. He can see now why they got along so well. They're almost alike in how observant and smart they could be. Taking in a deep breath to soothe the slowly oncoming headache, he prepares to go over the other questions on the sheet. This is getting a lot more interesting and he's already learned more in just a few minutes than he had in 10 years. He's impressed and excited to learn more. I'm so bored. I was trying to sleep cause I'm so tired but my body is wide awake. Hitoshi groaned as he spotted his best friend sprawled out on one end of the couch watching some show about a quirked animal rescue and adoption center. With a sigh, he flopped himself down on the other end and rested his feet on top of Izuku's. Currently the two of them are alone in the big house. After lunch, Izuku's mother and his parents had decided to go into town with Sokka and Katara for some shopping. Suki and Toph went off somewhere claiming to have some work to do. Both boys had stayed behind to finish the work Suki had assigned them and then went out to explore the forest. Once they went back inside, they had split off to do whatever. Now it's 3:36 in the afternoon and both boys were pretty bored. They trained, but all the adults forbade them doing so while they were supposed to be on break. Running a hand down his face, Izuku let out a soft groan of his own. Big mood. When will you stop speaking in outdated slang? The purple-haired boy asked with a snort, giving his friend's leg a slight nudge with his foot. I'm offended that you'd assume I'd stop. Izuku pouts as he places a hand over his heart. Giving his friend's foot a nudge back, he turned his attention back to the TV. Besides, slang never dies no matter what era we're in. That's cap. Hitoshi paused, processing what he just said. No, no, wait dash. He lets out a loud groan as Izuku bursts out into laughter. You're rubbing off on me. IFNG hate you. If you want someone to blame, blame my dad. He's the one constantly teaching me these things. He's truly the GOAT. Izuku choked out as he wiped a tear. I'm not even going to pretend I know what that means. Shinso sighs as he sinks further into the cushions. It means greatest of all time. Am I using it properly? Who knows? Maybe I should look up those TikToks and Vines Dad was telling me about. That reminds me. I need to know why Rap Monster sounds familiar. Izuku reached his foot out to the coffee table that held the remote. Hitoshi squinted his eyes as he watched his friend nudge the controller to the edge of the coffee table. What the F are you doing? Izuku stopped once the remote was at the edge and began to reach out for it but making no attempt to sit up to grab it. Getting the controller. The younger teen responded, his fingers inches away from the remote. Dude, just sit up. Too lazy. Ah. Izuku proclaimed in victory when he finally got the controller. Hitoshi was silent at his friend's response. Okay, he can't blame him for that. He, himself, has picked up clothes and other things with his toes just because it's too much work to bend down for it. Turning back to the TV, he watched as his friend worked his way through to open YouTube. He hadn't even realized Izuku was watching Netflix to begin with. Then again, he probably should have, considering that there were never commercials. The older teen remained silent as his best friend looked up Rap Monster and a bunch of music videos came up. The shorter teen scrolled through some of them before selecting a random video. Is that Korean? Seems like it. Do you even know Korean? Nope. I think there's subtitles. Yeah, there is. Not bad. Yeah. He's pretty good looking too. You're not wrong. Think it's the same guy? Hitoshi asked as the new song suggestions popped up once the music video ended. They stared at the lyric video suggested. I assume so. It was uploaded by the same channel. Izuku clicked on the new video. Yup, same guy. Oh, this one is deep. Hitoshi sat up a bit to read the lyrics. I really like this one. Izuku nods as he sits up as well. It wasn't long till the song came to a close and both boys found themselves adding Moonchild to their playlists. While they were distracted, a new song began. Both boys looked up at the sound of water droplets. The green-haired boy clicked on the remote to see what exactly they were in for. BTS. Izuku read out, same account too. Both boys fell silent as they watched the video play and read the subtitles. Curious to see where the algorithm suggestions would take them, they listened to a few more songs. 6 different groups and 16 songs later. Izuku took over once again to go to the search bar. I need to listen to more 101. Hitoshi grumbled, Burn It Up was so good. Their dance was so good too, Izuku commented as he typed out what he wanted. Makes me want to learn the dance. Hitoshi snorts. Huh, as if he'd actually get up and dance. Izuku smiles over to his friend, as long as you learn likey with me. Oh god. I was joking. Oh, we could even learn icy. Please stop. We can also add G to that list. Izuku picks up his phone that lay on his lap and pulls up his notes. Good lord, can't you come up with any non-embarrassing ones? You're right. Bo peep would be a good one. Izuku grins at his friend's groaning as he hides his flushed face in his hands. In an act of mercy, he decides on other songs. They haven't seen much, but he knows that they will both be watching more K-pop in the future. Okay, what about Air? By VIXX? Yeah, I guess I'm down for that. What about the fans one? Izuku nods. Shangri-La. A wise choice. Hey Hidecan. What if we made a dance group? Oh god. We could be like the Cheetah Girls. Oh, the Backstreet Boys. In sync. Who the F? Oh Toshi, there's so much I must show you. I'd prefer it if you didn't. We'd be an amazing dance group. How many members do we need? 5? 6? I don't want to socialize with other people, Izu. All common. We're already making plans to learn some dances. We might as well. No. You're making plans, I never agreed. But Hide-can, you came up with the idea. I was joking. Hide-can. No. Izuku kicked his friend's legs a few times, a pout on his face. Hide-can. Okay, I'll think about it. Now stop kicking me and start the video of vines and tic-tacs. Izuku sticks his tongue out as he clicks on a video. It's TikTok, he mumbles softly. If you asked them how many videos they had watched, they wouldn't be able to tell you. Thanks to the randomness of the YouTube algorithm, though, they went from funny videos to listening to songs from musicals. Basically, once it was time for their training to start up again, Toph and Sokka were very entertained while Suki and Katara looked ready to quit their day jobs. Their parents just looked exasperated but entertained. Just one more class after this and we can finally have a normal shower. Izuku grinned as both boys walked down the corridor for the gym. Honestly, I've never been more excited for a shower and a bath. Hitoshi sighed as he removed his headband and ran a hand through his hair. You know, I don't think I've seen your hair down for this long before. The insomniac gave his friend a playful shove. Yeah, well, I can't really style my hair when it's just going to get ruined throughout the day. So does that mean you'll be keeping your hair down during training at you? No. Hair as luscious as mine will be presentable at all times at school. Even during training? That's only like an hour a day. My hair will be fine. It's still so hard to believe that you're one of those people. Hey, if you've got it, flaunt it. It just so happens that I have the hair of a god. Izuku snorts at this as he opens the doors to the gym. Yeah, the god of idiots. Looking around the gym, they both spot their teachers on opposite sides of the gym. Don't be jealous. Hitoshi smirks lazily as he flips his hair dramatically and puts the headband back on. Trust me, I'm not. You have more hair products than I do, and that's saying something. Izuku smirks over to his friend. With a roll of his eyes, Hitoshi turns to head for Suki while Izuku walks towards Katara. Sifu, Katara, he called out when he finally got closer. The woman turned to face the boy with an amused smile, an eyebrow raised. Sifu. Well, Toph asked Hitoshi and I to call her Sifu, so. Sorry. The teen scratched his cheek as his eyes looked at anything but the woman before him. Katara let out a soft giggle. Don't worry about it so much. She ruffled his fluffy hair. It's fine to call me that, I don't mind. Izuku smiles widely at this and nods. With a nod of her own, Katara turned back to face a wooden mannequin that lay on its back upon a table. The mannequin had carved paths that spread throughout the body. 2 jugs full of water sat near the head. Blue eyes watched as the young boy observed the wooden doll in curiosity. His head tilted to the side as he drew closer to look at the carvings. I've never seen a mannequin like this before. His voice was soft as he spoke. That's because this one is made for acupuncture. However, the lines that connect each point have been thinly carved out on this one. That's for the purpose of helping me train my quirk. She explains, tracing her fingers gently over the indent of the carving. These paths and dots represent the body's meridian. Meridian, Izuku repeated softly to himself. That sounds familiar. He brought his hand to his lip for a moment in thought before remembering. It was in that worksheet Suki had given them. Meridian is a set of pathways within the body, right? Like there's 11 and they all connect to specific organs. 12 actually, but yes. Very good, Midoriya. Katara smiles. Well, I only know because Sifu Suki had Toshi and I read over things about acupressure. Izuku blushed lightly as he scratched his cheek. So you already know some things. But I'm going to show you some useful points and what leads to what, all right. The curly-haired boy nods in understanding at this. At this, the young woman begins to explain acupressure to the teen. Gesturing to the mannequin, she showed him each pressure point and what they could help with. She even showed him where each meridian leads to. I know I practically raced through that, but you said that Suki had started to teach you about this, right? You'll be going over these again soon then. I want you to try to memorize each pathway and point, okay? But Sifu Katara, why are we going over this? I'm already learning this with Sifu Suki. I thought we were going to do quirk training. Izuku asked as his eyes wandered over to Suki teaching Hitoshi a fighting stance he didn't recognize. Katara's smile softened. Gaining back her student's attention, she gestured to the 2 jugs full of water. Moving her hand closer, she made a motion with her hand, causing some of the water to follow. Green eyes widened in surprise as they watched the water slowly spin over her palm as she led it towards the mannequin. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the water, causing it to glow a bright blue. Gently she laid her fingers on the cool wood. The water flowed into the meridian. Raising her fingers to hover over the wood, she led the water down to the middle of the chest. The water followed the meridian to its destination before spreading out, letting out a stronger glow then evaporating. Wow, Izuku breathed out in awe. Looking up to Katara, he could see she looked amused. You can control water. Like me. With a giggle, Katara shrugged a shoulder. Sort of. My control over the water is very minimal, but I mostly use the water to heal. To heal? My quirk is called Sacred Waters. I can essentially call water to my hands and either lead it to where it needs to go, or cover my hands in water to heal wounds. As Katara explains, she demonstrated her quirk once again. How does your water heal? I help heal wounds by redirecting the chi throughout the body. I use the water as a catalyst and draw on the restorative properties of water on living organisms. Do you really think I can do that with my water? Izuku asked as he called upon some water to float above his hands. I don't know. Katara replied simply. The freckled teen looked up at her with a dejected look. A reassuring smile graced her lips, but that doesn't mean we can't try. You never know unless you try, right? A large grin broke out on the young teen's freckled face. His emerald eyes practically glowed with excitement. Right? All right, kiddos. Last lesson of the day. How are we feeling? Sokka grinned widely as he clapped his hands together enthusiastically. Behind him was a large table. Suki stood beside it. A large smile on her face. I feel pain. My muscles are screaming at me to stay seated and never move again. Hitoshi replied from his place on the ground. His body was aching from exercising his muscles more than he'd usually do. I feel pretty tired. Izuku replied as he hugged his knees. He could already feel quirk exhaustion running up to him, ready to slap him in the face. Sokka's large grin fell at the lackluster replies. With a dramatic sigh, he walks over to the table that holds a bunch of different weapons. Okay, I get it. You're both tired. I guess that means we won't be doing any weapons training then. Suki, can you help me put them away? No. Both boys shouted at the same time, making the older man freeze. No. Sokka glanced back at them, hiding his growing smirk. I'm not in pain. Hitoshi began as he jumped up to his feet. Ignoring his aching muscles, he continued, See? I'm fine. I can keep going. Yeah. Izuku quickly got to his feet as well. I'm not tired either. I'm wide awake. Willing down his smirk, Sokka turned to observe the boys. After a moment he nodded and let a large grin split his lips. Good. Now then. Weapons. He turned back around and headed towards Suki, who was stifling her giggles. Motioning for the boys to follow, they all stood before the table. Since it's your first lesson, we'll be going over the bare-bones basics of all of these weapons. I want you guys to get a feel for each one and think about what you think would be best for you. Sokka explained, the boys leaning in to get a closer look at the weapons. When choosing a weapon, we want you guys to think carefully if you can see yourself wielding it. Do you think it's a good weapon for you? What would be the benefits for this weapon? All questions that you have to ask yourselves as we go through each one. Suki spoke, watching as Izuku eyed the rope dart and Hitoshi the swords. Upon hearing her words, they looked conflicted and began to look at other weapons, making her nod. By the end of the day, I want you guys to decide what you want to learn. By the time you get into UA, you are free to start learning a new weapon. Sokka picked up 2 staff and tossed them to both boys, who fumbled a bit to catch them. For now though, let's get started. First we'll start with blunt weapons, starting with the staff. Suki and Sokka both grabbed their own staff and led the boys to the middle of the room. As their lessons went and they worked their way through every weapon on the table, Sokka made sure to explain the significance of each one. He'd start off by showing them how the weapon could be used once they know what they're doing before starting the lesson. Suki would assist her husband with the execution of each move they were to pull. With careful guidance, they'd help the boys perfect their stances. By the end of the lesson, both teenagers were sprawled out on the ground panting. They might have gone over the bare basics of each weapon, but it still required a lot of skill they didn't have. They had hit themselves or each other with the weapons a few times. It's fair to say, there is quite a lot of pain. Alright guys, common, that's enough rest. Time to get up. Sokka smiled as he set down the chakrams they had just used. I never want to see a bolus again in my life. The insomniac groaned as he slowly lifted himself to his feet. I said I was sorry. Izuku whined while sitting up. Please, for the love of God, don't choose the bolus, Izu. You know, maybe I will just to spite you. Suki clapped her hands. Alright boys, that's enough bantering. Time to choose your weapons. Explain to us why you chose it and we'll decide whether or not to approve it. Both boys stood straighter. Shinso, how about you start us off? The purple-haired boy nodded before walking forward. Stopping before the table, he looked down at the weapons, his violet eyes glazing over each one. At first I honestly wanted something that would look cool, like a sword or a spear, but I realized that it's not really for me. As we cycled through everything, I thought about what you said, Sifusuki, about the benefits a weapon could bring us. I don't have a flashy quirk and I have to rely on my own strength to get me through a fight. That would mean I have to rely on hand-to-hand combat, which means I can't do distance battles. That's why I decided to get a long-range weapon. Suki and Sokka glance at each other as the boy speaks, a smile forming on their lips. They watched as the young insomniac reached out to grab the rope darts. I look up to an underground hero, and they use this scarf to fight long distance. It's not a scarf, but it's just as good, I think. Hitoshi lowers his head a bit to hide his blush. Suki's smile widens further into a grin. She didn't think Eraserhead had any fans. He, along with all the other underground heroes, always do what they can to keep out of the spotlight. It would seem the guy is getting careless. I approve. What do you think, Sokka? It's a very wise choice. Sokka nods in approval. You could even use it to bring your enemies closer to force them into hand-to-hand combat. Go ahead and set it on the table over there, Shinso. With a nod, the boy does as he's told. Okay then, Izuku, your turn. Suki turns her smile to the curly-haired boy. Following his friend's example, he walked over to the table. At first I wanted to learn the glaive, the rope dart, and the fan. But when I thought about the questions Suki asked us to consider, I realized that the rope dart isn't for me. My quirk already allows me to fight long-distance battles, so something that could assist me in close combat would be best. Reaching out, the freckled teen picked up the iron fan. Biting his lower lip, he continued, the way you explained Tessenjutsu, I think that would be useful for me to learn. It would help me redirect attacks and land blows that might end the fight faster. I think having a fan could also amplify the strength of the air when I use my quirk. Also, ever since I walked into the dojo that first day, I was amazed with the movements that you and your students would perform. It made me interested in learning the fan, learning Tessenjutsu. I actually knew from day one that this was something I wanted to learn. Izuku ducked his head to hide his burning cheeks. A large grin makes its way to Sokka's lips. You know, ever since I met you on that day, I knew you had a lot of potential and were going to become someone great. You should know this by now, but our dojo doesn't ask out that question I asked you to everyone. The reason I asked you, though, is because I could see the conflict in your eyes, your lack of self-worth and confidence. When you came to me a few days later with an answer, I just knew I was right with my assumptions with you. You truly will be someone special one day, Midoriya. You've both definitely grown a lot ever since day one. You're starting to gain more confidence and self-worth. I'm so happy to be able to watch you grow. You're both on your way to becoming amazing heroes. We're both really excited to see where your future will take you. I know that it will be great. I just hope you allow us to continue in your lives to help guide you and watch over you. Suki smiles widely, pride emanating from her and her husband. I can't wait to start teaching you. Suki smiles at Izuku. Returning the smile with a shy one of his own, a very flushed Izuku placed the large fan on the table next to Hitoshi's rope dart. With that, the boys were excused and free to go get ready for dinner. Of course, the first thing they did was shower and take a long bath till dinner was ready. After which Izuku found his way in Hitoshi's room. They both sprawled out on the bed as they spoke about their individual training. It wasn't long till they started talking about their mentor's quirks, courtesy of Izuku. Wow, Suki's quirk sounds really interesting. Honestly, I'm surprised we never learned about it though. We hang around her all the time. Hey, do you think that's how she gets items out of nowhere at random times? I've always wondered where she'd get things sometimes. 'Cause like, one minute her hands are empty and the next she's hurtling a water bottle at Sokka's head. Izuku exclaimed excitedly. His hands move above him wildly as he speaks. I never really thought that deep about it, but now that you mention it, it explains a lot. Hitoshi hummed, his hands folded over his stomach. Violet eyes tracking his friend's hands move about as he speaks. Speaking of Suki, what do you think Sokka's quirk is? Izuku turned his head to face his friend. What do you mean? Hitoshi turned his head to look at the boy next to him. Sokka, what do you think his quirk is? Like, while we were training my quirk, he was being really smart. Like, I know you said he is, but I've never seen it till now, you know? Like, do you think it's an analysis quirk or something? Maybe an observation quirk. Or something that makes him an expert at weapons. Have I never told you? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow as looked back at the ceiling. The insomniac frowns in confusion, told. Me what? Sokka's quirk. He told me what it was when we were going over my analysis notebooks together. Hitoshi sits up at this to stare at his friend in bewilderment. You've known what his quirk was since we started the dojo and didn't tell me? He can't believe it. Izuku, the boy who loves to analyze and talk about quirks, didn't tell him about Sokka's quirk. He's many shades of offended at the moment. Oh no, wait. I did tell you what his quirk was. You just didn't believe me and laughed thinking I was joking. Why, I did. What is it? He leaned closer to his green-haired friend. He has an intelligence quirk. He calls it Boost. It basically amplifies all of his brain functions, making it easier for him to strategize, analyze, read, think, and all that stuff. Since it amplifies his brain functions, it also makes it easier for him to learn things at a really fast rate. Izuku explains casually. Hitoshi was dumbstruck at this. He remembers now when Izuku first told him this. He laughed thinking it was a joke. To be fair, he did watch as Sokka made a mustache and beard out of paper and proceeded to speak with an accent. He thinks he's justified in not believing his friend back then. You're serious? Oh my god. But he's so. He said he'd rather be himself and have fun because he learns more from others that underestimate him, giving him an upper hand. Hitoshi falls back into the bed. He feels like he's having an existential crisis. That's smart? I called him an idiot multiple times. It is, and you did. And he usually replied that he was the smartest human on earth. He did, and he currently is. I'm an idiot. You are. Izuku fell on the floor thanks to his friend pushing him off the bed. Why? I needed to let out my frustration. Izuku glared at his friend's cocky smile. Son of a dash, Izuku launched himself at his friend in retaliation, starting a wrestling match to try to push one another off the bed. It wasn't long till they both got too tired to keep fighting and fell asleep in odd angles. Hitoshi grimaced slightly as he grabbed his drink. It's been 6 days since they had started training, and already the constant use of his quirk for long periods of time is really getting to him. After waking up today, he found that his headache has come in stronger than ever. He had attempted to sleep it off during every break, and it worked for a while. It took all of his concentration to be able to pay attention to the rest of his training. He's hoping the pain would subside by the time he wakes up tomorrow. You okay there, Shinso? Do you not like the food? Everyone looked over at a concerned Sokka. Oh no, it's good. I like it. I just have a headache, it's fine. Shinso looked away, taking a sheepish bite of his salad. Oh dear, maybe the constant use of his quirk is finally getting to him. Suki looked over to her husband. Quirk overuse? Mihoko frowned as she glanced between her son and Suki with. We kind of expected it to happen eventually after he told us he hasn't really used his quirk for years. Suki smiles at the teen reassuringly. Don't worry though, it was bound to happen eventually. Your quirk is like a muscle, you have to use it to strengthen it, and since you haven't used yours in years. It's like I'm having a cramp from overworking it, Hitoshi finished for her with a groan. Great, I have a brain cramp. If it makes you feel better, Izuku's had less energy lately. Saka pointed at the green-haired teen that ate at a snail's pace. He's trying to get to a level that every teen is at, so we've been training him and his quirk a little harder. Cause of that, he's been more drained. Inko reached over to move her son's hair out of his face. You two should be fine, you'll rebound by tomorrow. She's right. Katara smiled. How do you know that, Mom? Izuku tilted his head in curiosity. Something similar happened to Hisashi when he was trying to turn his flames blue. Inko smiled, turning back to her food. After a while of trying, he felt his throat start to become sore. We went to a doctor to make sure he didn't hurt himself. Basically what happened was that since his body wasn't used to using his quirk so much, it had to adapt. The doctor told him to not push himself too much while his throat adapts, and the next day, he was fine and breathing blue flames. It happens to everyone who doesn't at least use their quirk every often for a very long period of time. Katara informs as she gets up to her feet to walk for Hitoshi. Yeah, basically your quirk, muscle, was all weak and soft like jello, and now that you're using it constantly your body realized, oh shoot, I need to do something to handle this. And while your body uses up energy to adapt, you get all tired or something hurts. It's different for everyone. Don't worry though, by tomorrow your muscle will be as strong as a Nokia phone. It'll get stronger as you keep training it. Toph explained, a proud smile on her face for her explanation. Hitoshi practically melted in his seat as Katara started using her quirk on his head. The headache slowly melted away. Izuku made a mental note to look up Nokia phones. But I used my quirk occasionally after I got it. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Shinso listened intently as he bit into some seafood. He doesn't want to admit he's used his quirk on some of his bullies now and then just to get away. Remember, though, they're saying a quirk is a lot like a muscle, Hajime began. Using your quirk occasionally is the same as getting up every hour or so to walk from one room to another. It does nothing for your body, but the moment you start to exercise it with constant use, you're letting your body know that it has to adjust. Saka snaps his fingers and shoots the older man finger guns, making him chuckle. Exactly. The body's adaptation is always a sudden thing, making it impossible for people to know when it's going to. According to research, it's mainly kids who this happens to because they constantly use their quirks once it comes in. They feel either pain, sick or tired depending on their quirk. It's been known to happen to some teenagers and few adults as well when they start to constantly use their quirk. Researchers believe that the body has evolved to quickly adjust to the constant usage of the quirk, almost as if it were a defense mechanism, making the process last only a day. So, this is something that's happened to everyone? Hitoshi asked cautiously. Yup, it started happening for me when I was 16 and realized I wanted to help people with my quirk. Katara smiled, pulling her hands away from a much more refreshed Hitoshi. She sent Izuku an apologetic smile as she walked back to her seat. He gave her an understanding nod, knowing she can't do anything for his exhaustion. By the time dinner had ended, everyone had found themselves gathered around on the couch watching Brother Bear. Izuku lied when he said one movie a night. He and Hitoshi finished all the movies, leaving them to look for and watch other movies. Izuku cuddled closer to his mom as No Way Out began to play. Them, being the emotional Midoriyas they are, began tearing up. Hitoshi, who laid his head on his mother's lap, his legs draped over his mother and father silently sniffled. You're all pretty sure the Midoriya tears are contagious at this point. Immersed in the movie, nobody but Toph notices when someone walks into the house and approaches the living room. A smirk spreads on her lips as the man sits in the vacant armchair. Turning her head in his direction, she nodded in greeting at the man. He responded with soft taps on the ground spelling, "Hi," in Morse code. He received a tapped response from Saka and Suki, who shot him a smile. He relaxed into the chair and enjoyed what was left of the movie. That was so precious. Inko sniffled, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. We were just singing about family time and then sadness, Izuku mumbled with his own tissue. Midoriya's. Hitoshi smiled softly with a sigh. I always liked that movie. A man's voice grunted, making everyone's attention snap to him. A tall man with a scar covering most of his left face, short messy hair, stood in front of the armchair as he stretched. Zuko! Katara gasped as she stood to her feet to give the man a hug. How long have you been there? Around the time Koda ran off crying, he gave the woman a kiss on her forehead. Hey buddy! How was the mission? Sokka asked, slapping the man's upper back. You guys are exaggerating. Uncle just needed help with the tea shop for a few days. Zuko rolled his eyes skyward. Truly, one of the most important missions of your life. Sokka nods sagely before a large grin splits his lips. Oh, these are the kids I told you about. He points to the two families, who watched the interaction with amusement. The ones he won't shut up about? Zuko not. So subtly whispers to Toph, who snickered. Both teens' faces flushed red as their mothers giggled. Yup, those. Hey, I have a good reason to talk them up. If they had no parents, I would have adopted them already. Sokka pouts, crossing his hands over his chest. In that case, we should add you to our will. Tinmei smirks, or we can sell him to you. He hasn't been doing chores lately. Usually he'd be a good 20,000, but for you, my friend, I'll settle with the low price of 10,000. Hajime! Mihoko playfully slapped her husband's shoulder, making him laugh. Wow, you see that? He didn't even have to think of a price, he already had one. He's been planning on selling me off, Zuko. Hitoshi practically whined as he fell into his mother's arms. Mom, Dad hates me. I don't hate you, completely. There's some love in there. The older man begins to go through his pockets till he pulls out a miniature bottle with a label on it. Found it. He shows them the label, My Love for Hitoshi. Making everyone burst out into laughter. Hun, I thought you stopped carrying that around years ago. Mihoko covers her lips as her laugh died down to giggles. Nah, I just tossed it in my junk drawer, and when he made a friend I practically tore the thing out to find it. I knew I would need it one day, her husband grinned like an excited child. I like him. Sokka grinned widely. You should take notes, Zuko. The kids may be under 9 now, but it's never too late to embarrass them. Sokka. Katara huffed. Zuko gave him a thumbs up from behind his wife, making the man's grin widen. All right, I think that's enough excitement for one day. Suki clapped her hands. Izuku and Hitoshi need to get some rest if they want to wake up tomorrow on time. Both boys groaned. Come now, kids, you'll feel better tomorrow. Inko ushered her son to his feet. I wanted to watch Sing next though. Izuku muffled out through a yawn. What? No, it was my turn to choose the next movie. I want to watch Trolls. Hitoshi stood to his feet and stretched. Ah, that's right. Your people. Izuku grinned at the weak shove he received in response. Don't be rude, Toshi. Izuku is right. Our great ancestors twice removed were trolls. How else do you think we can get our hair to stand like this? Hajime ran a hand through his hair. Lots and lots of hair gel. Mihoko rolled her eyes before standing to her feet. See Omon boys. Time for bed. Good morning, boys. I'm assuming you're feeling a lot better today? Suki scanned the two teens over carefully, glad to see them more awake and looking energized. Yeah, I feel a lot better. Hitoshi grinned, Izuku nodding excitedly next to him. Suki noted how emerald eyes continuously glanced over to Zuko. All right, now then, after meditation Hitoshi will be training with Toph, while Izuku trains with Zuko. Hitoshi paled a bit at the thought, while Izuku gave him a mischievous smirk. What about our class with Suki? Hitoshi. That class was just a place filler while Zuko was gone. I still want you guys to go over everything we learned. I'm planning on adding it to your regimen once you both get into high school. So study hard because I'll be testing you before then. Suki gestures to the man standing between her and Katara. Now then, we still have time before the sunrise, so how about you introduce yourself properly to the kids? Oh, hey, Zuko karaoke here. Zuko began rubbing the back of his neck as he fell silent. Katara slapped the palm of her hand on her forehead, while Suki stifled her giggles. Zuko, what was that? Katara mumbled. In my defense, nobody gave me time to prepare a speech. I panicked. The sound of Suki clearing her throat made the two pause and turn to her. She gestured towards the sky that was painted in different shades of yellows, reds, orange and blues. I think it's time we started meditation. What do you feel when you meditate in the mornings? Zuko asked Izuku after they had properly become acquainted. The two boys sat on the ground facing one another and doing light stretches. I feel warm. Like, my body is being filled with energy. Zuko nods. How different do you think that is compared to your meditation? The young teen fell into thought. A hand coming up to pinch at his lower lip. Well, it's definitely a different feeling. Actually, now that I think about it, every time I meditate, it's a different feeling. Like, when I meditate in my room, I listen closely to the waves. When I'm in the forest or outside, I feel more connected to earth and everything around me. In the mornings, I feel like my body is being filled with warmth and strengthening me. Basically, I feel more connected to the surrounding elements. Good. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts. You're becoming more attuned to your elements. Soon, you should be able to feel the pull of your element. The pull of my element? Zuko nods. Katara may only be able to heal with her water, but when she's near any kind of water, especially large bodies of water, she feels the pull of her element. It's the same for me. Although I can produce my own fire, he demonstrates by opening his palm and making a small ball of flame flare up. I can feel a pull when I look into any other flame. It's as if our element is telling us, I'm here for you. It's something that happens to every elemental user. They feel their elements calling to them, reassuring them that they're still there. Izuku listened intently to Zuko's words. His eyes focused on the flame on his palm. He can manipulate fire like he can, and now that he mentions it, he could faintly feel that pull, but it seems to be pulling him in every direction. The older man closed his hand, snuffing out the flame. Emerald eyes looked up to meet honey golden eyes. As if knowing that the boy understood his every word and didn't daze off, he nodded. Good, you're already feeling it then. He stands to his feet and gestures for the boy to follow. Let us begin with training. Izuku perked up at this. What will we be learning? A few days ago, we realized that my quirk actually has, sub-elements. Sifu Katara is teaching me how to heal, and Sifu Toph is teaching me how to sense things with the vibrations in the ground. Zuko smiled and ruffled the boy's already messy hair. We'll be learning how to properly control fire. Izuku tilted his head. No sub-element? No. Fire is already a dangerous element. You need to learn to properly control it before we even think about trying a sub-element. Now, get into your horse stance. Izuku shrugged and did as he was told. Good. Now, show me a few moves, no quirk. With a nod, the teen shifted through a few katas he had learned through Taekwondo. I see Tai Li has been teaching you Taekwondo. Zuko comments as Izuku takes a resting stance. Ah, you know Tai Li? Zuko nods. She was best friends with my sister. We practically grew up together. The older man explained as he shook off his legs. What we'll be doing is definitely different, but some things may feel a little familiar. Follow me. He shifted into his own stance. Slowly he began to shift and move about, the young teen following his lead. The two shifted through different katas till the breakfast break began. Hey, Sifu Zuko? The older man shifted to look at Izuku as they walked, an eyebrow raised to show he was listening. It's not that I'm really complaining, but, why didn't we use fire? You said that it's an element I have to learn because it's dangerous, right? So, why didn't we? Zuko paused as he opened the front door to the mansion. Fire is nothing like your other elements. Water is cool and soothing. Earth is steady and stable. Air is flexible and calming. As for fire, fire is alive. It will spread and destroy everything in its path. That is something an old master of mine had told me. Images of Katsuki burning and hurting him with his quirk flashed before Emerald eyes. The weight of a gentle hand on his shoulder grounded him back to reality. Cautiously, he looked up to meet honey-gold eyes, not red. Fear, anger, and hate makes us lose sight of things. It makes us lose control. When you use your fire, you shouldn't feel that way towards it. Yes, fire can be scary, but it could also be beautiful. Fire is about life and passion. Although a fire rushes through a forest and destroys it, everything that was destroyed grows back, stronger than before and just as beautiful. The passion we feel for things we wish to accomplish burns bright in our hearts. My old master said fire is angry and uncontrollable, and it's true, but a friend and I learned that it is also warm and passionate. We're going through katas first because I want you to be prepared when we begin to use fire. Izuku nods in understanding. I didn't think fire could be more than just scary and angry. He speaks softly as Zuko holds the door open for him to step inside. Anger could fuel your quirk to become stronger, but it also makes that fire more wild and easier for you to lose control. The two begin removing their shoes. The opposite could be said with fear though. It'll make your quirk weaker and make you more prone to mistakes. Placing their shoes in the cubbies, both males made their way to the dining room to have breakfast. Degree time skip degree. Hitoshi gulped as he dodged Toph's palm from hitting his shoulder. What's wrong, blind bat? Can't touch me? The teen mentally cursed at the wild grin he received in response. Seeing her turn on the ball of her feet to face him, he cursed before turning and running. Using the environment to his advantage, he bounded over large fallen trees in hopes to blur Toph's sight. Even if only slightly. Good job, troll doll. Use your enemy's weakness to your advantage. Toph praised, focusing her attention on him to get a better grasp of his location. Act seriously, my dad makes one joke, and suddenly I can never live it down. Hitoshi grumbles angrily, ducking just in time as a foot collides with the tree behind him. The tree she had hit practically exploded, in response. Are you trying to kill me? Toph simply cackled, bounding towards him. His tricks to get her under his quirk's hold never seemed to work on her. Slipping on a pile of leaves, Hitoshi cursed as his but hit the ground. Toph's laughter became louder as she grew closer. Scrambling to his feet, Hitoshi cursed like a sailor. Looking back up, he realized he wouldn't be able to dodge on time when she used a tree as leverage and launched herself at him at a faster speed. Outstretching her hand, she prepared to hit him when a gust of wind burst through the forest, sending her to the side and through a few trees. Holy shit, you saved me there, Izuku. Hitoshi slumped back and let out a large sigh in relief. His green-haired companion jumped out of a tree and slowly descended with a soft breeze blowing around him. No problem, Toshi. Izuku grinned over to his friend. Once he landed, his lips turned down into a frown. Holding out his hand, he waited for his friend to take it. We should get moving though, she's already digging herself out. I hate tag. Hitoshi grumbled, taking his friend's hand and raising to his feet. Both boys were quick to run off. Really? I kind of like it. Only because you've gotten 5 times better at it with that new technique of yours. Izuku laughed. Don't laugh. Sorry. How much time is left anyway? Hitoshi looked down at his watch, else than a Minu dash. Both boys jumped away from one another just as Toph created a crater on the ground where they had stood. I see your spatial awareness has gotten better too. Huh? 16 tags between the both of you, I just might be proud of you too. She leaped up towards a tree to her left, kicking Izuku out of the tree. T-Hat's 8 twinkle toes, bouncing off the trunk, she backflipped. The other way towards Hitoshi. Listening carefully and stretching out her quirk, she spotted the boy crouching behind a tree. With a large grin, she silently made her way over and smacked the boy behind the head. Andy, that would be 10 for you, bottle boy. Ugh, we were so close, he mumbled, rubbing the back of his head. Making their way out of the forest, they were met with everyone waiting for them. Katara handed the 2 teens a bottle of water. Izuku drank half of it before using the rest to heal the worst wounds on him and Hitoshi. The blue-eyed woman gave him a proud smile. How'd they do? Fujime asked. Not bad. Izuku got 8 tags and Hitoshi got 10. It's a big improvement compared to being tagged a good 30 times. Toph grinned widely. Congratulations. Mihoko shouted, her eyes tearing up. I'm so proud of you both. Inko cried into her son's shoulder as she hugged him. Ah, Mom, our tests ain't even done yet. Izuku patted his mother's back fondly. Yeah, we still have sparring to do. Hitoshi smiled sheepishly, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. That's right. Come on, let's get some lunch and rest first before we start. Suki began to usher everyone inside. Alright guys. Yesterday you practiced D-spar ing one of us with and without weapons. Without and with quirks. Saka announced from his place on the middle step of the stairs. All the adults were gathered around the front porch of the house. The teens stood at the base of the stairs, listening intently to Saka. Today, you'll be putting everything you have learned in these past 2 weeks into practice. You will spar with your weapons and are allowed to use your quirk. Izuku was kind enough to make you two a little stage where you can spar. He gestured behind them. An inch tall, long slab of earth stood. You know the rules. First one out of the ring, to be unable to get up or fall unconscious, loses. Try not to hurt one another too much and have fun. He nods, letting them know they can head to the stage. Saka walked up the steps onto the porch to stand next to Suki. Ready? Zuko started, eyes glancing between the two boys. Begin. Hitoshi fixed his stance. You gonna use that silly little wind on me, Izu? Hitoshi mocked, watching his friend's green eyes narrow, a small smirk on his lips. With a grin of his own, both boys shot forward. A hand caught a fist while another caught an ankle. They pushed against one another for a moment before jumping back. It didn't take long for them to meet in the middle once again. In an attempt to catch Izuku in his quirk, Hitoshi did his best to patronize his friend. He even tried telling a bunch of jokes, just like Toph had taught him in their individual training. Huh, a little hot there with those flames, don't you think? What fighting style is this? It's not Taekwondo, that's for sure. Did Zuko teach it to you? Violet eyes narrowed in seeing his friend bite his lower lip to keep from answering. The green-haired teen stomped on the floor when his spinning kick didn't land. The ground underneath Hitoshi's feet rose slightly, making him lose his balance. Taking advantage of this, Izuku whipped his fan out from its place in his pants waistband and flipped it open. With a swift motion, a gush of air hit Hitoshi, sending him flying back. Luckily for the purple-haired boy, he didn't roll out of the stage. That was painful, you know? He rolled out of the way from the oncoming hit from the now closed fan. What if I had gotten hurt? Would you really hurt me like that, Zuku? Izuku flinched in surprise at that question. Of course no dash. Gotcha. Hitoshi was quick to unravel the rope dart from his hips and toss it towards his friend, tying him up. With a tug, Izuku snapped out of his control from the slight pain. I win. Izuku smiles, making his friend's smirk fall. What are you, dash? You bound my arms. Izuku spoke before Hitoshi could finish his sentence. The insomniac frowned in confusion at this statement as Izuku lowered his stance. The moment his foot raised up, he mentally face-bombed. It was all he could get out before Izuku stomped down, and he was sent hurtling into the sky. He became pretty NTMT with a tree. It was a nice tree. When he finally made his way down, Izuku was smiling sheepishly at him, his arms outstretched to hand him his rope dart. You two did well. That was a good battle. Suki smiled proudly. Izuku, you made very good use of the fan. Good job. You didn't use it to its full potential, but that's all right. We have 2 more months before the entrance exams to work on it. It was a very good use of your quirk as well, however you didn't use the water we had provided you with. Zuko gestures to the buckets placed at the corners of the stage. Maybe you didn't have a good opportunity to do so, however I feel the need to tell you, although you use your water to heal, you could also use it as a weapon. Don't forget that. Don't let a perfectly sharp weapon dull. Katara nods. You can do more with your water than just heal. Take full advantage of that. Hitoshi, you did really well with your hand-to-hand. Suki began to praise once their evaluation on Izuku had ended. You made good use of the provocation training we had. Toph smirks. Unfortunately for you, your opponent already knew that the trigger is response-based. As long as you keep the trigger of your quirk under wraps and keep that hold while you make them think it's something else from now on, any other opponent you face is bound to respond and not know what actually triggers your quirk. I just wish you had made better use of the rope dart. Saka frowned. It's not just a capture weapon, Hitoshi. You're not Eraserhead, you could use your weapon for offense and deal real damage. We're going to have to work on breaking that habit. Do they pass? Inko asked worriedly. Oh, yeah, of course they do. Other than those minor hiccups, they passed. Saka hugged both boys. I'm so proud. Hajime rose from his seat with an excited shout, taking the three of them in his arms. Yes. I'm so happy. We have to celebrate. Oh, we can prepare a buffet. Katara smiled widely. After their grand dinner, everyone hung around the living room for once instead of dispersing throughout the house. Izuku was watching YouTube videos on his laptop, while Hitoshi played some cat video games on his phone. Saka, Suki and Toph watched some show on the TV. Zuko was in the kitchen with Katara, Inko, Mihoko and Hajime cleaning and putting away any leftover food. In the middle of a Try Guys video, just as Eugene was performing the choreography with Jessie, he received a Zoom call from his dad. Ignoring the annoyance that sparked up, he grinned widely. Mom, Dad's finally calling, he shouted, accepting the call. Hi Dad. Hey there kiddo. Sorry I didn't call last week, work's been kicking my butt. Hisashi sighed, leaning back in his seat. It's fine, we know things can get hectic for you over there. The teen smiled reassuringly. Where's Mom? She's in the kitchen, she should be over soon. Hey, today's your last day there, right? How was your trip? Hisashi sat up. Oh, it's been great. Izuku grins as he goes off on a long explanation of their trip. His father, commenting every now and again. And then when I fell, I found out that my wind had helped Ed soften my landing. I mean, it should have been kind of obvious to begin with, but I'm getting the hang of it. We found that circular motions help me control it best, and meditation seems to be making them stronger somehow. Everyone says they have a friend who could help teach me some stuff, but he won't be able to come to Japan for another few months. So in the meantime, I'm focusing on the meditation part and using my fan to help me control it better. Wow, that's pretty impressive, kiddo. Gosh, I'm missing out on so much. Hisashi gives his son a melancholy smile. We really miss you, dear. Izuku snapped his gaze up to see his mother walking out of the kitchen, a smile on her face. Walking around the counter, she waved at the camera. Hello, Hisashi. Inko. I see you're doing well, my love. Of course I am. I hope that you're not working you too hard over there. Nah, I'll be fine. Though I wish I was there with you too. I seem to be missing so much this past year. Maybe you could convince your superiors for a transfer? Izuku piped in as Zuko walked behind them to grab water from the fridge. Maybe. I'll try to speak to them soon. See how it goes. Hisashi sighed. Hey, sure. Zuko suddenly spoke up, before taking a sip of water from behind the two Midoriyas he walked by. Hey Zu, anyway, why don't you tell me about that test you mentioned, Izuku? Everyone fell silent. Izuku and Inko simultaneously glanced between the laptop to a bewildered Hisashi and a frozen Zuko. Do you two know each other? Hitoshi finally looked up from his phone at Izuku's question. Hisashi? Zuko shouted as he slammed his hand on the table next to Izuku and leaned closer to the screen. Holy crap, Zuko! The teen's father shouted in enthusiasm as he leaned back, hands in his hair. You're Izuku's father fire teacher? They shouted in unison. Izuku looked at his mom in confusion, as the two began a conversation. Inko gave her son a sheepish smile and shrugged, her face with just as much confusion. Inko, you remember how I told you about my family that lives back in Korea? Hisashi looked at his wife. A large smile on his lips. The one you said had all of those legal problems that you wanted to escape from, right? Inko frowned as her mind slowly processed the puzzle pieces before her. Yeah. This is Zuko, my younger cousin. He's the son of that a-hole uncle I told you I was escaping from. Oh my. Realization dawned on her features. I'm so sorry for not recognizing you. Hisashi has spoken so much about you, but I've never seen photos. Zuko smiled sheepishly and bowed slightly. No, it's no problem. Really? I haven't been in proper contact with Hisashi for years. I didn't know you were his wife. Izuku cleared his throat, winning everyone's attention. Hello. Lost child here. If someone could please explain. Hitoshi nods, now fully invested in what seems like a family drama. Right, sorry kiddo. Basically, long story short, my family had one heck of a horrible year. My older brother died when he was in the army. My father, who was a general in the army, had stepped down in his grief and had come home to mourn and take care of me. I was staying with my uncle Ozai and Aunt Ursa while my brother completed his last year. Not long after that, our grandfather had died, and my mother had gone missing. Zuko took over. Your grandfather was a very successful man, and when he died my father was announced the successor to the company when it was supposed to be my uncle Iroh. Lots of things happened that lead to my scar and a hit being placed over Hisashi's head. Holy F-, is your family involved with the mafia? Hitoshi whispered to Izuku, now completely invested in the story. Izuku couldn't even respond, so he opted for shrugging. My father had to send me away, and it landed me in Japan under a different surname. I haven't really had contact with my family other than a few letters here and there till we lost contact 7 years ago. Hisashi smiled sadly. I hope things haven't gotten worse. After you disappeared it got a little hectic for a few years, but things got better. Father is in prison, Azula was in an asylum, but we were able to get her help and lots of therapy. She's doing better and had decided to stay in a little area near the mountains to clear her mind and reflect. I had taken over the company, and we also found my mother. Hisashi whistles. Wow, seems like a busy few years. I'm glad things have gotten better. How's Dad? Oh, Uncle Iroh. He's going to be so overjoyed to hear from you again. He finally opened that tea shop he's always dreamed of. Really? I'm glad. I need to visit. Izuku couldn't help the smile that began to creep up on his lips. It was nice hearing about another side of his family he hadn't known about. His father doesn't really share much about his past, so this was a welcome change. Hitoshi had completely abandoned his phone to just listen to the stories Hisashi and Zuko would tell about their childhoods. It wasn't long till Katara had even joined in and shouted with joy when she heard they were basically related. The conversation went on till Hisashi finally had to go and everyone else had to get some sleep. Their flight leaves fairly early, and they have to be there 3 hours in advance. It's definitely an interesting end to a 2-week training trip. Izuku bit his lower lip as he stared up at the ceiling of his room. Just 2 more months for the UE entrance exam. It's so close yet so far. Lifting a hand, he stared at his palm. He and Hitoshi have been training hard for this. He has faith in their skills. Closing his hand into a fist, he grinned. I hope you're ready, Yui, 'cause one sassy insomniac and one meme lord are coming your way. He chuckled softly at his own stupid joke, lowering his hand. Turning on his side, he closed his eyes and waited for sleep to take him under. I can't believe today is the day. Hisashi cried out over the video call. Inko choked back a sob as she held the tablet steady with her hands. Izuku gave his parents an exasperated smile. Oh, come on, I should be the nervous one here. Nervous? Do I look nervous? That won't do. I'm not nervous, I'm excited. I'm excited. Hisashi cheered, then stood to his feet and backed up, so most of his body could be visible. Common guys say it with me? I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Inko was quick to join her husband. Izuku watched them, amused yet confused, before shrugging and joining them. As they shouted, Izuku could feel the shaking of his hands settle slightly, but not completely stop. His heart seemed to pump a little harder in his chest. He couldn't stop the large smile that graced his lips. Midoriyas. How are we feeling? Hisashi shouted, a large grin on his face. Excited. Both his son and wife responded. Yeah. Whenever you feel nervous, Izuku, just tell yourself what we said now. Now get out there and show those suckers what you're made of. Yeah. Izuku grinned widely. Opening the door behind him, he smiled back to his parents, "I'm off. Have a good day." Both parents called out in unison. Hisashi took a moment to take a quick screenshot of his son before he ran out the door. Silence fell upon the apartment the moment the door had closed, leaving Inko alone with the tablet in her hands, her husband on video call. It's moments like these that Hisashi is painfully reminded of how alone his wife is at the moment. His heart clenches in pain every time. A soft sniffle snaps the man out of his thoughts to look back at the screen that softly trembled. He smiled softly. "He'll be okay, Inko. He's worked hard for this." "I know. I can't help but worry." She sniffled. "Hey, how about you put on the Parent Trap, and we can watch it together? I got the whole day off today. We can binge-watch movies together till you have to run errands for the day." Inko giggled softly as she brought the tablet up to speak to her husband. She turned on her heel to walk further into the house. "That sounds wonderful, dear." A pair of green and violet eyes stared up at the building in awe. The pair stood just beyond the wide-open gates. Around them, a few students seemed to have the exact same reaction as them before snapping out of it and making their way in. Other students merely snickered and confidently made their way in to find the sign in tables. "I know we've jogged past it a few times as a detour during training, but Izuku spoke loud enough for his friend to hear him. "It's different when we're standing in front of it with the gates actually open." Hitoshi finishes, earning a hum in confirmation from his friend. Turning to one another, they nodded. Facing the school once again, the two friends took a deep breath and walked through the gates of the school together. "I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous for the exam." Hitoshi gulped. His eyes scanned all the other students around them. Many students looked quite cocky and sure of themselves. Few actually looked quite nervous. "No, you're excited." Izuku replied. His friend turned to look at him with a puzzled face. No, I'm pretty sure it's mostly nerves I'm feeling." "No, that's not what just tell yourself you are excited. My dad had my mom and I do it this morning. It actually helped." "Oh yeah." Hitoshi raised a skeptical eyebrow. Seeing his friend give an enthusiastic nod, he shrugged. "Okay, I'll try it. Don't expect to hear me say it out loud, though." Izuku nodded in response before covering his lips with a hand to hold back laughter. The utter look of concentration on his friend's face made him look like he was mentally planning to burn down the school. It wasn't hard for them to find the sign in tables. There were 3 tables set up next to the 2 large doors into the school building. 6 different teachers sat at the tables registering into their systems the students and handing them their exam tickets. The students were all in awe at seeing so many heroes in one place. Izuku and Hitoshi had found themselves in the line where pro-hero Bastille sat. The young adult had the sides of their hair shaved with intricate designs. The goggles that would usually cover their purple eyes sat on top of their head as they effortlessly signed students in and handed them their exam ticket before giving them clear directions to the testing site. If Izuku remembers correctly, they can create colorful force fields that they like to utilize as makeshift gloves when they fight. The moment Izuku began to mumble about her quirk, Hitoshi tapped his finger to the back of his neck to snap him out of it. Green eyes gave him a grateful look before taking a deep breath to calm himself. Saka had spoken to Izuku about his mumbling, and had advised him to try to control it if he could, and if he can't to design his hero costume to have a soundproof mask, so he could mumble to his heart's content. He likes the idea, but he still wants to try to get his mumbling under control. Hitoshi had taken to start subtly signaling him by tapping him a few times to snap him out of it. Of course, this didn't stop him from whipping out his notebook while in line and making a quick sketch of them on a blank page, since the one that has them is back at home, and asking the hero to sign it after they had handed him his ticket. Bastille had given him a wide, delighted smile and happily did so, all the while complimenting the drawing he had made of them. Hitoshi had rolled his eyes fondly as his friend gushed over the signature to the side while he got his ticket. With their examinee ticket in hand, the 2 boys walked into the building and followed the directions the hero had given them. Arriving at the large testing room, they were met with another hero, Ace, who would check their tickets before directing them to their assigned seat. Izuku was practically jumping for joy as he spoke to the man with shoulder-length white hair. Izuku's excitement and fanboying had made the man smile widely and respond with just as much gusto. Hitoshi is honestly surprised that he had answered all of Izuku's questions before directing him to his seat. Hitoshi got stuck all the way in the back of the auditorium. Hitoshi didn't know whether to cry or be in awe. The auditorium was large and decorated with plants and vines, making the room feel vibrant yet welcoming. However, the moment Violet Eyes spotted the tests that sat face down on the desks, he felt that all quickly turned to dread. The exam consists of 6 different tests. The first 5 are basic subjects. The last test varies depending on what course someone is applying for. Upon finding his seat, Hitoshi set his bag under the table and sat himself down. Violet Eyes stared at the contents provided to them. In the middle lay the math test booklet. A scantron sat on top of the scrap paper he was provided, taunting him with its annoying bright pinkish red color. The end of the table had vines hanging off them with beautiful flowers sprouting from them. Of all the bubble sheets, they had to get the most obnoxious-looking one, he grumbled to himself as he began to play with the pencil that was provided. The moment the clock had struck 8:30 and all the students were in their seats, the doors to the building closed. As the woman with bright brown hair stood on the stage and explained the exam to them, Hitoshi was hit with the realization as to why the room was full of flowers and plants. She was Lady Orchid, hero who could control and communicate with plants that she created. In other words, she'd be able to know if anyone is cheating in seconds. He wasn't planning on cheating, but he's suddenly thanking his luck for being friends with one of the biggest hero nerds ever. Lady Orchid is a new daylight hero like Bastille, and if he remembers Izuku's fanboying correctly, Ace is an underground hero. Maybe he should be a little worried that his best friend somehow knows about so many underground heroes, while Hitoshi himself only knows of a handful. You have an hour, you may now begin. Hitoshi flipped the booklet open and almost let out a groan at the first question. Taking the scrap paper from under the scantron, he began to write. He could already tell he's going to have a headache by the end of all this. Put your pencils down. Lady Orchid's voice echoed through the room. Hitoshi groaned softly as he lifted his head up from his spot on his arms. After each hour, they were all given a 10-minute break before going back in for the next portion of the tests. Once they had gotten over the general tests, everyone applying for business or support were ushered out to different test sites, while people applying in general education were sent home. Everyone taking the hero course exam had been instructed to stay in the auditorium. After a few minutes of silence, the woman smiles and gives the students a small bow. Your hero exam presenter will be out shortly. I wish you all luck in your upcoming endeavors. The moment she was off the stage, the lights of the building went out, causing students to exclaim in surprise. Slowly, one by one, all the lights came back on. The giant screen on the stage turned on, revealing the Yui School logo. A voice boomed throughout the auditorium, but not through the speakers. Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. The stage lights turned on to reveal Pro Hero Present Mic. Come on, and let me hear ya. Hitoshi nearly snorted when Izuku was the only one to respond to present Mike. He feels a little bad for leaving his friend to face that on his own. Maybe he could join him if there's another opportunity. It's an embarrassing thought, but training with Toph and the others has done wonders for his self-esteem and confidence. Izuku has even made leaps and bounds as well. Yoa! The blonde hero shouted in excitement. Alright, let's get started with the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Are you ready? Yeah. This time, Hitoshi joined Izuku in screaming. Oh yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on you too. Izuku looked back to give his friend the biggest grin. He couldn't help but smile back. Wasting no time, Present Mike began to explain the practical exam to them. Looking down at his examinee ticket, he noted he was in Battle Center F. He almost yelled in frustration on hearing that they had to battle robots. Kaki ahole? Hitoshi angrily grumbled as he fixed the sleeves of his hoodie. Aw, common Heidekin, it's not that bad. Izuku waved his hand around as if to dispel the problem. Adjusting his joggers around his waist, he threw a foot onto the bench in the changing room to tie his shoes. Not that bad? That goddamn Lego brick called us distracting. Distracting? You know what was distracting? Hitoshi glanced around making sure he wasn't too loud or that the boy himself was around, him interrupting present Mike just to be a smart but and mention something he was going to talk about anyway. The purple-haired boy huffed as he adjusted his shoes. Lego brick? Why not Octus? He kinda reminds me of Octus. Don't you dare sully his name like that. You better apologize to that poster of the show you have in your room when you get home. Octus has more personality and is nicer than that guy. He's as unforgiving as a Lego. Izuku snorted in response with a roll of his eyes. You need to get shoes without laces, you take too long to tie them. Hitoshi leaned against the lockers as he watched his friend double knot his laces. What? But I like my Air Forces. Izuku pouted, finally standing straight. The two friends stuffed both their bags into one big locker. Okay, sure, but they're not very helpful to your quirk. Green eyes look up in thought as they walk out the locker rooms and towards the buses. Well, yeah, but I was planning on mostly using water, since, robots. Oh yeah? And where, pre-tell, will you be getting that water? Well, the site is supposed to replicate an actual city with robot enemies, so they should have some kind of water source in case of fires or emergencies. Okay, guess that makes sense. The two boys pause once they enter the large parking lot. Looking over to one another, they smiled. Knock am dead, Hidecan. Izuku held out his arm for his friend to take. Hitoshi gave his friend a lazy smirk as he grabbed his friend's forearm. They both gave one another a firm squeeze. As long as you blow them away, Izu. Giving one another one more grin, both boys made their way to their own bus. Hitoshi stepped off the bus to their battle site, eyes roaming over each student that was in his group. Many of the kids had fairly obvious mutations while others looked normal, however he knows that looks could be deceiving. Just look at Izuku, a sunshine green bean that could very likely throw you across the country with a wave of his hand. Maybe he's being dramatic, but honestly, with the many surprises Izuku's quirk had thrown at them, he wouldn't be surprised. Following everyone else's gaze, he felt his nerves return. That is a big building, he thought to himself, his feet moving him around the crowd to the front row. Do you think it actually looks like a city in there? The giant wooden doors slowly began opening, showing off the faux city, making everyone stare in awe at how realistic it all looked. What? How much money does this school have? This is so cool. This reminds me of an anime dash. I swear to God, Korematsu, if you make one more Attack on Titan reference today, I'm yeeting you at a robot. I was thinking of God Eater, but now that you mention it dash dot. Mother foo dash. Right, let's start. Hitoshi felt his heart skip a beat at those words and rushed forward into the city. Hey, these guys get it. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Oh, thank F dash. Training with Toph is definitely coming in handy for him. For a moment there he thought he rushed in too soon. Upon hearing everyone else's footsteps rushing forward, Hitoshi turned the first corner he saw, and once he made it to the next intersection he spotted two robots on either side of the street. Perfect, a one-pointer and a two-pointer. Now if only he had come up with a plan. Violet eyes quickly darted around the streets as he tried to quickly come up with a something. Both robots were quick to rush towards him the moment they had noticed him. One shot lasers at him while the other just came at him full speed. Cursing under his breath, Hitoshi was quick to dodge and throw himself to the side to not become a burn or splat on the ground. One robot almost crashed into the other as they drifted to a stop to face him once again. Violet eyes lit up upon noticing this. This will either end really well, Hitoshi began as he charged at the robot with the lasers as they shot at him, or really poorly. Leaping forward, he held onto the arm of the robot. Adjusting his grip on the metal, he climbed his way up to its neck. Target lost. The two-pointer he had climbed onto spoke, making the purple-haired boy grin. Good, so they only lock on to organic life. God, he hopes no animals are in the area. The one-pointer turned on its wheels to face him and charged forward, not caring for the other robot and only its target. Quickly, Hitoshi adjusted himself and leaped off the robot once the other was close enough. The sound of metal colliding made him smirk. That's 3, but it's not enough. That trick can only get him so far. Violet eyes land on the intact laser that the two-pointer had. With a grin crossing his lips, he quickly picked up the thing and made a run for it down the street. Hearing heavy wheels making their way down an alley, he slowed down and pressed his back against the wall. Looking over, he spotted a huge three-pointer quickly making its way across, heading towards the middle of the city. From the sounds of it, most of the battles are happening in the middle of the city. He's guessing all the other robots are making their way there to find targets. Once he had run into the city, he had made a sharp right and could basically see the wall at the end of the next street. The place is huge. Running back to the middle in hopes to run into robots would exhaust him too much. Looking back over at the huge robot, a huge grin crossed his lips. Hitoshi laughed like a madman as he shot another robot that made its way to the center. Slightly bending his legs, he prepared for the sudden jump the robot made as it raced over the core of another that made a ramp. Suddenly he's glad he took up skateboarding during his first year of high school. It's amazing the many things one can learn when they have no friends. Uchucha, Shivaga, Uvinchiki, ahahaha. He yelled as he practically soared in the air with the robot under him and shot at any robot he spotted without an opponent. His outburst won him a few confused looks from students. Such a shame that they didn't get the reference. If Izuku were here, he's sure he'd be proud of him. The landing was bumpy, but it didn't affect his laughter. He was right, most of the fighting was happening in the middle of the town. The place was practically a robot graveyard. Upon seeing someone preparing to attack the robot he was standing on, he aimed his laser down and shot at it, making it explode on him. Throwing the laser to the side, he landed with a sloppy roll. Saka and Suki would be so disappointed with that one. Jumping to his feet, he looked around at the chaos. 29. A random student shouted, drawing his attention. 44. Another shouted. 19. 42. He forgot he was supposed to be keeping track of his points. The ground beneath him began to shake, and slowly he turned his head in the direction it came from. Violet eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! I'm gonna die. Nope. Now this is like Attack on Titan. This is not the time. Ivy hate this exam, Hitoshi groaned as he ran a hand down his face. He earned quite a few comments of agreement around him. Black, tired eyes focused on the vast variety of screens silently as Principal Nedzu explained the different ways students take the exam to their new teacher. He watched with silent intrigue as a boy with messy purple hair climbed into a two-pointer robot and made the one-pointer ram into it. His role was perfectly executed when he had jumped off before the collision. He obviously has some sort of training, though it seems like not much of it will come in handy for them here. Black eyes turned to another screen, where a boy with messy green hair spun in a low spin, slashing a three-pointer with water. Looking down at the examinee files on the tablet, he searched for both students by appearance. Shinso Hitoshi, Midoriya Izuku. A scrawny man frowned as he read the name on the file. When he had met the boy, he had stated that he was quirkless, and yet, he currently has a quirk. Tapping the boy's file open, he read through the details, though there wasn't much other than a description of his quirk. The hero couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. For different elements? He's heard of dual quirks before, but this feels a little extensive. The kid seemed really nice that day, but no, he can't just jump to conclusions like this. If he gets into the school, he'll just have to keep a close eye on him. Maybe even have a little conversation with the kid. Yeah, that could work. Speak to the kid, make sure he didn't go rogue or something. Make sure he's actually a late bloomer. Maybe he could get Tsukachi to help him? It would definitely help ease his worries all the more. Wary blue eyes tore away from the tablet to look back at the screens. Eyes following the green-haired boy as he threw water at another robot. He really hopes he's just being paranoid. Emerald eyes stared up at the giant gates to their exam site in awe. Everyone around him talked about the magnificence of the area as the doors slowly began to open. Silently, he mumbled what his father had told him that morning, eyes closed. Taking in a deep breath, he prepared to fall into a quick meditation when he felt a hand slam into his shoulder. Snapping his eyes open, he startled back when his eyes landed on Lego Brick Glass's boy, who reprimanded him and Hitoshi. "Excuse me. Your mumbling is quite distracting." Can you not see that everyone here is trying to concentrate? You are being a distraction to everyone here. If you are not going to take this seriously, then you should leave. Izuku frowned at the boy's words. He has no right to call him distracting when he just snapped him out of his own concentration. The fact that everyone seems to already be writing him off because of it ticks him off. Sure, it would probably be good to be underestimated, but that's no reason to be so rude. Hitoshi was right, he is an a-hole. You don't deserve the nickname Octus. The glasses-wearing boy blinked in confusion. He didn't understand what that meant, but it sounded like an insult. Taking advantage of his confusion, Izuku pulled his shoulder away. Shoulder-checking the glasses-wearing boy, he made his way to the gates. You big Lego brick, I hope your socks forever fall down your shoes. Right, let's start. With the assistance of his wind, Izuku raced into the testing site. Hey, these guys get it. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Training with Toph has prepared him for this moment. He could only hope Hitoshi had rushed in too. Running, Green Eyes noticed the fire hydrant stationed around. Screeching to a stop, he closed his eyes and searched for the familiar calming wave of water. He could feel it not too far underground, and in some buildings he could feel the trickling water flow. Izuku didn't want to accidentally hurt anyone with his attacks. Water would be his safest bet. It is, after all, the element he's most accustomed to. He's trained with it so much he's sure he's nearly mastered everything he could with it. It's the element he's practiced with the most compared to the other elements due to it not being as destructive in nature. He's trained with air, but only in small bursts to help him run faster or jump higher, meaning he doesn't know how to properly utilize it. When it comes to fire and earth, he's not the best at using them yet. Since they are the most destructive of the elements, he prefers to train with them in open spaces. Their stay in Okinawa had provided him the perfect space to train them, but when they came back he had used Takoba Municipal Beach Park. However, he and Hitoshi had decided to clear out the beach during that time, under the watchful eye of Saka and Suki of course. Once the junk piles had lowered, he was forced to stop training, since quirk usage in public is against the law. He hopes to be able to train them properly once he gets into a hero school. Examinees ran past him as he slowly adjusted his stance. Taking deep and even breaths, Izuku began to wave his hands in an up and down motion that mimicked his breathing. He could feel the water pressure on the hydrants begin to build with all the water he is steadily pushing up. The ground beneath him shook ever so slightly from the pressure trying to find a way out. He's sure others had missed it. Aiming for two hydrants that were a fair distance from one another, he willed the water to escape from them. The hydrants began to tremble violently at the sudden pressure that attempted to break out. Izuku hissed softly as he felt the weight of the water from all the built-up pressure. His arms began to shake slightly as he slowly raised them up over his head when, finally, he heard the screws break. The hydrants were shot up into the sky, with the help of the overflowing water, and landed on the rooftops of the short buildings with a crash. Students in the area all stopped to stare at the spewing water in surprise. Keeping careful eyes on what streets the water ran down, the teen smiled. The more streets the water enveloped, the more area he could cover. Izuku was quick to duck down when he felt the hairs on his neck stand. He narrowly dodged a laser that had come at him from behind. Glancing back, he spotted a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer rushing for him. Seems like they're waterproof. Good, he'd feel bad if he suddenly took out all the robots because of a little water. Plus, it has the added benefit of making this more challenging for him. Jutting a leg out, he pushed himself into a low spin and sliced an arm in the air while the other helped balance him. The water spun around his body in response to his movements before cutting through the robots with ease. Deciding that he had flooded the streets enough, Izuku inhaled as he threw his hands up over his head. Gently, he brought them down along with his exhalation. The gushing water followed the movement and came to an abrupt halt. Pleased with his work, he ran down a random street to find more robots. Izuku panted softly as he tied his laces together before removing the water from himself and his belongings, then throwing his shoes over his shoulders. He has about 5 minutes left and he's gotten a good 22 points, if he's not wrong. He's sure it's not enough points yet, so he had decided to remove his shoes and socks to help him detect robots easier. Calming his heavy breathing, the teen ignored the cooling feeling of the water on his skin and focused on the vibrations in the ground. From the looks of it, all the robots had either gathered in the center of the city or were making their way there. That's where many of the students had stationed themselves, too. The fastest way there would be by rooftop. Backing up, Izuku looked up at the building behind him. Taking a running start, he jumped and turned his body midair. The moment his feet landed on the gravel roof, he grinned. He's gotten better with his landings. Running in the direction he needed, he mentally thanked Toph for getting him into the habit of training barefoot. He's sure the calluses on his feet are the only thing keeping him from clutching his feet in pain from the gravel. Quickly he hopped rooftop to rooftop till he made it to the epicenter of the destruction. Observing the area, he was glad to see that some water had trickled in from his little stunt earlier, though not as much as he'd like. Jumping off the roof, he made sure to use the air to cushion his fall before slicing a two-pointer that was nearby with water. Jumping back, he watched as a girl with bobbed hair ran past him and slapped her hands on a few robots, making them float. Once she had 4 in the air, she touched the tips of her fingers with one another, making the robots crash to the ground. Wow, that's so cool! Can she take away the gravity of things she touches? From the looks of it, it's a 5-point activated quirk. So cool. Okay, that should at least be 28 points. She huffed out before running off. A loud crash made him turn his attention to Lego brick as he destroyed a robot with his foot. That puts me at 48. Excuse me? A blonde ran past him to Superman punch a robot with a quickly rotating arm. Once he landed, he wasted no time with slapping his hands on some robots and repeated what the bobbed hair girl did, making them drop. 37, he huffed as he covered his lips with a hand. He just used 2 different quirks, and one of them belonged to the girl earlier. Can he copy quirks or... No, wait, he's behind. This is no time to fanboy over quirks. The amount of water around him wasn't enough to take down multiple robots. The green-haired teen jumped. The boy backflipped over a one-pointer that rushed for him. With a wave of his hand, it was slashed into pieces with water. Now there wasn't enough to cut through any more robots. He had to make his way down the street where there was more water for him to use. The teen froze, green eyes widening in shock at what he was seeing at the moment. It never occurred to him to spread his seismic range out wider. Maybe if he had, he would have spotted this sooner. Is that supposed to be the... Explosions rang out further into the city, causing the ground to tremble. All of the examinees stopped their tracks and turned towards the direction of the explosions. Wah! What the hell? Is that the 0-pointer? Holy crap, it's huge! Everyone yelled in shock as it slowed to a stop to look down at them. Reeling a mechanical fist back, it moved forward to punch the ground. Debris and dust gushed past everyone and spread through, blocking everyone's view, earning screams from examinees. Izuku braced himself as everyone ran his way to get away from the giant monstrosity. Izuku spotted a figure accidentally crashing into another student, causing them to land on the floor. Izuku was quick to maneuver around rushing kids, thanks to his quirk, and ran over to him. Hey, are you okay? You're looking a little pale there. He observed. Now that he's near him, he could see it was the blonde boy from earlier, and he seemed slightly pale-faced. Wait, just a drawback to one of the quirks I copied. The blonde took in deep breaths to keep from feeling too nauseous. Izuku nods and takes some of the little water that is left in the area. Hold still, trust me. Enveloping a hand in it, he gently pressed the glowing water to his temple. He smiled softly as he watched relief pass through the boy's face and color return to his cheeks. Thanks, he smiled sheepishly. The dust cloud finally began clearing up. No problem, come on, let's get out of dash. Less than 2 minutes remaining. F-dash. The blonde blinked in surprise at the boy's outburst. He's got to get moving. Helping the blonde to his feet, he gets ready to run the opposite way when he freezes. The teen whirled back around to see the girl with bobbed hair stuck under a toppled robot. He watched as she slowly lifted her head up and tried to shuffle away, only to cry out in pain and bury her face in her arms for a moment. Slowly she lifted her head up again, and from where he stood he could see her pale face. He could feel her quickened heartbeat and fear. Ah, that's the girl that can make things float. The blonde boy next to him said in surprise. His blue eyes narrowed. She must have quirk exhaustion if she's not using her quirk to help her out. Izuku frowned at this. He has to help her, but even with his wind helping him run, he wouldn't make it to her on time. The robot is so close to her, but he can't control metal, he wouldn't be able to get her out from under it. Green Eyes looked around frantically before landing on the blonde that seemed just as lost as he was. You said you can copy quirks, right? The boy startled but nodded anyway. Why yeah. Great. Copy my quirk, I've got an idea. Surprised Blue Eyes stared at the outstretched hand for a moment before narrowing. Meeting Green Eyes, he nodded as he slapped his hand with his own. Tell me what to do. Take deep and even breaths and follow my every move. Focus on the ground on the left side of the robot. Izuku took a low horse stance, the blonde followed. We're toppling this thing over. Stomping a foot down, both boys outstretched their arms out in front of them. Quickly lifting their arms up halfway to their chest, they lowered them once. Before bringing them up over their heads, he could hear the blonde beside him let out a soft groan at the heavy weight as the earth below the robot shot up high, toppling the giant thing on its side. Now aim for the ground on the far left of it. Izuku ordered as he made a motion for the blonde to mimic. Giant blocks of earth shot from either side of the robot. Now bring it in. With a swift motion, both blocks squeezed closer together, trapping the zero-pointer in the middle. Once done, both boys ran to aid the girl. Izuku lifted as much of the robot as he could while the blonde helped the girl out. Are you hurt? The blonde asked. I think I sprained my ankle pretty badly. She winces when she tries to stand properly. Your leg seems to be bleeding quite a bit too. The blonde observes as he allows her to lean on him slightly to steady herself on one leg. Right, let's get her to a safer area, away from the fighting. Izuku walks over to help, both boys acting as her crutches helping her walk. As they walked, other examinees continued to shoot them looks as they passed. Izuku almost cried out in relief when they walked through the mess of water he had made in the start. After he heals her, he could. And that's that, time's up. Present Mick's voice echoed through the area. An alarm sounding right after. Son of a crime and punishment. Izuku exclaims, making the other two teens stare at him in surprise and confusion. With a defeated sigh, Izuku gently led the girl over to a broken robot. Carefully, they sat her on an arm. Crouching down, the freckled boy examined her leg. It's nothing too serious, so that's good. I'm going to use my quirk to heal it, is that okay? Izuku asked, looking up at her. Oh sure, the girl nods. With that, the young teen envelopes his hands in water and begins to heal her leg. He could hear the girl let out a sound of relief as he healed her. Blue eyes narrowed slightly as they watched Izuku intently. From his peripheral vision, he could see other examinees not so subtly making their way closer to get a better look at the green-haired boy. There, you should try not to put too much weight on it, but you should be fine. Izuku smiled as he let the extra water drop. Now about that nausea. Standing to his feet, he gathered more water and pressed the glowing liquid to her temple. Ah, that feels so much better. The brunette sighed out, a relieved smile crossing her lips. My, that is quite the healing quirk you've got there, dearie. All eyes looked up to see Recovery Girl smiling in their direction as she handed a student some gummies and sent them on their way. Freckled cheeks flushed at the compliment. Oh, thank you. Recovery Girl stopped in front of them and observed the girl's leg for a moment before letting out a hum in approval. You have done fine work, I'm impressed. She turned to the boy. If you get into the school, please visit my office. I would love some assistance, it's very rare for healers to get into the school. Green eyes widened at the request. Recovery Girl wants him to help her if he gets into the school? Like an apprenticeship? Oh my gosh, this cannot be happening. Hitoshi is going to freak. Saka, Suki and their parents are going to flip. Better yet, Katara will be proud of him. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku bowed, making the woman laugh lightheartedly. I look forward to it. Now then, here are some gummies, be on your way back to the buses, dearies. she instructed as she handed each of them a handful of gummies before walking off to the next student. With a wide grin on his lips, Izuku turned to the blonde and brunette. "Thanks for helping me topple the robot. And I hope your leg feels better soon." He waved before running off. Blinking in surprise, the blonde snapped out of it when the boy ran off. Hey, wait," he ran after him, leaving the girl behind. I didn't get to thank them yet." She hopped off her makeshift seat only to flinch a bit at the shock that ran up her leg. Right, he told her to not put too much weight on it for a while. In other words, she can't run after them. Damn it. She can only hope luck is on her side and she ends up on the same bus as them, or they all get into you. "Hey, Hidecan." Izuku greeted once he spotted his friend in the locker room removing his hoodie. "Hey, Izu." Hitoshi nods in greeting before grabbing his friend's bag and placing it down on the bench for him. "How you feeling?" Mumbling a thanks, Izuku opened his bag to take out his clothes. "I feel a little wiped out, but I'm fine, and you?" "I'm all right." The purple-haired boy replies. The two fell into a comfortable silence as they finished changing into their respective uniforms. A small smirk crosses Hitoshi's lips as he buckles his pants. "I stole a 2-pointer's laser gun and rode a 3-pointer like a carnival ride while laughing like Stitch." Izuku snorts his friend's confession. "I wish I could have seen that. It was great. Though, I'm pretty disappointed nobody around caught the reference. Anything interesting happen on your site?" "I made some fire hydrants explode, also toppled over and trapped the 0-pointer. "Oh, something else, but I'll announce that when we see Sokka and Suki later." Hitoshi paused as he was buttoning up the tunic for his Gakurin. "You what?" He turned to his now fully dressed friend as he adjusted the sleeves of his tunic. "Yeah, I had some help though since I don't have complete control of Earth yet." Izuku smiled, not realizing how shocking it is to bring down that monstrosity of a robot. Zipping his bag up, he threw it over his shoulders. "You ready to go?" Hitoshi gave his friend a soft sigh. Leave it to Izuku to not notice the significance of defeating the 0-pointer. "Yeah, give me a sec." Fumbling with the last few buttons and tossing his own bag over his shoulders, the two boys made their way out of the changing rooms and off campus grounds. "You!" They both jumped in, surprised at seeing a boy with blonde hair. His uniform consisted of a simple light blue long-sleeved button up under a white sweater vest with black lining and black slacks. He stood before them, pointing accusingly at Izuku, who blinked a few times before finally recognizing him. "Oh, you're the guy who helped me topple over the 0-pointer." Izuku grinned widely, startling the blonde. "Thanks for that. I don't think I would have been able to do that on my own." He took the boy's hand and gave it a grateful shake. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. This here is my best friend Hitoshi Shinso. Sup. It's really nice to meet you." Oh, Nito Minoma." The blonde responded a little unsure now. "I'm about your quirk dash. Your quirk is so awesome. You can copy others' quirks, right? How does it work? Can you just copy them at will, or do you need to make physical contact? How long can you do that for? Do you just keep the quirks that you copy for future use, or is there a time limit? You were fantastic at controlling the Earth with me. Does that mean when you copy quirks, you can just know how to use them automatically? Do you know what kinds of quirks you copy, even if you were never informed about it? What about Dash?" Hitoshi rolled his eyes fondly at his friend. Poking his cheek snapped him back to reality. Looking over to their new acquaintance, Minoma, the insomniac saw him staring at his friend in utter surprise and, "Oh God. He hopes he's wrong, but that looks like..." A sly grin spread through Minoma's lips. "I can copy the quirk of anyone I touch? Yes, it requires some sort of physical contact. Unfortunately, I can't keep quirks and do have a time limit of 5 minutes. When I copy quirks, I do not know how to automatically use them, and it requires at least some sort of basic understanding of the quirk." "What about your quirk?" "From what I had seen, it's an elemental manipulation, correct? What kinds of elements? Is it a dual quirk? Earth and water? Or is there more to it than that? Also, how were you able to use the water to heal like that? It would seem that your quirk dash..." Ladies, you're both beautiful. Can we start walking yet?" Hitoshi cut in between them before Izuku could burst with excitement. If that gobsmacked look on his face is anything to go by, he wasn't expecting this reaction from the blonde. He was right, what he saw in the blonde's eyes was understanding and awe. God damn it. He could only hope Monoma doesn't meet Sokka. He doesn't think he can handle 3 of them. Oh, wanna hang out, Monoma? We were going to head to the dojo after this and then my house for dinner and a movie. We can talk as we go. Oh God. Sure, I don't have anything better to do. Monoma shrugs and begins to follow them out the gates. So, are you going to tell me about your quirk? Right. So, basically Hitoshi smiled softly and let out a soft sigh. He's glad they're making a new friend, but gods, give him strength. You should see Hidekan's quirk, though. So awesome. Really? What is it? Oh, brainwashing. I can place people into a kind of REM sleep and can give them orders to do things. Monoma's blue eyes lit up just like Izuku's had all those months ago. That's amazing. How is it activated? How long are you able to control people for? How do you know you place people into a sort of REM sleep? Are you sure it's not more like they become a puppet and you the puppeteer? Are they able to answer questions you give? If so, that would be very useful for questioning. Give him a lot of strength, please. Where did you say you found him again? Tai Li asked as she folded her arms in front of her and leaned onto the wall behind her. UA entrance exam. Hitoshi yawned in response as he leaned on the same wall. His hands were stuffed in his pockets. That sounds about right. Suki giggled as she watched Izuku, Sokka, and Monoma all eagerly talk about one thing or another. I'm glad to see you making more friends. Tai Li let out a content sigh. Your auras are so bright. The 3 stood there in a comfortable silence, watching as Sokka eagerly conversed with Izuku and Monoma. Okay, so theoretically, if Midoriya and I were to, say, go to a beach and create a giant wave and make a tsunami, nobody would ever know and would assume it was a natural disaster. The 3 leaning against the wall all perked up at this and looked over to the 3 analysts. We could also hypothetically make a giant earthquake and nobody would ever know. Izuku chimed in, causing the other 3 to go on alert. You guys could also technically make a giant tornado. I would always be willing to make an alibi for you if you ever need it. Sokka nods almost sagely. A true ride or die. Izuku dramatically lets out a content sigh as he places a hand over his heart. Monoma nodded next to him, his hand also over his own heart. Okay. Suki rushed over and placed her hands on her husband's shoulders. I think it's about time we let the boys head home to rest. Rest? I thought we were going to do training today? Izuku frowns slightly, tilting his head to the side. Hitoshi threw an arm around his friend's shoulders. Yeah, I don't think we'd survive any training today other than meditation, which we can do at home. Away from Sokka. Without planning for world domination. We weren't planning world domination. Just the destruction of human society as a whole. Monoma smiled brightly. Izuku looked at Hitoshi with a serious face. Don't worry, we have plans to make sure our loved ones and a few selected people remain alive. I'd never kill you, Hidekan. I'm strangely terrified yet touched. Hitoshi pats his friend's shoulder. You are the best, Aizu. Sokka. Tai Li punched the man's shoulder. You're corrupting the children. Sokka rubbed his shoulder with a pout. It's not corruption, it's teaching them how to survive the world. It can be scary out there, you know? How does playing Monster Hunter for hours, planning society's destruction and watching a bunch of DC, Marvel, and other kids' movies teach them anything about surviving the world? Suki asked, making air quotes with her hands. Marvel and DC movies are helping us understand what true heroes are like, quirk or no quirk. Also, how dare you call them kids' movies? They are intricate works of art with deep and meaningful morals. I now know true Ohana because of them. Hitoshi pouts slightly, crossing his arms over his chest. You know, like a child. Yeah. And it's not like we're actually going to destroy the world. Abort. Abort. Sokka whispers the last part to Izuku and Monoma. We're just coming up with theoretical ideas to keep our minds sharp. Yeah. And we don't just play Monster Hunter, Although we prefer it, we play other games, and it teaches us how to communicate during raids and to work as a team. Izuku answered with a grin. It's also hilarious hearing both Sokka and Hitoshi freak out about Schwarzwälder. Hitoshi and Sokka both shiver at the thought of the beast. Monster Hunter? Ohana? DC? Marvel? I'm lost. Monoma raises a brow in hopes for an explanation. Oh Monoma, there is much to teach you. Sokka shakes his head in shame as he pats the confused blonde's shoulder. The boy feels a shiver run down his spine as Izuku and Hitoshi look at him, eyes shining with mirth. Sounds like we need a sleepover. Izuku grins widely, making the blonde gulp. It's fun when it's not me. Hitoshi grins. Suki rolls her eyes while Tai Lee stifles a giggle. Taking mercy on the boy, she makes her way between him and the three demons. All right, it's time for you all to finally head home to rest. Don't forget, the first session is tomorrow. Oh, you're joining the dojo? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Why? Yeah, I thought I might as well give it a try since you and Midoriya are so fond of it. Monoma clears his throat. Well, I'm excited to teach you tomorrow, Monoma, though you will be quite behind what these two are already doing. Suki informs with a small apologetic smile. That's fine, I don't mind trying to play catch-up as long as I can learn along the way. Oh, I like his attitude. Tai Lee grins, placing her hands on her hips. Is it okay if he sits in on our training tomorrow? Izuku asked as he went to pick up his bag. As long as you two don't get distracted. Tai Lee smiles, watching Monoma and Hitoshi follow the green-haired boy's example. You have to take your exams for your new belt in a few days. We have a lot to go over. Gotcha. Hitoshi gave her a two-finger salute as the trio made their way to the door. Yes, ma'am. We'll see you all tomorrow. Izuku happily waved with a slight pep in his step. Monoma couldn't help but chuckle as he bid everyone a farewell. Jesus Christ, why won't this FANG T-Rex stop running? Come back. We have to talk about your car's extended warranty. Everyone snorted at Monoma's words. Dude, oh my god. Why you like this? Hitoshi practically. Since the day I've been abandoned. Did it just throw me like a baseball? Izuku snorted at Monoma's reaction to the Anjanath picking him up and tossing him. Just 2 days after they had met and gotten to officially know one another, Sokka practically threw his money at Monoma when he found out he had a laptop, so he could buy the game. They've been helping the boy complete missions ever since. Broke its face. Hitoshi choked out as he tried to contain his laughter. It broke my self-esteem. Monoma replied as his character ran back on screen to attack. With all the shit you talk, I thought it was already broken. Hitoshi replied easily. Izuku couldn't help but grin all the wider at the offended gasp Monoma made. Listen here you eye-bag wearing burple nurple lookin', but motherfucker dash. I'm on its back. Sokka informed everyone as he laughed along with Izuku and Hitoshi. Burple nurple? Hitoshi choked out in between laughter. Have you never watched Chowder? And I thought having no parents was bad. I'm paralyzing it, watch out. Izuku warned as his laughter calmed, and he ran his character to a Paratoad that was right under the Anjanath. Hold on guys, Hitoshi says as he runs off screen, my mom is calling me. Everyone mumbled out a confirmation. The lines went a little silent as everyone focused on beating the monster down for the mission. Not long after he had left, Hitoshi finally came back, out of breath. Guys, holy shit, check your mailboxes. What? Why? Monoma questioned. Finally. It's dead. Collect the remains. Izuku. The green-haired Ten jumped in his seat the moment the door to his room hit the wall. Turning, he looked at his mother's panicked face. Mom Wadash. A letter was practically shoved in his face. Leaning back in his seat slightly, he stared at the envelope in his mother's hands. The school logo for Yui High School was stamped onto the dried wax seal that kept the letter closed. Oh my god, my letter from Yui is here. Izuku gasped as he took the letter eagerly from his mother's hands. What? They came in already? F dash. Shuffling is heard from Monoma's side. Break time, his voice shouted from afar, followed by a door shutting. I'll tell you guys my results after. Hitoshi hums before muting his mic. Izuku grins, muting his mic and taking off his headphones. He turns in his seat nervously to stare at the fairly heavy letter in his hands. Dimin. It's just me and you now, Izuku? Izuku? Hello. Come on, Meowster Whiskers. Let's get some food from Grammyoster Chef. Sokka spoke to his palico with a soft sigh. What if I didn't get in? Izuku mumbled, staring down at the letter. We'll never know unless you open it. Inko sat on the edge of his bed with a reassuring smile. Besides, with all the training you've done, I'm sure you got in. Yeah, Izuku mumbled, a finger grazing over the wax seal. Glancing up at his mother, he held up the envelope towards the light of his room. His mother held back a snort once she realized what her son was doing. Izuku. I don't want to risk it, at least this way I know what to expect. Izuku pouts as he adjusts the envelope. His mother hums in response as she watches her son in amusement. See anything? The teen lets out a sigh as he lets his arms fall. No, there's a bunch of papers in there, I can't see anything, it says. Ooh, that sounds promising. If there's a bunch of papers in there, then that means you have to fill things out for your school. Inko clapped her hands together excitedly. In seeing her son's nervous expression, she reached out to place a hand on one of his that laid on his knee. The moment his gaze met hers, she spoke softly with a reassuring smile. You're not nervous, you're excited. Remember? The teen gave his mother a small, thankful smile. Looking back down at the envelope, he took a deep breath. Softly mumbling those few words to himself, he ripped it open. Looking inside, he found a thin disk and a neatly folded stack of papers. Setting the disk on the table, he pulled out the papers. His mother leaned closer as he prepared to unfold the stack. I am here as a projection. All Might's voices boomed through his room, making him and his mother yelp in surprise. Looking up, they both spotted the projection that was coming from the small disk. It's a hologram. Izuku squeaked in surprise. Young Midoriya, you have passed the written exams with an astounding overall score of 100.6%. It may not be a perfect score, but it's still quite an impressive score, young man. The overall average is usually 95.4%. All Might announced, showing off Izuku's scores for each test he had taken. The lowest he has is in math with 98.9%, yet it didn't affect his overall score. 100%? The green-haired boy squeaked in surprise. His mother was practically vibrating with happiness for her son as she excitedly slapped his arms. On that note, Principal Nedzu also has a few words he will be adding in at the end of my announcements. Before Izuku could even properly process the hero's words, the projection flicked away from his general test scores and showed off the hero once again. Now then, for the score of your selected course. Both Midoriyas took in a sharp breath with anticipation. Young Midoriya, you have received 24 hero points. Unfortunately, this isn't enough points to pass. Izuku shut his eyes to force back the tears that had gathered. He could hear his mother take a sharp breath. He knows it's not All Might's fault, but to have his dreams crushed twice by the same hero. It's heart-wrenching. However, he gulped down the sob in his throat and peeked an eye open to look up at the hero. What kind of hero school would we be if we only scored on that? Opening the other eye, Izuku watched as the screen displayed a recording of himself taking down different robots. The last one to play was of him and Monoma moving in sync and taking down the zero-pointer before rushing over to the girl that he had healed. All Might spoke as the scene played. When faced with such great danger, you took the initiative and came up with a brilliant plan. Not only did you stop the villain, but you knew when to ask for assistance and saved a fellow examinee and even gave her first aid. The video stopped with an image of Izuku knelt down before the girl, glowing water in his hands and Monoma by his side. Both watching the water in awe. How could a hero course reject someone who is willing to put themselves in danger to help someone else? This is why we have rescue points. Inko grabbed her son's arm in shock as All Might went on to explain the rescue points. Two pairs of green eyes grew wide the moment the scoreboard came onto the screen, and they spotted the teen's points. Izuku Midoriya, 62 rescue points. Monoma Nito, 45 rescue points. Not only have you gained 84 points in total, but you have gotten first place on the exam. Congratulations, young man. This is your hero academia. Izuku and his mother couldn't even celebrate because as soon as the hero disappeared, a new image appeared. Principal Nedzu smiled softly at the screen. Izuku Midoriya, I would like to personally give you my congratulations on passing the exams and making it into the hero course. The creature bows slightly, his smile never wavering. Not only have you passed the hero course exam, but you have gotten a score of 100.6 on the written exam. Just 4 points shy from a perfect score. This achievement is such a rarity. In fact, the last time it had happened was 14 years ago, and even then, it was achieved through an intelligence quirk. The principal clapped his paws together in delight. Due to this, I am hoping for you and your guardian to stop by the school Friday next week at 4 p.m. to discuss an offer I have for you. Izuku's jaw practically dropped to the ground. Nedzu had an offer for him? What could he possibly want from him? I have also heard from Recovery Girl about the little proposition she has made you as well. All the information on everything has been provided in the package that has been sent along with this hologram. I do hope you think it all through and accept Midoriya. I look forward to meeting with you next week. The disc finally shut off, ending the recording. Both Midoriyas sat there in dumbfounded silence as their minds processed everything. The young teen hadn't even realized he had been crying till he choked out a sob. The moment the silence had been broken, Inko had been spurred into action. She turned to her son, a bright, proud smile on her lips, tears falling from her own eyes. Izuku, she placed a hand on her trembling son's shoulder. With a soft squeeze, green eyes slowly looked up to meet hers. You did it. You got in. With those words, Izuku allowed himself to cry harder with happiness and relief completely flooding his system. Flinging his arms around his mother, she allowed him to cry on her shoulder. With a soft smile, Inko closed her wet eyes and gently ran a hand through her son's hair while the other rubbed soothing circles in his back. Once she felt she could speak without her voice breaking, she whispered reassuring words to her son. Mother and son sat there for a while, just crying into each other. With one last sniffle, Izuku slowly pulled away from his mother. A small smile on his lips as he reached over for some tissues for them both. I got in. Hey. Hitoshi's scream made both Midoriyas jump in surprise and look at the headset that sat next to the keyboard. A yelp was heard from the headset before Sokka's voice replied with happiness. Oh my gosh. Tell me everything. Status report. Said teen couldn't help but chuckle along with his mother. His mother leaned over, taking the headphones from the desk and handing them to her son. You should let them know. She smiles, taking the packet from his hands gently. I'll go over this in the kitchen. I'll tell you about Nedzu's proposition over dinner. Izuku shot his mother a thankful smile. Thanks, Mom. His mother simply gave him a nod before ruffling her son's hair affectionately and walking out, closing the door behind her. Turning to face his PC, the teen eagerly put on his headset and unmuted his mic. Ents practically crushed me in a hug. Hitoshi let out a small chuckle, followed by a wet sniffle. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Aw, Hide-ken, don't cry. Izuku did his best to blink away his new tears. His friend let out a weak chuckle in response. I'm not crying, you're crying. Ak, how did you know? Izuku laughed softly as he used the palm of his hand to brush away his tears. How did you do, Izu? I got in with 86 points. Izuku choked out, a large grin on his face. Oh, yeah, I saw. Hitoshi cleared his throat. The scoreboard showed that you got first place. You lucky bastard, I got 8th. And I got 5th place. Minoma's voice suddenly chimed in. I wouldn't have gotten it without you, Izuku. Ak, stop, you would have gotten in even if you didn't help me. I'm so happy you guys got in. We have to celebrate. Suki, Zuko, Katara and Toph will be so excited to hear the news. I need to tell them. The three teens laughed at Sokka's enthusiasm. Thanks, Sokka. Izuku sniffled softly. You know, I don't know where I'd be if you hadn't allowed me to train at the dojo. Shinso was quick to agree. Same here, But I think I'm most thankful for meeting you, Izuku. Without you, I would still be alone and have never met Sokka and the others. Oh, Sokka's voice cracked. Hey Sokka, you in the mood for Are you crying? Suki's muffled voice came in. Are you okay? Sokka let out a muffled no, making the trio laugh. I'm going to need a minute. He sniffed before placing himself on mute. Can you believe it? We're going to Yui. We're going to become heroes. Monoma laughed in disbelief. I honestly can't believe it. It's all so surreal. Hitoshi chuckles softly. I'm still processing the fact that we passed. Izuku lagged sheepishly. Have you guys gone through the packet yet? Monoma asked, followed by the rifling sound of papers. This thing is as thick. No, my parents are going through it. Said they'll hand me anything that I need to sign or fill out later. Hitoshi replied with a soft sigh. Yeah, Mom took mine too. Izuku informed as he had his character run over to the blacksmith to see if he had enough for a weapons upgrade. DMN, lucky. Monoma huffed. So I have decided to file for joint custody. Sokka spoke up all of a sudden. Sokka no. Suki sounded exasperated. Sokka's. I want children, Suki. The woman sputtered in reply. I would like to volunteer for adoption. Monoma replied. Really? Sokka sounded excited. Suki, we have a volunteer. What Ash? Your parents would freak. Hitoshi snorts softly. Nah, they can't be worried if they don't exist. Silence fell in the group chat at Monoma's words. Wait, do you really not have parents? Izuku broke the silence. Did I never mention it? Huh, and Itsuka is always saying I mention it too much. Guess she was wrong. Oh my god, he's actually an orphan? Dude, we thought you were making all those jokes to be funny. Hitoshi sounded breathless from shock. Oh, so I did mention it. Piecech, and here I thought I never spoke about it. But yet, I'm an orphan. A widow. A parentless child. A stray. A person whom has no parental figure. My parents went out for milk and never returned. Silence fell in the group chat. I feel so effing insensitive, Hitoshi groaned as he slapped a hand over his face. Monoma, how are we supposed to know the jokes were about yourself? Izuku asked as he rubbed his temples with a finger. Context clues. Oh my g dash. Hitoshi buried his face in his hands. Wait guys, hold on. We're forgetting something important. Sokka sighed dramatically. What's the name of the orphanage you're a part of? White Lotus. I'm currently staying with a foster family though. They're pretty alright, better than the others, actually. Even got like 5 siblings here. Alright. Ruffling was heard from Sokka's line. Suki, we are adopting a child. What are those adoption papers? Monoma snorted. Oh my god. Yes. Looks like Monoma is about to become a part of a chaotic family. Izuku grins widely. Congratulations, Monoma. Try not to plan world domination, please. Hitoshi sighs. Izuku. His mother stumbles through the door, making his son blink in surprise. Mom? What dash? It's Principal Nedzu's proposal. She breathed out shakily, eyes wide in awe. Principal Nedzu's what? Hitoshi shouted in confusion. He proposed? Don't be an idiot. They're talking about a proposition. I hope. What is it? Monoma asked curiously. Izuku ignored his friends in his ears and slid his headphones to hang around his neck. Mom, calm down, his voice was soft as he stood to gently sit his mother on his bed. What is it? She takes a deep breath. He wants you to be his personal student. Uljin's Dojga, Hitoshi began screaming gibberish. Holy shit. Monoma breathed out in shock. He what? Izuku fell back in his seat in utter shock. Villain hero total. Izuku 246286. Katsuki B. 77077. Fuku 393574. Pagoyu 284573. Nidoam 244569. Ibris 363268. Tenya I 52961. Hitoshi S. 382260.